Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Global Upgrade. I awakened millions of attribute points. Chapter 1. Name: Jo Jun. Level LV2 99%. Strength 30. Agility 25. Spirit 43. Physique 31. Talent not awakened. Happy Garden Community. Jo Jun checked his attribute panel and finally confirmed the fact of rebirth. Before his rebirth, he worked hard to reach level 54 and was qualified to join the core guard team of the Star Circle group, ushering in a bright future. However, because of a moment of carelessness, he was stabbed in the back by his brother Zhou Wang in the super difficult dungeon in the north. He was so angry that he was buried in the vast snow-capped mountains, with no bones left. He would never forget the horrific scene of Zhou Wang holding a bloody boning knife in his hand and stabbing him one after another at the moment before his death. That kind of heart-piercing pain still made him feel chills even after he was reborn. Look around. You have obviously taken away everything from me, but why are you still trying to kill me? The past events came to mind. Jo Jun couldn't help but his eyes were red and his teeth were clenched. He was originally a Chinese student on Earth. After he unfortunately died of cancer, he was reincarnated into this world that is similar to Earth. In this world, everyone can become a powerful sky breaker through upgrading and awakening, and gain transcendent strength and status. And his status in this reincarnation is extremely noble. He is a direct descendant of the Zhou family, the most powerful family in Linyuan City in the Great Xia Kingdom of the Human Federation. The Zhou family is truly a wealthy family that has lasted for hundreds of years. It dominates the region and has a great reputation. Jo Jun's father, Zhou Shanrong, is the eldest son of the old patriarch of the Zhou family, and he possesses a rare SS-level talent. It can be said that he is the first heir of the Zhou family. As the eldest grandson of the Zhou family and the future young patriarch, Jo Jun has enjoyed all the glory and wealth since he was a child. Juniors of the same generation can only look up to his breath. Wherever he passed, stars were holding the moon, shouting in front of him and supporting him in the back. Not surprisingly, when he grows up, Mr. Zhou will definitely grow into the new generation of Qilin's son of the Zhou family, take over the position of the patriarch and become the leader of the Zhou family. Something unexpected may happen any time. Just when Jo Jun had just celebrated his 15th birthday and was about to embark on the path of cultivation, a piece of bad news suddenly reached the Zhou family. Jo Jun will never forget that day. On that day, the White Tiger Palace, the top federal law enforcement agency, broke into Zhou's house brazenly. The eldest son Zhou Shanrong and his wife Tantai Jing were publicly pronounced guilty of betraying the human race and taking refuge in dark creatures on the Starry Sky battlefield. As soon as this news came out, there was an uproar. Because in this world, humans who control extraordinary power and a race called dark creatures are eternal enemies. Dark creatures, they come from the depths of the universe and make a living by devouring the star field. For thousands of years, they have been eyeing Blue Star. The so-called Starry Sky battlefield refers to the first line of confrontation between humans and dark creatures. According to federal regulations, as long as any sky-defying warrior above level 100 is willing to step into the Starry Sky battlefield to resist foreign enemies, the Federation will reward his family or individuals heavily. At the same time, many meritorious honors will be given. The reason why the Zhou family has been able to rise to prominence in the abyss is inseparable from the fact that generations of clan members have been sent to the Starry Sky battlefield to fight against dark creatures. This time, it was Zhou Shanrong and his wife who represented the Zhou family in the battle. The old patriarch attached great importance to this expedition because Zhou Shanrong was the most talented child of the Zhou family in hundreds of years. There have long been rumors within the family that as soon as Zhou Shanrong returns triumphantly from the Starry Sky battlefield, the old patriarch will hold a successor ceremony. Let Zhou Shanrong take over the position of patriarch and control the Zhou family. It's a pity that no one expected that countless Zhou family members had been waiting for several years, but what they waited for was not the glorious return of the Zhou family's favorite son. Instead, it is a charge of betrayal. According to what the chief of the White Tiger Palace said, Zhou Shanrong and his wife turned against the dark creatures on the battlefield of the Starry Sky, massacred their fellow human beings, and then escaped into the depths of the Starry Sky without a trace. The top federal officials have issued an SSS level wanted order for him, which will spread throughout Blue Star in the near future. The family should have been implicated in this serious crime of betraying the human race. However, the Federation considered that the Zhou family had made many contributions to the Starry Sky battlefield for hundreds of years, and that the rebellion was the result of Zhou Shanrong's personal will and many other factors. Therefore, no actual punishment was imposed on the Zhou family, but a 3-month imprisonment investigation was conducted. Regardless of whether everyone in the Zhou family accepts this result or not, it is a done deal. After leaving the White Tiger Palace, the old patriarch sat alone in the hall for a long time. A few months later, the old patriarch announced his retirement and would no longer be involved in family affairs. The new patriarch was Zhou Jun's second uncle. Although Zhou Jun was young at that time, his soul was a man of 2 generations, and he had already seen the fishiness of this matter. His father Zhou Shanrong was a righteous man and would never betray the human race. The mother is also a young lady from a wealthy family, with good conduct. It is more convincing to say that she died fighting in the stars than taking refuge in dark creatures. Unfortunately, even if Zhou Jun knew that there was a hidden secret, he could only do nothing. After all, he was just a boy who had just turned 15 at the time. He was so quiet that he didn't even get a chance to meet with the top federal officials. At the same time, the internal structure of the Zhou family was also quietly changing. As the old patriarch retired to seclusion, Zhou Jun's second uncle came to power. Zhou Jun's status as young master of the Zhou family is now in danger. After all, the second uncle also has children. And that person is none other than Zhou Jun's cousin, Zhou Wang. Zhou Wang was once just Zhou Jun's follower, obeying Zhou Jun's advice. But it wasn't until later that Zhou Jun realized that it was all just an act. Zhou Wang has been jealous of everything he has since he was a child. This jealousy has penetrated deep into the bone marrow. But he knew that as long as his uncle Zhou Shanrong survived, Zhou Jun would always be his cousin. He is the leader of their generation and the future successor of the Zhou family. Therefore, he could only keep forbearing and groveling, not daring to show the slightest ambition. It wasn't until the Zhou Shanrong incident happened and his father became the head of the family. Zhou Wang finally stopped pretending. He bared his fangs in front of Zhou Jun with little concealment, trying to regain the dignity he had lost. He also used various overt and covert means to take away everything that belonged to Zhou Jun. The rest of the Zhou family turned a blind eye to this, and no one dared to intervene. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Zhou Wang is the real young master of the Zhou family. And Zhou Jun is just the son of a sinner. How can he compare with Zhou Wang, who is at the height of his power? The coldness of the world and the warmth and coldness of people's hearts were vividly displayed at that moment. In such a big Zhou family, after his father was accused of an unfounded crime, he, a 15-year-old child, had no place to live. Finally, the tired Zhou Jun stayed away from the family and moved to the old city alone. In my previous life, I thought that after leaving the Zhou family, I would be free to fly like a bird. But I didn't expect that my good cousin had already made arrangements and hid a mythical prop, Star Falling Stone, in my rental house. As a result, my awakening talent was greatly downgraded, and I only awakened D-level redistribution. This will prevent me from turning over forever. If I hadn't been lucky enough to get some opportunities later, I probably wouldn't have been able to break through to level 30. But despite this, Zhou Wang still regarded me as a thorn in his side, obstructing my progress in every possible way, and finally brutally killed me in the dungeon. What a pity, my good cousin, you would never have thought that I would have a rare and unique immortal level item, the Cry of the Goddess of Time, on me. Shadows of the past flashed through his mind, but Zhou Jun's lips suddenly sneered. The only immortal prop, Crying of the Goddess of Time, was accidentally obtained by Zhou Jun during an adventure in a secret realm. This thing has only one effect, which is to reverse time and space. This is also the reason why Zhou Jun can be reborn. When he was killed by Zhou Wang, the Cry of the Goddess of Time was passively triggered, bringing his consciousness back to the present day. Now, he is 18 years old. He is about to complete his first awakening in life and become a Sky Defender. In this life, I not only want to investigate the reason why my parents disappeared, but also get back everything that should belong to me from the Zhou family. In the room, Zhou Jun stared at the attribute panel where he was only 1% away from level 3 experience points, with blazing fireworks of revenge igniting in his eyes. In this world where everyone can practice an upgrade, as long as they reach level 3, they will automatically complete their awakening and gain a powerful talent. Zhou Jun didn't know that the star falling stone was hidden in his home in his previous life, so he only awakened a D-level talent. Now that he is reborn, he will naturally not make the same mistakes again. In fact, given Zhou Jun's background, it would not be unusual for him to awaken even an S-level talent. After all, his father Zhou Shanrong is so dazzling. That was the only SS-level talent owner in the family for hundreds of years. And his mother is also a proud daughter of heaven, possessing a powerful S-level combat talent. Federal scientific researchers have long confirmed that there is a considerable correlation between a child's talent awakening level and the parent's talent level. So with such talented parents, Zhou Jun's talent must be extraordinary. The top priority now is to find the scourge of the star falling stone. And Zhou Wang hid the location of the falling star stone. Memories flooded his mind, and Zhou Jun hurried to the bathroom. In fact, this star falling stone is not well hidden. In the previous life, Zhou Jun found something in the toilet water tank not long after he woke up. To this moment, he still clearly remembers the anger and despair he felt when he discovered the star falling stone. After all, talent level is related to a person's life. Zhou Wang's move was tantamount to cutting off his future and not giving him the slightest hope. It can be described as extremely insidious. And now, when Zhou Jun opened the back cover of the toilet again and took out the red gem the size of a broad bean from the pool inside, there was only a trace of ridicule on his face. This so-called falling star stone is of mythical quality. The effect is that when nearby people awaken their talents, the level of their awakened talents can be greatly reduced. The effective range of 50 meters can just cover the entire old shabby little apartment that Zhou Jun rented. Zhou Wang, you really tried your best to prevent me from rising. But you never thought that I could be reborn after death, right? I'll accept this star stone with a smile. A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhou Jun's mouth. As a mythical item, the star falling stone is worth a lot of money. It can easily be sold for tens of millions of federal coins on the black market. Even if Zhou Wang became the young master of the Zhou family, it would be difficult for him to come up with such a huge sum of money. I'm afraid a lot of assets have been sold off. But at this moment, Zhou Jun was naturally at an advantage. After all, there is really no greater gift of rebirth than tens of millions of federal coins. With a thought, he put it into the Sky Defender's space backpack. The space backpack is a gift given to mankind by the will of the world. It is similar to the magic storage weapon in the novel, and it forms a world of its own. Even if it is a mythical prop, its effect cannot penetrate the space backpack and affect reality. So the threat from the Starfall Stone has been lifted. After doing all this, Zhou Jun returned to the sofa with peace of mind. Sitting cross-legged, I decided to break through to level 3 and complete the awakening ceremony today. In this world, there are two ways to obtain the experience points required for upgrades. The first is to kill monsters in the wild and convert them into energy by absorbing them. The second is to sit quietly and adjust your breath to absorb the natural growth of energy between heaven and earth. Among them, the first method is the most convenient and fastest. Of course, it is also full of dangers. The monster is so powerful that no ordinary person can deal with it. Before awakening, few people would choose to gain experience points by killing monsters, unless they were protected by a strong person. It is also commonly known as power training. If Zhou Jun were still the young master of the Zhou family, there would naturally be a lot of masters willing to take him to kill monsters outside the city. It's a pity that there are no ifs in the world. After leaving the Zhou family, Zhou Jun can only rely on himself for everything. So he upgraded in the second way. Since the age of 15, Zhou Jun has taken time to breathe after returning home from school every day. Now at the age of 18, I have finally reached the threshold of level 3 awakening. It's not that Zhou Jun doesn't work hard, but compared to killing monsters, the experience gained from breathing is very little. Ordinary people who don't have the guidance of a strong person have accumulated this little by little. Fortunately, as long as you reach level 3, you can perform the awakening ceremony and have a powerful talent. If it is a high-level combat talent, it will skyrocket. Even if there is no strong escort, he still has the capital to set foot outside the city to hunt some low-level monsters. Unfortunately, high-level talents are hard to come by. Most people in this world only have ordinary C-level and D-level awakenings. Being able to awaken to level A is enough to be considered an elite among the human race. Therefore, the talent of Zhou Jun's parents, who can easily start at S level, is already far ahead of 99% of the humans in the Federation, and they are well-deserved geniuses. With his parents Zuyu in front of him, Zhou Jun is looking forward to what kind of talent he can awaken. As the breathing proceeds, time passes unconsciously. About 2 or 3 hours later, Zhou Jun, who was practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly lit up with a white light. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 3. Talent awakening starts. Several prompts sounded in his mind, and then as soon as the white light dissipated, more intense golden light surged up again. Zhou Jun immediately opened his eyes, with unconcealed anticipation on his face. He knew that this was a sign that his talent was awakening after reaching level 3. Even though he had already experienced it once in his previous life, he was extremely nervous at this moment. In his consciousness, the bright golden light continued to wrap around his whole body. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a prompt sounded. Congratulations! You have awakened the D-level talent. Distribute again. You have gained an additional 100 attribute points. The moment he heard this voice, Zhou Jun's expression changed one after another. Because this redistribution turned out to be the talent he had awakened after being affected by the star-falling stone in his previous life. But in this life, he has clearly eliminated the influence of the star-falling stone. How could he awaken to be redistributed? Or is it that, regardless of whether there is the influence of the star-falling stone or not, his original talent is only D-level? Zhou Jun frowned, not quite believing this inference. But the reality was before his eyes, leaving him helpless. D-level talents were redistributed and were recognized as useless talents. It belongs to the combat system, but its effect is only to gain an additional 100 attribute points upon awakening, which can be freely added to the 4-dimensional attributes. This ability can be called useless because it has no potential for growth. If the extra 100 attribute points are placed in the middle and late stages, the bonus to combat power will be a drop in the bucket. In the last life, Zhou Jun was able to reach level 54 entirely because of his own mind. It has nothing to do with redistribution. But in this life, he awakened to redistribute this useless talent, and he was very agitated for a while. Just when he took a deep breath and tried to adjust his mentality to face reality. But suddenly he was shocked to find that the golden light on his body was still continuing. This is, just when Zhou Jun was in shock and doubt, the rich golden light on his body turned into 7 colors at this moment, bursting out with infinite rays of light, illuminating the entire cabin with a divine and extraordinary light. At the same time, a supremely powerful aura spread from his body. Congratulations! You have awakened your second talent, SSS level infinite sublimation, the only one. Your first talent has been automatically sublimated. Your D-level talent, redistribution, has been perfectly upgraded to SSS level talent, redistribution. You have gained an additional 1 million attribute points. When this series of prompts fell, Zhou Jun's stunned expression was also covered with rich surprise. I actually awakened my second talent to infinite sublimation, and also upgraded my first talent to SSS level. Zhou Jun's breathing gradually became heavier, and all the previous unwillingness was swept away. He repeatedly checked the prompts on the system panel and finally confirmed that he had read it correctly. He is a rare possessor of dual talents. Although the first talent is only D-level, the second talent is as high as SSS level. It even more powerfully upgraded the first talent to the SSS level. Even Zhou Jun was deeply shocked by this ability to sublimate his talent out of thin air. So much so that he had no time to take into account the exaggeration of the 1 million attribute points given after the sublimation when the system prompts redistribution. All attention is focused on the introduction of the talent of infinite sublimation. After a while, Zhou Jun took a deep breath, his eyes filled with unprecedented light. I really hit the jackpot. The reason why this so-called infinite sublimation is unheard of is because it is a rare talent with a unique attribute. In other words, he is the only one in the world who has awakened this talent. Its ability, as the name suggests, is to sublimate everything. There is only one chance of sublimation, and it will be triggered randomly among the 4 levels of beginner, intermediate, advanced and perfect. The triggering probabilities of these 4 levels are the same, that is, they are all 25%. Among them, perfect sublimation has the highest profit, and it will definitely obtain unexpected magical effects after being triggered. Just now, it was the automatic sublimation of the first talent after awakening to infinite sublimation. And very lucky, Jo Jun directly drew the perfect level. This also resulted in the redistribution of only D-level talents, which instantly jumped several levels and became powerful SSS level talents. It can be said that it is a leap over the Dragon Gate in one step. It was only at this moment that Jo Jun had the energy to look at the effects of being redistributed into SSS level talents. You have gained an additional 1 million attribute points. Jo Jun looked at the series of dazzling numbers over and over again to make sure he was not dazzled. Really, 1 million. This incredible number made Jo Jun's eyelids twitch wildly. The redistribution itself is just a D-level talent. It does not have any special extraordinary abilities. It just has some extra attribute points that can be freely distributed. Therefore, after infinite sublimation, no new effects are added, but more attribute points can be allocated. But the problem is this too much? As far as Jo Jun knows, even the powerful humans who are hundreds of levels high in the human race may not have a total 4-dimensional attribute of 1 million. And Jo Jun currently has so many attribute points, if he really adds them all up, even if it is only level 3, even if there is no combat ability blessing. With just his physical strength, he could easily overthrow the entire Jo family. Of course, this is just Jo Jun's thoughts. It is impossible for him to add all the attribute points. Because Blue Star researchers have long confirmed that there is an upper limit to the 4-dimensional attributes of each level. It's just that the specific upper limit of each level is not yet clear. Because no one has ever been able to maximize the 4-dimensional attributes at one level. Researchers have only made a rough guess based on data. For example, the 4-dimensional attribute limit of level 3 should be around 250 for each item. Everyone's physique is different, and their 4-dimensional attributes are also different. Except for a part of the feedback that will be given each time you upgrade, the rest is either increased by some rare props or increased by your own physical training. In addition, the higher the 4-dimensional attributes of the same level, the more solid the foundation will be. It is also the pursuit of every powerful person to maximize the 4-dimensional attributes in the early stage. I remember that in the history of the Federation, every 10 levels have records with the highest 4-dimensional attributes. The first 10 levels are the end of the novice stage, which is of great significance. Therefore, the competition is quite fierce, and people are sprinting for the highest record every day. The current record holder for level 10 is Yan Lai, the owner of the SSS level talent Fire Hegemony, who was born 50 years ago. He is now a level 500 God King. His 4-dimensional attributes at level 10 reached an average of 3,000 points, which is unprecedented. The God King is the highest honor in the Human Federation and can only be awarded if the level reaches 500. Every powerful God King has the ability to explode stars with his bare hands. They can penetrate hundreds of millions of miles into the starry sky to fight dark creatures, and are the true top combat power of the human race. The Fire God King Yan Lai is the holder of the record for the highest 4-dimensional attributes at the 10th level of the Federation. It's really scary. The average is more than 3,000 points. How do you train this? Isn't it just like this when a god comes to the world? Jo Jun sighed with emotion, but he kept moving his hands. He directly opened the personal panel, selected attribute allocation, and started to add points crazily. The plus sign behind every basic attribute was exploded by Jo Jun. And his 4-dimensional attributes also rose like a rocket at this moment. That thin body has undergone changes visible to the naked eye. His body became taller and straighter, his muscle lines became more obvious, and his terrifying and solid strength was hidden under his bones like a swimming dragon. Your power has reached its maximum value at this level. Your agility has reached the highest value at this level. I don't know how long it took, but prompts suddenly sounded in my ears one after another. Jo Jun stopped his thoughts, looked at his personal panel, and found that all 4-dimensional attributes had reached 300 points. The plus sign at the back also turned gray at this moment. It turns out that the maximum 4-dimensional attribute at level 3 can only be 300. Joe Jun touched his chin. The 4-dimensional limit that Blue Star researchers failed to calculate was actually measured by him. Taking another look at the remaining free attribute points to be allocated, there are still 998,800 points. Quote. At this moment, Joe Jun was silent. So many attribute points are enough for him to fill up every level without thinking. Joe Jun himself could not even imagine how terrifying it would be to have 4-dimensional attributes with all levels at full value. But what is certain is that he will be very strong in the future. Thinking of this, Joe Jun smiled. There was some relief in the smile. This night's experience was 2 twists and turns, from rebirth to reawakening and reallocation of D-class. He once suspected that he was really not talented enough. In that case, his revenge against Joe Wong and the investigation into the truth about his parents' injustice will become extremely difficult. Fortunately, the emergence of the second talent made everything turn around. The dragon gave birth to the dragon and the phoenix gave birth to the phoenix. He did not embarrass his father Zhou Shanrong. Even far beyond. After all, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the only one in the world with 2 SSS-level talents. I am a genius, unparalleled in the world. Joe Jun stood up and had such an idea in his mind for no reason. And as this thought rose, an unprecedented momentum rose. That is a kind of strong self-confidence, and the look in his eyes is far less than when he was the young master of the Zhou family. Early in the morning, residents in the old city got up one after another. Xingfu community is gradually gaining vitality, and elderly people can be seen doing morning exercises everywhere. Joe Jun was jogging along the Bluestone Road, adapting to his body's surge and 4-dimensional attributes. It wasn't until I passed by a breakfast shop that I stopped and ordered 2 drawers of large meat buns and a bowl of salted tofu puffs. Then he found a table in the corner and sat down, playing with an inconspicuous red stone in his hand. It is the falling star stone. He was hesitating whether to sell this thing. After all, as a mythical item, if the star falling stone is sold to a shop, it will cost 10 to 20 million federal coins. Selling to an auction house will only be more expensive. Such huge financial support will undoubtedly be a huge help to Joe Jun's early upgrade path. But after Joe Jun awakened his second talent, he had other thoughts. Infinite sublimation can sublimate all things. The quality of the star falling stone is as high as mythical level. If it is sublimated, what will it become? Is it possible to upgrade it into powerful epic equipment? Even the legendary immortal holy object? With this thought in mind, Joe Jun felt itchy in his heart. The immortal level is the endpoint of the quality of all equipment and props in this world. All immortal level existences have a price but no market, and can even easily induce 2 top powerhouses to fight over them. For example, the only immortal level item that brought him back from rebirth, crying of the goddess of time. If it were exposed, I'm afraid all the god kings in the world would go crazy. Of course, existences like the Cry of the Goddess of Time, which are top-notch even among immortal holy objects, are definitely rare. Therefore, Mr. Zhou does not expect to be able to sublime the falling star stone to an immortal level so dazzling. As long as he can advance to the epic level, he will be satisfied. At this thought, Joe Jun no longer hesitated and decided to take a gamble. He silently thought about sublimation in his heart and activated his second innate ability. In an instant, an infinite sense of mystery arose in my heart. Joe Jun only felt a bang in his head, and most of his energy seemed to be sucked away from him, and he even felt dizzy for a short time. Only then did Joe Jun understand that there was a price to pay for activating the second talent, infinite sublimation. His average 4-dimensional attributes were as high as 300 points, and he suffered from bouts of dizziness. If it had only 2-digit attributes like before, I'm afraid it would be a direct shock. Shaking his head, Joe Jun resisted the discomfort and looked expectantly at the center of his palm. Congratulations, your Star Falling Stone has been upgraded to Star Falling Pendant. At this moment, the small red gemstone turned into a delicate-looking pendant with a dark color. The matte texture makes it look extraordinary, like a luxury product. Name: Falling Star Pendant. Grade: Epic. Type: Jewelry. Agility +66. Spirit +102. Active skill: Star Falling Blade consumes 5% of mental power to release a sure hit slash, with a 1% chance of permanently reducing any one of the opponent's talent level, race class, and 4-dimensional attributes. Looking at the description of the pendant in his hand, Jo Jun suddenly took a breath. After the sublimation of this Starfall stone is completed, although it has not evolved into an immortal level holy object, its newly added effects are incredible. After all, this is the first time Jo Jun has encountered equipment skills that can actively reduce the opponent's talent level. Just imagine if the opponent is a genius with S-level talent. When facing the enemy, Jo Jun's sword strike happened to trigger a special effect, directly downgrading the opponent's talent to a level. Then the opponent would have to cry to death. Moreover, the effect of Star Pendant is obviously not only effective for humans. The racial class in the entry is obviously aimed at monsters. Monsters are different from dark creatures. They arrived on the Blue Star along with the dungeons and secret realms, and have been fighting against humans with upgraded panels for thousands of years. The monsters are of various races and have a strict hierarchy. Especially those who can serve as Lord Boss in the dungeon are the best among them and have extremely high racial class. Therefore, he has mastered various powerful skills. As for the effect of Star Pendant, it can be said that it defeats all Lord-level monsters. Once triggered, its racial class will be directly lowered by 1 level. The undead tyrant directly turns into a skeleton soldier. The Goblin King was instantly demoted to the goblins. Such a terrifying effect, which monster can withstand it? It's simply worse than killing them. My bet is really right. If this Star Pendant is auctioned, I'm afraid it will easily cost billions. Jo Jun equipped the falling Star Pendant and sighed silently in his heart. Of course he would not put the cart before the horse like auctioning for money. Because this Star Pendant is not only a great help for him to download the dungeon, but it is also a weapon for him to deal with Zhou Wang. In the previous life, Zhou Wang used the Star Falling Stone to cruelly reduce his awakening talent. In this life, let him use the sublimated demotion pendant to cut off Zhou Wang's talent one by one. If he remembered correctly, Zhou Wang's talent was a rare S level. The lowest talent level is E level. From S level to E level, there is a gap of 5 levels, which is enough for Jo Jun to kill many times. Presumably Zhou Wang's expression will be quite wonderful at that time, right? Jo Jun thought about it for a while, looking forward to that day. Of course, the premise of all this is that he himself must become stronger before he can have the capital to compete with Zhou Wang. Half an hour later, Jo Jun, who had eaten and drank enough, appeared at the gate of Linyuan City No. 5 High School. After his rebirth, he was 18 years old and still a high school senior. Looking up at the school's gilded plaque, I felt filled with emotion. There are 6 high schools in Linyuan City, and the value of each school is simply listed in order of naming. 1 is the strongest, 6 is the weakest. The No. 5 middle school where Jo Jun is located is naturally a hanging tail car. But he was once a student of No. 1 middle school. No, 1 middle school is the most profound school in Linyuan City, and its students are either common people's geniuses or children of the rich and powerful in the city. Zhou Junai is a direct descendant of the Zhou family and studied in No. 1 middle school from the beginning. Only later, as Zhou Wang gained power, did he lose the qualification to continue studying in No. 1 middle school. In his sophomore year of high school, he was forced to transfer to No. 5 high school. In his previous life, he was still angry about this matter for a long time. But now that he has started over, he doesn't think Yizhong is that important anymore. High school is just high school after all. What really determines the future of the Skybreaker is the university. In his previous life, Zhou Jun went to a mediocre university. In this life, he has only one goal. It is Kunlun University, the top university known as the strongest in the Federation. Kunlun University is located on the Kunlun Mountains of Daxia Kingdom. It has been established for thousands of years. Not only does it have the best teaching staff in Blue Star, but it has also trained dozens of 500-level God Kings for the human race. The SSS-level fire tyrant Yan Lai mentioned earlier graduated from this. Only when you enter Kunming University can you enter the true training hall of the Heaven Defender, and have the capital to fight back to the Zhou family. Zhou Jun's eyes flashed. No matter how powerful the Zhou family is, it is only a local power in Linyuan City. There is no comparison with Kunlun University, one of the world's top universities. If he gets into Kunming University, he will reach the sky in one step. When the time comes to return to the Zhou family, no matter what you want to do, you can do whatever you want. Because behind him, there will always be Kunda University supporting him. Brother Jun. Just when Zhou Jun was thinking about Kunlun University, a joyful voice suddenly sounded next to him. Turning his head, he saw a tall and mighty man running towards him quickly. The sturdy figure, who was 1.98 meters tall and weighed more than 300 kilograms, attracted much attention at the school gate. Yi Changshan. Zhou Jun recognized his identity at a glance. Because in his previous life, Yi Changshan was one of the few close friends he had. They formed a deep friendship during their time in the 5th middle school. After learning that he had only awakened D-level talents, Yi Changshan never alienated him in the slightest. Even until the moment before his death in the super difficult dungeon in the north, Yi Changshan was by his side. How old are you and still running and jumping? What does it look like? When Yi Changshan came to him, Zhou Jun chuckled and hit him on the shoulder. The man who looked like an iron tower actually showed a silly smile at this moment. Brother Jun, I'm so happy. Yesterday. Did you successfully awaken yesterday? That's right. And he's awakened. Have you awakened your A-level talent? I'm going to kill my own mother. Brother Jun, how come you know everything? After being interrupted twice by Zhou Jun, Yi Changshan suddenly showed a dumbfounded expression. Zhou Jun smiled and said nothing. As a reborn person, he not only knew that Yi Changshan had awakened his A-level talent yesterday, but also knew that the name of that talent was Angry Eyes Foluo. Even among A-level talents, they are at the top level. In the previous life, Zhou Jun could grow all the way to level 54 without Yi Changshan's help. Otherwise, with his useless D-level talent, he wouldn't even be able to get rid of monsters in the early stage. Seeing that Zhou Jun was pretending to be mysterious, Yi Changshan did not continue to inquire further and just assumed that he had guessed correctly. There was still excitement on his face as he said, Brother Jun, I remember that you are about to awaken, right? Let's take the college entrance examination together then. In this world where those who conquer the sky are the mainstream. The college entrance examination model is naturally different from the Earth in the past. In addition to the cultural written examination, there is also the martial arts assessment, which takes up the most weight. This martial arts assessment, to put it bluntly, is to evaluate the level, awakening talent, and overall strength of the Sky Defenders. The lowest application threshold is to complete the awakening ceremony at level 3. If you fail to awaken before the college entrance examination, you will have to repeat the grade. Therefore, for the students on Blue Star, their time as students is very precious. In addition to the cultural classes during the day, I also have to race against time to practice and upgrade at night. Otherwise, you won't even be eligible to register for the college entrance examination, which would be a big shame. And now, there is still half a month left before this college entrance examination. Everyone is racing against time to sprint towards level 3. No wonder Yi Changshan would say such things to him. This is a subtle reminder to him to upgrade quickly. However, Zhou Jun had completed the awakening ceremony yesterday, and now he just smiled and showed his level panel. Name: Zhou Jun. Level LV3, 1%. Only the first two pieces of information are displayed, and the subsequent four-dimensional attributes are not easily exposed. After all, 300 points for a single attribute is really too appalling. After resurrecting his life, Zhou Jun knew the importance of keeping a trump card. Moreover, the four-dimensional attributes are personal privacy, and many people will choose to hide them. So there is nothing wrong with Zhou Jun doing this. Congratulations, Brother Jun, it turns out you have awakened too. By the way, Brother Jun, what kind of talent do you have? Yi Changshan was sincerely happy to see that Zhou Jun had also reached level 3. I am even more curious about Zhou Jun's talent. As a close friend, he naturally knows Zhou Jun's past. Whether Uncle Zhou Shanrong betrayed the human race or not is irrelevant. Just talking about talent, he was truly a peerless talent, and he once looked down upon the entire Linyuan city. With such a father, Yi Changshan has always believed that Zhou Jun would not be forgotten by everyone. Even if he was kicked out of the Zhou family, it would only be a temporary upheaval. How could the dragon be trapped in the shallows? One day it will be soaring. My talent is very strong. You will know after the registration test. Zhou Jun gave up. He smiled and walked towards the campus. If you want to take the college entrance examination, you must naturally pass an official test to see if you meet the awakening standards. Also register the information of awakened citizens. This has been the rule of the Federation for thousands of years, and no one can change it. In the 5th middle school, there is a registration place specifically for students taking the college entrance examination. Open daily at noon. After hearing this, Yi Changshan followed Zhou Jun into the class with anticipation on his face. Zhou Jun's academic performance was pretty good, and Class 8 of Grade 3 was a key class. But it is only a key class in the 5th middle school. If it were placed in the 1st middle school, it would not be worth mentioning. Fortunately, in the college entrance examination on Blue Star, the martial arts examination is the highlight. The cultural assessment only needs to be passable. When I arrived at the class, there were already many students in the room. Most have completed their awakening. After all, it is a key class, and everyone practices very hard. Of course, there are also some rich and young people who directly spend money to hire experts to train. In comparison, Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan woke up late. Seeing Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan come to class together, the students didn't pay much attention. But in the corner of the last row, 2 boys looked over playfully. Then one of the tall boys with dyed red hair and an air of arrogance suddenly shouted, "Hey, isn't this Mr. Jun? I haven't seen you for a weekend. Could it be that you haven't successfully awakened yet? How about this? How about you kneel down and call me Lord, and I will take you to the wild to practice?" As soon as he finished speaking, he attracted the attention of the whole class. Another muscular man with the same dyed hair also took over the conversation and said with a strange tone, "Peng Yu, you are going too far. After all, you are also the young master of the Zhou family, so why do you need lowly pariahs like us to lead the team?" "Oh, I almost forgot, the current young master of the Zhou family is Master Zhou Wang, he is just a lost dog." Ha 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 ha. The 2 laughed unbridled, their provocative glances undisguised. Everyone in the class couldn't help but frown and looked at the 2 people with disgust, but they didn't dare to say anything. One of these 2 people is named Peng Yu and the other is Wang Tong. They are both well-known school bullies in number 5 middle school. It is said that both of them were transferred from number 2 middle school, and the specific reasons are not clear. But there is no doubt that they, who come from powerful families, are not something that ordinary students from number 5 middle school can afford to offend. Therefore, everyone in the class could only dare to be angry but dare not say anything about the 2 people's bullying on campus. Except Yi Changshan. Hearing that Peng Yu and Wang Tong dared to speak rudely to Zhou Jun, Yi Changshan rolled up his sleeves and stared angrily. "Little one, do you dare to go out and practice with Grandpa? If I can't tear you apart, I will take your last name." With a height of nearly 2 meters and looking like an iron tower, Yi Changshan is quite visually oppressive. When they opened their mouths, Peng Yu and Wang Tong were silent for a moment. But the 2 of them were not completely intimidated by Yi Changshan. Because both of them have completed the awakening ceremony long ago, and now they have reached the 5th level of Sky Defender. If Yi Changshan really takes action, even if he shows his awakening strength, he will probably suffer a lot. So Peng Yu sneered again and again. "Yi Changshan, today I will let you take a closer look at the difference between a real skybreaker and an ordinary person." The atmosphere was tense for a moment. Many students in the class were even more silent. As a person involved, Zhou Jun behaved very calmly. It is true that in his previous life, Peng Yu and Wang Tong caused him trouble in high school. At that time, he didn't understand why these 2 people were targeting him so much. After all, the 2 parties have no intersection, and there is no conflict of interest. Only later did he realize that Zhou Wang was secretly instigating all of this. Peng Yu and Wang Tong, the so-called tyrants of the 5th Lieutenant Colonel, are actually just Ma Zai under Zhou Wang. They were transferred from the 2nd middle school to the 5th middle school by Zhou Wang's tactics, with only one purpose. It's just disgusting, Mr. Zhou. He wanted Zhou Jun to spend his high school career away from this kind of annoying ridicule and abuse. And this kind of small means is naturally not worth mentioning in the eyes of Zhou Jun, who is now reborn. He has 2 major SSS level talents, and all 4-dimensional attributes have reached the full value of 300 points. If Zhou Jun really wants to take action against these 2 people, even though they awakened early and even reached level 5 in advance, they are by no means a match for Zhou Jun. What's the fuss about? Can't go to class yet. Just as the situation in the class intensified, a cold scolding suddenly came from the door. What followed was an extremely powerful pressure. Everyone quickly lowered their heads and looked at the textbooks. Peng Yu and Wang Tong's expressions also changed greatly, and they sat back angrily. Zhou Jun and Yi Chengshan also returned to their positions, and then looked at the source of the powerful pressure. I saw a young female teacher in her mid-20s wearing professional attire, a white slim-fitting shirt on the upper body, a tight hip-covering skirt and black stockings on the lower body, wearing a pair of dark purple high-heeled shoes with red soles, looking at the class with a straight face. It was their class teacher, level 61 Sky Defender Chu Shuyan. Class 8, Grade 3. Chu Shuyan held her waist with one hand and pointed at the blackboard with the ruler in her other hand, patiently explaining the key points of knowledge. The origin of the upgraded panel, the must-take questions over the years, if you learn it, you will get points for free. Xiaoya, please explain it again. In the first row under the podium, a little girl stood up after hearing this and said seriously. Thousands of years ago, the will of the 7 goddesses of Blue Star revived. The goddess of Earth used her divine power to expand the area of Blue Star 1,000 times. The goddess of creation gave upgrade panels to all mankind, and the goddess of forging made countless divine objects. Only the fallen goddess is deviant. She created copies and cracks, and summoned countless monsters in an attempt to cannibalize the entire Blue Star and the other 6 goddesses. In order to survive, human beings angrily launched a counterattack against the monsters, and thus began a 1,000-year battle between humans and monsters. Chu Shuyan nodded and praised. Not bad, let's explain the relationship between the Skybreaker and the dark creatures. Okay, the dark creatures are pure cosmic locusts. No one knows where they come from. They only know that they make a living by devouring the star field. When humans first discovered them, they had already arrived at the edge of the Milky Way. They were traveling extremely fast and will soon reach the solar system. The intense life and death crisis united mankind as never before. The ancestors of the human race built the Great Wall of Steel on the surface of the Blue Star to form the Human Federation. There are even countless level 100 powerhouses who fear death and rush into the depths of the starry sky to engage in unprecedented fierce battles with dark creatures. This war has lasted for 200 years and has not yet completely ended. It is known in history as the war to defeat the heavens. And the awakened ones have a new name because of this, the sky-defeating ones. Quote. Listening to the knowledge points that he had recited countless times, Zhou Jun felt a little bored. He turned the pen around casually and looked at Ben Chu Shuyan's body. My class leader is not an easy person. At only 26 years old, he has reached level 61. In my previous life, I was ignorant and didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until I officially entered the path of cultivation that I realized how difficult each upgrade would be in the later stages. With Chu Shuyan's talent, even if she was placed in number 1 middle school, she would be able to serve as a key class teacher. The Chu family, could it be the Chu family from Tianyuan City in the north? Zhou Jun didn't pay much attention to Chu Shuyan in his previous life. Now he was recalling the messy information about Chu Shuyan, and secretly speculated on Chu Shuyan's life experience. Tianyuan City, the northern border of Daxia, is a larger city than Linyuan City where Zhou Jun is located. Among them, the Chu family is the most dominant in Tianyuan, and its strength is only stronger than that of the Zhou family. If Chu Shuyan was really from the Chu family, why did she come to Linyuan City tens of thousands of miles away? The 2 cities of Tianyuan and Linyuan are extremely far apart. Tens of thousands of miles apart is not an exaggeration. This is because the area of Blue Star has expanded 1,000 times, and the border of Daxia has naturally expanded 1,000 times. But this made Chu Shuyan's behavior even more suspicious. Zhou Jun touched his chin and felt that he should pay more attention to this beautiful girl Ban Ren. There may be unexpected gains. Just when Zhou Jun was thinking wildly, 2 classes passed in the blink of an eye. At noon, as the bell rang, a large number of students walked out of the teaching building. Talking and laughing, they walked towards the gymnasium opposite the playground. That's where the Federation sets up registered talents on campus. The college entrance examination is around the corner, and students who have awakened their talents are busy registering to take the exam. Those who have registered will also come and watch every day to see if anyone in the same class has awakened any top talents. As for the junior high school students who were in the first and second grades of high school, they were just curious and followed to watch the excitement. Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan were also among the crowd. They both completed their awakening yesterday. Of course I have to register today. From a distance, you can see a huge black high platform built in the center of the venue. In the center of the high platform, a white ball of light slowly floated in midair. Name: Tongshanju. Quality: myth. Type: appraisal props. Passive skill: after contacting the Skybreaker, the talent level can be automatically identified and matched with the recorded talent. The magic beads shine with holy brilliance. Next to it, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes stood with his hands behind his back, guiding every senior high school student who came to register. When Zhou Jun arrived at the scene, a boy from the next class was testing. He placed his palm on the divine bead, and the latter shone with purple light. After a few breaths, a line of text condensed in midair. The middle-aged man glanced at it and announced expressionlessly. Liu Xiaoshan, Class 7, Grade 3, Level 3, Awakening Talent C-Level War Cry, meets the standards for taking the college entrance examination. Liu Xiaoshan couldn't help but waved his fist excitedly after hearing this. After working hard for countless days and nights, I finally got the qualification for the college entrance examination. Although he only has C-level talent and cannot get into a first-rate school, there is still hope for a second or third-rate student if he works hard. As for the audience, many onlookers lost interest after hearing Liu Xiaoshan's talent level. After all, C-level talents are too common, even though most of them have talents at this level. I wonder if there will be 1 or 2 S-level geniuses in our 5th middle school this year. Do you think this is the number? 1 middle school. It's still S-level. If you get a few A-levels, you're lucky. Yes, as of today, the most talented person registered in the 5th middle school this year is senior sister Liang Yu from Class 2, Grade 3, and she only has a B-level talent. Alas, it's so difficult to awaken high-level talents. Quote. The students who were watching were discussing in a lively manner. Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan also listened to these words. When he saw the corners of Yi Changshan's mouth raised obviously, there was a deep sense of pride in his eyes. Brother Jun, did you hear that? Liang Yu, the most talented person in this year's class, is only at level B. I'm level A. Waiting for the on-field test, it will definitely shock their eyes. Yi Changshan talked and gestured happily. Okay, when the results of your awakening are announced, I will take the lead in cheering you up. Zhou Jun responded with a smile, but there was still something left unsaid in his heart. That is, Yi Changshan is not the strongest talent this year. According to the memory of the previous life, number 5 middle school really produced an S-level genius this year. If I remember correctly, the girl seemed to be registering for the college entrance examination today. Thinking of this, Zhou Jun was quite interested and quietly looked forward to it. At the same time, outside the gymnasium, Peng Yu and Wang Tong looked in with gloomy faces. Brother Yu, that guy Zhou Jun never goes to the gym. He suddenly came here today. Could it be that he reached level 3 and completed his awakening? Wang Tong, who was well built, looked a little worried. Peng Yu glanced at him coldly and hummed, "Are you scared?" Anyway, Mr. Zhou is that person's son." Wang Tong grimaced and finally expressed his worries. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. If Mr. Zhou really awakens to an S-level talent or above, what will he do if he comes to settle accounts with us? Is Master Zhou Wang really willing to protect us? Hearing this, Peng Yu was also a little silent. After a while, he suddenly gritted his teeth. When you draw your bow, there is no turning back. You have already offended me, so you will be offended until death. Besides, didn't Master Zhou Wang say that? He has already used his methods, and there is a high probability that Mr. Zhou will not be able to awaken any top talents. As soon as these words came out, Wang Tong, who was looking forward and backward, no longer hesitated. The two men walked towards the gymnasium with fierce looks. The next one is Yi Changshan from Class 8, Grade 3. On the black high platform in the center, as the middle-aged man's voice came out, Yi Changshan walked out in a flash. That majestic figure like an iron tower caused the surrounding junior students to exclaim in surprise. Even the middle-aged man couldn't help but take a few more glances. This looks good enough for a man, he secretly praised in his heart, and his face became a little more pleasant. Classmate Yi, put your hand up. Good teacher. Yi Changshan nodded excitedly and placed his thick palm on the divine bead. Even though he already knew what his talent was, it was the first time he showed it in front of so many people, so Yi Changshan was still very excited. At this moment, as the movement of his palm continued, the Tongshan pearl was also shining brightly. That purple light was stronger than anyone before, almost casting a hazy halo over the entire gymnasium. This scene is at least grade A. When the middle-aged man saw this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He is not a teacher at the No. 5 middle school, but a public official affiliated with the Linyuan City Federation. This time he was specially hired by the No. 5 middle school to register college entrance examination materials. But in addition, identifying talented students is also one of his tasks. The Federation has never been stingy in supporting young geniuses. This is also the reason why the human race can prosper. After a few breaths, the purple light finally faded away. The middle-aged man also announced in surprise. Yi Changshan, Class 8, Grade 3, Level 3, Awakening Talent A Level Angry Eyes Foluo. Meets the standards for taking the college entrance examination. As the voice fell, there was an uproar on the scene. Oh my god, A-level talent, I'm jealous. By the way, Senior Yi is our first A-level talent in No. 5 middle school, right? That's right, and the talent of Angry Eyes Foluo is among the best even in A-level, and can even be comparable to S-level to a certain extent. Yi Changshan has given us a good reputation in No. 5 middle school. Listening to the exclamations of everyone in the audience, Yi Changshan's back has never been as straight as it is today, and his whole body is majestic and high-spirited. Classmate Yi, this is the Federation's reward for young heroes. You must practice hard and upgrade in the future, and don't let down the Federation's trust in you. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and handed Yi Changshan a card. This is a federal bank card with a limit of 2 million. Thank you, sir. Yi Changshan looked happy. Obviously he didn't expect to get rewards for registering a talent. After bowing, he walked down the platform under the kind eyes of the middle-aged man. Besides Brother Jun, I should be the most talented person in the 5th middle school, right? Yi Changshan returned to Zhou Jun, his face full of pride, and he was thinking secretly in his heart. Zhou Jun smiled and said nothing, nudging Yi Changshan to continue looking at the high platform. Because after Yi Changshan left, the figure in Zhou Jun's memory climbed onto the high platform like a relay. It was a somewhat thin girl, about 1.6 meters tall, with twin tails, wearing a simple black hoodie, with a lollipop in her mouth. At this moment, she had her hands in her pockets and was walking towards the divine bead in a hurry. Class 1, Grade 3, Wei Duoer. The biggest intersection between Zhou Jun and her is that they were flag raisers together. But this did not prevent him from being deeply impressed by Wei Duoer. Because she was the only S-level talent holder in the 5th middle school when she registered in her previous life. Moreover, the registration was completed just after Yi Changshan stepped down and everyone was still immersed in the surprise brought by the A-level talent. It immediately stole all the limelight from Yi Changshan. Yi Changshan was so angry that he showed off 8 bowls of rice in the evening before he stopped. At this moment, Wei Duoer raised her white and tender hand high and touched the bottom of the divine bead. Not surprisingly, a flash of red light bloomed on it. Many students were attracted by this scene. Why is this senior's magic bead red? Isn't everyone purple? Everyone didn't know that the red brilliance was a sign that the Tongshan Pearl had detected an S-level talent. The middle-aged man in charge of registration was already stunned. S-level. There is an S-level from No. 5 middle school. He was almost in disbelief. You know, even No. 1 middle school has only registered 2 S-level students as of today. But No. 5 Middle School, which has always been a low-key student, actually produced such a genius. What a blessing this is. At the same time, in midair of the stadium, the space suddenly experienced strong fluctuations. Then a half-hundred-year-old man appeared out of thin air and landed in front of the divine bead without saying a word. Principal's son. The middle-aged man was shocked. He didn't expect that the registration of senior high school students would even alarm the 80-year-old principal of number 5 Middle School. The old principal made a silent gesture, indicating that he should not disturb Wei Duoer. A pair of experienced eyes stared above the divine bead. After a few breaths, they finally saw Wei Duoer's talent information clearly. S level, Shadow. At this moment, the middle-aged man took a deep breath. The old principal, who kept his emotions to himself, rarely showed surprise. The reason is very simple. This S-level Shadow is a talent born purely for fighting. The growth potential is extremely high, and if developed properly, its effect can even be comparable to SS-level talents. Not to mention, among the many God Kings guarding the starry sky for the human race at this moment, one is the owner of S-class Shadow. This shows how powerful the Shadow is. Classmate Wei, this is a gift from the Federation for awakening your S-level talent. Use this resource to practice hard and strive to create another God King for our Federation. The middle-aged man stepped forward and took out 3 cards directly from his space backpack. A Commonwealth Bank card with a limit of 5 million. A Linyuan City VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy priority policies for many things in the city. The last one has no name, but it can be exchanged in the Federation for a set of excellent quality equipment that can be used until level 20. Facing this generous reward, the students around me exclaimed. Wei Duoer did not show a proud look like Yi Changshan, but still looked indifferent. Holding a lollipop in his mouth, he put the fingers of his right hand together in front of his forehead to make a victory gesture, and said crisply, "Thank you, uncle, I will treat you to hot pot now that I have become the God King." Ha ha ha, then I take it seriously. The middle-aged man smiled. At this time, the old principal coughed lightly and walked over. He waved and took out a brilliant belt. Then he smiled kindly and said, "Little girl, this mythical quality Dragon's Shining Belt can double the experience points you gain from hunting monsters within 5 days. It is a reward given by our 5th high school for awakening your S-level talent. We must upgrade well and strive to get good results in the college entrance examination." As soon as the old principal took action, a different pattern immediately emerged. The belt with a mythical quality directly made the onlookers gasp in amazement. After all, many people would hardly have a chance to even take a look at this level of equipment, let alone own it. Senior Sister Wei has reached the sky in 1 step. I never expected that a real phoenix like Senior Sister Wei would appear in the shallows of our number 5 Middle School. S level, I may have seen this once in my life. Senior Sister Wei has a chance to get admitted to Kunming University. Quote. Countless students from number 5 Middle School were excited and proud at this time. Yi Changshan's eyes widened, looking at the generous rewards in Wei Duoer's hand, and then looking down at the bank card that he was holding tightly, he suddenly felt bad. Zhou Jun felt funny when he saw his good brother's helpless look. Just as he was about to say something to tease, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly came to his ears. The last one, Mr. Zhou from Class 8, Grade 3. Inside the gymnasium. Hearing the middle-aged man's roll call, Zhou Jun took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the crowd. "Brother Jun, blind them." Yi Changshan winked at the side. Although Zhou Jun didn't tell him what talent he had awakened. But Yi Changshan has no doubt about Zhou Jun's genius. As Zhou Jun walked out step by step, the eyes of the surrounding people also gathered. Not far away, Peng Yu and Wang Tong were watching closely what was going on here. One of the tasks assigned to them by Zhou Wang is to pay close attention to Zhou Jun's awakening level. According to Zhou Wang, he has already used his methods, and Zhou Jun will not awaken any top talents. But even so, Peng Yu and Wang Tong didn't dare to be completely relieved before they saw Zhou Jun's talent level with their own eyes. Is this Zhou Shanrong's son? Seeing Zhou Jun walking toward him step by step, the old principal's cloudy eyes also lit up with a bright light. After all, Zhou Shanrong's name is too resounding. That was the genius of an era. Not only is it stunning in Linyuan City, it is also said to be one of the best in the entire human federation. And Zhou Jun is the son of Zhou Shanrong. His talent level undoubtedly makes everyone look forward to it. Perhaps, this is the real strongest student in this class of my 5th middle school. The old principal watched Zhou Jun leisurely walk to the divine bead, and couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. Brother Xiao Zhou, put your hand up. The middle-aged man had obviously heard about Zhou Jun. When he thought that the young man in front of him might awaken a talent exceeding S level, his attitude was surprisingly cordial. Zhou Jun did not respond, but held out his palm high. The moment he came into contact with the divine bead, a mysterious energy rushed into his body and swam in his body. At the same time, the surface of the Tongshan pearl was also brilliant. A radiance far beyond what anyone had awakened before burst out, and it was neither purple nor red, but brilliantly colorful. The colorful divine light fell from the sky like the Milky Way, enveloping the vast and supreme aura, sweeping across all directions at this moment. When have the countless students watching in the audience seen such a scene? Everyone was stunned. Yi Chengshan's face was full of excitement, and he pumped his fists and cheered excitedly on the spot. In the corner of the high platform, Wei Duoer stood quietly with his hands in his pockets, and for the first time, his casual face showed solemnity. She looked at Zhou Jun, who was enveloped in infinite brilliance, and calmly took 2 steps back. If anyone looked carefully, they would find tiny hairs standing on her exposed skin. Just like a cat that has an instinctive warning reaction when encountering danger. Didn't Master Zhou say that this kid can't awaken his top talent even if he uses all his tricks? No one noticed Wei Duoer's weird reaction, but Wang Tong in the crowd just scolded her. Peng Yu also had beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, staring closely at the stage without saying a word. 7 colorful divine light, this is definitely an SSS level talent. The old principal, who had always been calm and composed, was even more shocked at this moment, and the dignified level 80 skybreaker was actually trembling with excitement. Not to mention the middle-aged man, he was completely stunned. Since he took up this position, he has been to countless colleges and universities in the past 10 years and has registered countless geniuses. But S level is already the ceiling, and only one SS level has been seen. But at this moment, he actually wants to register an SSS level person in his hands. How can this keep him calm? The SSS level genius will definitely reach level 500 in the future. The middle-aged man swallowed, and various emotions such as shock, joy, and pride flashed across his face. Because his identity is not just as simple as a registrar, but he also has the responsibility of identifying talents for the Federation. For example, if a genius of S level or above is discovered in his hands, not only can he get the first come first served and make friends in advance. You can also get an additional reward during the year-end performance summary. As for the SSS level talent, which is rare in the world, it is even more exaggerated. The registration and withdrawal alone can cost millions of federal coins. So the middle-aged man was very excited. I am eager to know which talent in the SSS level Zhou Jun has awakened. Not only him, the old principal, and even all the surrounding onlookers, all acted in the same way. Zhou Jun, what talent did you awaken? Everyone was extremely curious. And at this moment, the endless rays of light that illuminated the venue, like a fairyland, finally dissipated, returning to the calm divine bead, and a line of text gradually condensed on it. The moment they saw that line of text clearly, everyone present was stunned. On it, it was clearly written, Class D, redistributed. Is there something wrong with the divine bead? For such a big battle, you tell me it's a D level talent. After a brief silence, there was an uproar in the venue. All the onlookers were talking wildly. The middle-aged man on the high platform was also dumbfounded. The enthusiasm all over his body seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. Principal son, how about I apply to exchange a magic bead from the Federation? As if unwilling to give up, the middle-aged man asked the old principal. At this moment, the old principal also turned from expectation to astonishment. After a long time, he sighed. No need, you and I both know whether the Tongshan bead will make mistakes. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth unwillingly when he saw this. Indeed, it is impossible to go wrong with props as high as mythical quality like the divine bead. Because this kind of divine object cannot be made by humans. It is produced in copies or secret realms. If there is any damage, it will be displayed on the property bar. It seems, this young man named Joe Jun really just awakened his D-level talent. Or a relatively useless redistribution of D-level talents. Thinking of this, the enthusiasm in the middle-aged man's eyes dissipated, and his gaze towards Joe Jun returned to coldness. Grade 3, Class 8, Mr. Joe, has been reassigned to Awakening Class D, and meets the standards for taking the college entrance examination. As the words fell, Joe Jun's information was also registered on the tablet in his hand. Joe Jun opened his mouth when he saw this, but in the end he said nothing. At the same time, Peng Yu and Wang Tong in the crowd breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that things had turned around. Peng Yu even laughed openly. I'm laughing so hard. It turns out that he's just a D-level waste after engaging in such a big battle. Jun Zhou, you have really embarrassed your father Zhou Shanrong. Hearing his harsh ridicule, everyone around him fell silent. No one dared to speak out against Zhou Jun. The world of the Sky Defenders is far more realistic than that of ordinary people. Because talent determines everything, Zhou Jun only has D-level talent, so he is destined to do nothing in this life. Peng Yu and Wang Tong are both B-level, and they have family support, so it's clear at a glance which one will achieve better results in the future. Therefore, even if Peng Yu laughed at Zhou Jun in public, no one would act like drawing a sword to help when the road is rough. There is no need to offend 2B classes because a 1D class. Of course, this does not include Yi Changshan. Yi Changshan rolled up his sleeves very neatly at this moment and hooked his fingers. Come on, if I don't peel off your skin today, my surname is not Yi. Although Yi Changshan was also confused as to why Zhou Jun only awakened D-level talents. But this does not hinder the relationship between the two, nor does it affect his dignity in defending his friend. Peng Yu's face turned pale as he was hit by Yi Changshan again and again. Brother Yu, that old principal is still here. At this time, Wang Tong tugged on Peng Yu's clothes to signal him not to be impulsive. The two waited up and finally did not break up with Yi Changshan. Zhou Jun on the high platform ignored the commotion below. He was staring at the evaluation given by Tongshanju, thoughtfully. As a mythical item, this divine bead didn't detect that his redistribution had been upgraded to the SSS level. In other words, it has actually been detected. It's just that in the database, there is no record of the reassignment of SSS grade, so the divine bead shows D grade information. This should be it, otherwise the rich colorful brilliance would not make sense. But what about his second talent? Isn't it possible to detect SSS level infinite sublimation? Or is there a delay? Just when Zhou Jun was confused, a middle-aged man's cold announcement sounded next to him. Okay, Mr. Zhou, you can go down now. After Zhou Jun's talent was determined to be only D-level, the middle-aged man even used the language he spoke to become alienated. He used to be called Brother Xiao Zhou, but now he is directly called Zhou Jun. He didn't even want to add the word student. Fortunately, Zhou Jun had lived 3 lifetimes and was used to the warmth and coldness of people, so he was not too angry. He walked down the platform calmly, ignoring everyone's looks of curiosity, regret, or gloating. Then he did not leave the venue, but stood quietly back beside Yi Changshan. Because he knew that the old principal had a major event to announce next. As expected, at this moment, the old principal raised his hand and pressed it down gently, stopping the noise in the audience. He spoke with a rosy face. Students, in addition to celebrating the birth of an S-class genius like Mr. Wei in our 5th middle school, I, the principal, am here this time. I also have a happy event to announce. Just now, the federal government specially approved a secret realm for beginners in our 5th middle school to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. This secret realm can only be opened for 3 hours. So there will be no classes for senior high school students in the afternoon. All registered students should gather at the playground and enter the secret realm to practice in 20 minutes. Oh my God, did I hear you right? The principal actually applied for a novice-level secret realm for us. Didn't the news say that the supply of newbie secrets is very tight this year? It seems that even the second middle school has not applied. Long live Grandpa Principal. Quote. Countless senior high school students in the stadium were discussing excitedly and were stunned by this sudden surprise. It's no wonder everyone is so excited, it's really hard to find a secret place. In other words, it is difficult to find the secret realm in the novice stage. On Blue Star, countless dungeons and secret realms have been created over thousands of years, with varying degrees of difficulty. The dungeon is permanently stationed in the wild and is open at any time. It is very difficult to create a secret realm, and special props are needed to summon it. Compared with dungeons, secret realms provide more experience points for killing monsters, and the explosion rate of equipment is also greater. Most importantly, there is a death immunity within the secret realm. For this reason, props for summoning secret realms are very popular on Blue Star, and demand exceeds supply. This is especially true for the novice stage secret realm. The highest level of monsters is only level 10, which is very suitable for newcomers who have just awakened to experience. The only drawback is that the secret realm lasts for a short time. It usually only lasts a few hours before dissipating. Among the countless colleges and universities across the Federation, it is rare to find a secret realm. In Linyuan City, such good things are usually allocated to one middle school and two middle schools first. Unexpectedly, number 5 middle school was assigned one this time. For the senior students of number 5 middle school, this is indeed a happy event that only happens once in a century. More than 10 minutes later, the students in the gymnasium have almost dispersed. The first and second graders went back to class, while the seniors met on the playground. Only the middle-aged man in charge of registration was left in the entire stadium. After he checked the information he had compiled on the tablet again, he planned to reach out and put away the suspended divine beads to complete today's work. However, when his eyes fell on the divine bead again, his whole person was suddenly stunned. Immediately afterwards, an obviously trembling voice was heard. How could this happen? The middle-aged man was speechless and pointed at the divine bead in astonishment. A pair of pupils could not help but dilate at this moment. Only in front of him, the pure white divine bead was emitting a 9-color brilliance that had never been seen in thousands of years, and it was extremely dazzling. And the words that gradually appeared above it were even more eye-catching. Student name, Jo Jun. Second talent level, SSS level. Talent information, unable to match. Talent attributes, unique. The 3 keywords are obviously not thick in writing, but at this moment they are as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Because SSS level represents the highest level of talent. The inability to match means that the Tongshinju cannot detect the specific information of this talent. Unique means that this talent is unique and only one person in the world possesses it. There was a click sound. It was the sound of the tablet in the middle-aged man's hand falling to the ground. He paused for a long time before gradually coming back to his senses, but the look of shock on his face still couldn't fade away. Broken. Then he seemed to have thought of something, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurried out of the stadium. At the same time, in the center of the playground, a space crack more than 3 meters high and exuding a dangerous aura stood on the ground. This is the entrance to the novice stage secret realm summoned by the old principal. Under the command of the teachers of number 5 middle school, a large number of senior high school candidates were queuing up to enter. Remember, the secret realm can only exist for 3 hours. In these 3 hours, try to kill as many monsters as possible to level up. Weaker students can form teams with each other. But you must not risk going deep into the center of the secret realm, because the closer you get to the core of the secret realm, the higher the level of the monsters will be. There are even 10th level monsters in the deepest part, which you can't deal with. If you accidentally trigger death immunity, you must take the initiative to exit the secret realm. Because if you die again, you are really dead. The dean held a loudspeaker in his hand and warned repeatedly. Among the bustling crowd, Yi Changshan and Jo Jun were also lining up to approach the entrance of the secret realm. Brother Jun, is there something wrong with the Tongshan Pearl? Yi Changshan asked in a low voice. Even now, he still doesn't want to believe that Jo Jun only awakened D-level talents. Jo Jun didn't hide anything when he saw this, nodded and said. My first talent is indeed D-level, but my second talent is SSS level. As for the divine bead, I don't know much about it either. After hearing this, Yi Changshan's small eyes widened a bit, and he was so surprised that he couldn't even speak completely. Brother Junjun, are you dual talented? Keep your voice down. Zhou Jun kicked him. Ah, good. Yi Changshan quickly lowered his voice, and then kept giggling on his rough face. My brother is SSS level, haha. My brother is invincible. Zhou Jun, why did you end up with such a stupid brother? He sighed, put a hand on Yi Changshan's shoulder, and the two walked into the secret realm arm in arm. And the moment the two entered, the middle-aged man in charge of registration flew by like a whirlwind. Principal Sun, he simply ignored the teachers from number 5 middle school who greeted him along the way, and stood panting in front of the old principal, with deep regret and shock still on his face. There is nothing wrong with the divine bead. Brother Xiaozhou has a rare dual talent. The second talent is the only SSS level. What? The old principal was still wondering what the other party was up to, but after hearing the whole sentence, his reaction was even greater than his. Tell me what's going on. The middle-aged man did not dare to hide it and quickly told everything that had just happened. Then he asked worriedly, Principal Sun, you also know that as long as an SSS level talent from the human race enters the secret realm, the attributes of all the monsters in it will automatically double. If Brother Xiaozhou hasn't entered yet, I want to give him 2 pieces of equipment for self-defense, and then talk to him solemnly. I apologize, I just look down on others. Late, the old principal interrupted him bluntly, just a second before you came, Mr. Zhou just entered the secret realm. The middle-aged man suddenly looked bitter. But other students don't know the news yet. He seemed to want to struggle to see if he could cancel the secret realm. However, the old principal snorted coldly, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just think of it as training these dolls in advance. Anyway, they are immune to death once. In his words, it was obvious that he didn't take the doubling of the properties of the monsters in the secret realm too seriously. His real focus is Zhou Jun's dual talents. The smile on his face couldn't stop. An SSS class with unique attributes. I never thought that such a genius would one day appear in my 5th middle school. I just said that Zhou Shanrong's bloodline cannot be so cowardly. HMPH. Those old fools from number 1 middle school still look down on us from number 5 middle school. Their S-level students are not even worthy of carrying our classmate Xiao Zhou's shoes. The old principal had a look on his face, as if all the years of resentment had been released at this moment. By the way, have you registered Xiao Zhou's second talent? After laughing, the old principal stroked his beard and asked. Something went wrong when registering awakening information for high school senior candidates. This is already considered a serious accident. The most important thing is that it is likely to have an impact on Zhou Jun's reputation. The old principal didn't want to lower the impression of number 5 middle school in Zhou Jun's mind because of this trivial matter. So after reacting, I immediately paid close attention. When the middle-aged man heard the old principal mention this, his expression turned out to be extremely complicated, and even more so in disbelief. To be honest, I already reported to the top federal officials on the matter of Brother Xiaozhou on the way here. I just received a reply. What it means is that if Brother Xiaozhou's talent is true, he can be directly included in the federal preparatory list, and his personal file will be encrypted to Qinglong level. In addition, based on this own incident, the Federation has also made compensation, which will be distributed together with the SSS Awakening reward. Looking at what the leader means, it seems that in addition to various regular resource cards, an additional set of mythical novice general suits has been prepared for Mr. Zhou Jun. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, the old principal seemed to be frozen, and he was stunned for a long time without moving. Federal Standard Sequence. Ordinary people may not know what this is, but as the principal of number 5 middle school, an old man has been deeply involved in the education field for decades. The old principal deeply understood how valuable these 5 words were. Sequence is a concept proposed by federal leaders 100 years ago. It represents the ticket to the realm of top powerhouses. Every 20 years, the Federation will elect only one sequencer, and give this sequence supreme power and endless resources to help him grow into the supreme human race. The battle for sequence has always been cruel, and countless talents have fallen on this road in every session. But they still fought one after another, just to fight for a road to the sky. However, let alone the sequence. The threshold for becoming a quasi-sequence is sky-high. Ordinary geniuses are not qualified to contact him at all. Only the truly extraordinary geniuses who are truly superior to hundreds of millions of people can compete. This is not an exaggeration. There are 500 billion human beings in the Federation, and the exact number of each session will not exceed 50. What a terrible ratio is this? It's truly 1 in a billion. If we don't mention the distance, let's talk about Linyuan City. This city can be regarded as a large-scale city in the southern border of Daxia, but there has only been one accurate rank in the past 100 years. He is Zhou Shanrong, the divine dragon of the Zhou family. Now, the Zhou family has another genius, and Zhou Shanrong's son Zhou Jun has been directly included in the candidate list for the correct series. How amazing is this? No wonder the old principal reacted like this. Moreover, in addition to giving out identities, the Federation also gave an additional set of mythical novice suits. This matter is also worthy of careful review. You know, when an ordinary SSS-level genius awakens, the Federation will receive rewards, but they are far from being so generous. There is no need to mention the concept of mythical equipment. What is rare and valuable is the word set. When it comes to equipment, parts and sets are completely different concepts. The set is difficult to assemble, but once it is formed, it will have additional properties. This addition to combat power is by no means indescribable. The top-level suit plays a huge role in the Starry Sky battlefield dominated by the God King. This time, the Federation directly took out a complete set of mythical suits suitable for novices, which can be said to be quite a feat. It was completely beyond the old principal's expectations. It also gave him a new understanding of the value of SSS talents with unique attributes. Boom! The dull sound of punches resounded in the dark dense forest, accompanied by the wail of the monster. I saw a wild boar-shaped monster that was more than 2 meters tall and as strong as a hill. It lost its breath and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust around it. Kill the level 4 monster, the brutal pig. Experience value +26. 2 prompt boxes floated in front of his eyes. Zhou Jun clapped his hands casually and walked forward calmly over the monster's corpse. This was already the 3rd monster he had killed after entering the secret realm. 2 of them are level 3 and 1 is level 4. Perhaps it's because Zhou Jun's 4-dimensional attributes are so high that it's not difficult to get there. With a speed of up to 300 points, before these low-level monsters could react, the fist weighing 1,000 pounds had already fallen. Moreover, Zhou Jun also specializes in targeting the monster's weaknesses. If he is lucky enough to trigger a critical hit, there is no need to throw a second punch at all. Compared with other students who have entered the secret realm, their rich experience is completely in 2 dimensions. After all, no matter what, Zhou Jun was also a veteran who reached level 54 in his previous life. Dealing with these low-level monsters is naturally easy. I don't know where Lao Yichuan has gone. Do you need help? With his hands in his trouser pockets, Zhou Jun looked around as he walked. When entering the secret realm, everyone will randomly land at a certain location on the periphery. So Zhou Jun was not with Yi Changshan. But he is not in a hurry. The scope of this secret realm is not large, and the outer area is even more limited. As long as you walk towards the core, you will meet it sooner or later. It's a pity that I don't have any skills, so I can only rely on the 4-dimensional attributes. Otherwise, even if you encounter a level 5 or 6 elite monster, you can kill it with 1 move. After using 2 punches to kill an LV4 level colorful demon tiger that wanted to sneak attack him, Zhou Jun couldn't help but shake his head. In this world, the means for the Skybreakers to deal with monsters is naturally not just relying on awakening abilities. Just like online games, when you kill monsters, in addition to experience points, loot will also be dropped. Such as equipment, props, secret medicines, and even skill books of various qualities. They may all explode. It's just that the probability is relatively low. Low-level monsters below level 55 are destined not to gain loot. Unless you are at the elite level, there is no chance. Fortunately, the novice-level secret realm that Zhou Jun entered contained elite-level monsters. The name of this secret place is Merc Forest. It is relatively common in novice-level secret realms. Therefore, the information about the secret realm has long been revealed. The periphery of the Merc Forest is very safe, and only low-level monsters below level 5 live there. After leaving the periphery, the deeper you go into the core, the level of the monsters will also increase. The minimum standard for the birth of elite monsters is to exceed level 5. Therefore, as long as you go deep into the core of the secret realm, you have a high chance of encountering elite level monsters. With Zhou Jun's strength, it is naturally impossible to just hang around on the periphery. His purpose is very clear: go straight to the core and kill monsters beyond levels. Not only can you get rich experience points, but you also have the opportunity to get loot. Kill two birds with one stone. Just when Zhou Jun went deep into the core, somewhere outside Mirkwood, Peng Yu's whole body was glowing with blue fire. He threw a fireball to kill the LV3 monster in front of him, then turned to look at Wang Tong. "How's it going? Have you found any trace of that kid?" In front of him, Wang Tong held a dark purple longbow. His pupils emitted red light, and his sight seemed to penetrate the dark forest and look to the other side of the distance. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I haven't found it yet. But as long as he is still in this secret realm, even if he runs deep into the core, I will find him sooner or later." Peng Yu nodded when he heard this, with a flash of greed on his face. Young Master Zhou has already given orders. As long as we can keep Mr. Zhou in this secret realm forever, each of us will be rewarded with a silver-level weapon when we get out. You and I are both B-level talents, and we have reached level 5 early. Zhou Jun is no more than a D-level waste. Even if you have that A-level guard from Yi Changshan, you won't be able to get out alive today. Peng Yu and Wang Tong were both from second-rate families in Linyuan City. They awakened earlier than others and were at a higher level. Among them, Peng Yu's talent is B-level, Blue Ghost Fire. The effect is to restore himself to a certain state every time he uses a fire attack. Wang Tong, on the other hand, has the same B-level talent, Spiritual Eye. When turned on, his vision is like that of an eagle, and it has an X-ray-like effect and can penetrate obstacles. Because Spiritual Eye is an auxiliary ability, Wang Tong also tried his best to get himself a bronze-level bow and arrow to supplement his combat power. With the strength of the two of them, if they join forces, they can walk sideways on the outside of this secret realm. Even if it is a more central location, I still have the confidence to try it out. As for the reason why Zhou Wang knew that number 5 middle school had opened a secret realm for beginners, it was naturally the result of the two people tipping off the information. In fact, after Zhou Jun registered his D-level talent, the clever Peng Yu immediately chose to report to Zhou Wang. At that time, even through their mobile phones, they could clearly feel Zhou Wang's ecstasy and excitement. It wasn't until that moment that they realized that Zhou Wang's so-called method of influencing Zhou Jun's awakening talent was actually using the star-falling stone. For a moment, both of them couldn't help but admire Zhou Wang's courage. In order to prevent his cousin from turning over forever, he dared to use the star-falling stone worth tens of millions of federal coins to make a fool of himself. For offending young Master Zhou Wang, Mr. Zhou is destined to die without a burial place. Forget it. Let me, Peng Yu, send him on his way. The two of them sighed first, then sneered, and rushed into the vast forest with murderous intent. They are not afraid of the consequences of killing people in secret areas. After all, Blue Star has never had peace. I don't know how many people die every day in dungeons and secret realms. Not to mention that no one would pay attention to the life and death of a D-class waste, even if number 5 middle school really wanted to investigate, it would be powerless. After all, the crime occurred in a secret realm, and once the secret realm is cleared, all evidence will be eliminated. At that time, we can just blame everything on the monsters, and even federal laws will be helpless. The secret area is a good place for killing people and selling goods. How about finding a time to kill Peng Yu and Wang Tong? On the tree-lined path that was approaching the core area, Zhou Jun touched his chin and thought as he walked. As a reborn person, he naturally knows who Peng Yu and Wang Tong are. After the secret realm of number 5 middle school in the previous life was opened, these two people chased him like mad dogs in the secret realm. If Yi Changshan hadn't awakened his A-level talent and fought tooth and nail to protect him, he might have ended up in this ghost forest. Now if we start over again, this revenge will definitely be avenged. However, he didn't have time to go out to find these two people. The secret realm was only open for 3 hours, so it was wise to hurry up and clear monsters. When you really encounter Peng Yu and Wang Tong, just kill him. After all, he is no longer as helpless as he was in his previous life. Chapter 11. In the secret realm, time passes quickly. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Jun has achieved pretty good results during this time. He focuses on killing monsters with a higher level than himself, gaining experience points as fast as riding a rocket. Now there is only 5% experience left before level 4. Just kill a random monster. Just in front of him, there was a magic python entangled on a tree trunk. Following Zhou Jun's gaze, he saw the words LV5 floating above the snake's body. It seems that we have entered the core area of the secret realm. But I still haven't met Yi Changshan. The two of them had made an appointment before entering the secret realm. No matter where they were teleported to, they would set out towards the core together after arriving. Because the secret realm of Mirkwood is circular, the closer you get to the center, the less range you can move. As long as the two of them move towards the center together, they will meet sooner or later. Lao Yi, he won't be farming monsters in the periphery to get high, right? Zhou Jun complained in his heart about Yi Changshan's unreliability, but he kept moving his hands, picked up a fist-sized stone, and threw it towards the 7 inches of the demon python. Whoosh! The ordinary stone in his hand was like a bullet fired by a heavy sniper, setting off waves of incandescent wind, and nailed the 7 inches of the demon python fiercely. -762. The giant tree trembled, gray leaves fell into pieces, and the blood bar on the head of the demon python was reduced by 1/5. Zhou Jun let out a light sigh. Unexpectedly, this demon python is quite resistant to being beaten. This world is very strange. Although it is somewhat like the fusion of online games with reality, the fusion is not complete. Human beings have obtained an upgrade panel and have visible 4-dimensional attributes, but no matter how many levels they have been promoted to, there is no talk of changing jobs. And the so-called health bar will not be displayed on the panel. On the contrary, the monsters are exactly the same as the wild monsters in online games. You can clearly see the blood volume. Based on the research conducted by federal experts and scholars over the years, a set of conclusions has been deduced. Although humans do not have a health bar display, their ability to resist damage, regardless of equipment, talents, etc., has the greatest relationship with their physical constitution among the 4-dimensional attributes. If you have to use blood bars to measure it, then the blood volume is almost twice the physical attribute of one's own body. As for the evaluation of injury, it is quite complicated, with too many factors involved. But generally speaking, physical damage is related to strength attributes, and magical damage is related to mental attributes. Of course, the calculation of specific damage levels does not rely solely on the level of pure 4-dimensional attributes. The talents, weapon quality, and even skills possessed by an individual have a huge impact on the damage caused by monsters. Moreover, the monsters themselves also have various resistance, defense, immunity and other mechanisms. Although Zhou Jun has dual SSS level talents, his unlimited sublimation is not a combat ability. The redistribution was only based on the combat element. Plus he doesn't have any skills. So now Mr. Zhou relies on his amazing 4-dimensional attributes to push forward with the power of his body. He can easily kill monsters below level 55-5. But once you encounter someone above level 55-5, you have to do some tricks. The demon python right now is the best example. Only 1/5 of the blood was lost in one blow. This means he has to punch the opponent 5 times in a row before he dies. His SSS level talent is a bit embarrassing. I still suffer the disadvantage of not having skills. Zhou Jun sighed, wanting more and more to reveal a skill book. Then, he kicked his right foot forward fiercely on the ground, and the gravel in front of him exploded in the air, knocking back the demon python that had just attempted to fly and fall to the ground. The next second, Zhou Jun, whose speed attribute was as high as 300, was like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he hit the demon python with an elbow on its head, clearing the opponent's health bar. Kill the LV5 Elite Monster Dark Demon Python. Drop loot X1. Experience value plus 58. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 4. A series of prompt boxes flashed before his eyes, and at the same time, a rich light shone on his body. Jo Jun felt that all the fatigue in his body was gone. He briefly moved his muscles, and then his eyes fell on a ball of white light next to the demon python's body. The spoils of war. This demon python turned out to be an elite monster, no wonder it was so resistant to beatings. And he also gave him a trophy. Although there is only one, it is quite good. Jo Jun grabbed the ball of white light with some anticipation. You won't know what's inside the loot dropped by monsters until you pick it up. Whether equipment, secret medicine, or skill books are revealed depends on luck. It's a bit like opening a blind box. Therefore, picking up loot is the favorite part of all the Sky Defenders in Blue Star. The main focus is excitement. As Jo Jun put his hand in, the unique light cluster surrounding the trophy dissipated, and a thin, tattered book appeared in front of him. It's actually a skill book. Jo Jun looked happy, he really wanted to get whatever he wanted. As long as it's a combat skill book, it doesn't matter what the skill is. Because of Jo Jun's exaggerated four-dimensional attributes, even the skill of stretching the hips will produce unparalleled effects. After all, if he throws a stone casually, the power is comparable to the awakening skills of a Sky Defender of the same level. At this moment, the true appearance of the skill book was revealed in front of him. Name, Strong Kick. Grade, Bronze. Type, Melee Skill Book. Effect, gather your strength to launch a powerful lower kick at the enemy, causing twice the damage of your own strength attribute. Cooling, 300s. The simple skill description made Jo Jun's eyes shine. It turned out to be a melee-based skill that did not require any weapons to be used. Although the grade is only bronze, you must know that the Dark Demon Python is only level 55-5. It is already quite difficult for a novice-level monster like this to produce loot, so how can we expect to be of high grade? Moreover, the bronze level is not very weak. In the novice stage, most people have never even seen what a skill book looks like. Don't you see, there are still a lot of people working together in the outer area of the secret realm to clear monsters. Therefore, being able to master a bronze level skill at this stage is already beyond most people. As for the 5 minutes of cooling down, not only is it not long, but it is extremely short. You must know that Blue Star is in the real world, and downloading a dungeon is not as simple as sitting in front of a computer and typing on the keyboard to complete the entire map. A normal dungeon would take at least 3 or 4 hours to complete. There are even some high-level super large secret realms that cannot be exited at all for 3 to 5 days. The area is too large, and the distribution of monsters is not dense. If you are unlucky, it is normal to encounter a monster in half an hour. Therefore, the cooldown time of skills cannot be as long as a few seconds in fast-paced computer games. Legend has it that the cooldown of the top immortal level skills is more than 10 minutes, or even half an hour. At this moment, Jo Jun shook his head slightly, and no longer thought about those things that were and were not. Decided to start using the power of sublimation on this skill book. Infinite sublimation can sublimate all things. The moment he awakened this talent, it was destined that Jo Jun would never have the lowest equipment and props on his body. The same goes for skill books. So Jo Jun didn't hesitate at all and directly activated the Strong Kick ability. The feeling of being hollowed out came over me again, and the skill book in front of me also changed amazingly. Books are no longer worn out, but become brand new. Jo Jun looked expectantly. Name, Broken Bones. Grade, Gold. Type, Melee Skill Book. Effect, gather your strength to launch a powerful lower kick at the enemy. There is a certain chance that the enemy will enter a defense-breaking state. A successful attack can repel the enemy and trigger a shock wave, causing damage to multiple enemies in front. Cooling, 120s. At the end of one sublimation, bronze turns directly into gold. Across 2 levels in a row. The value of this skill book also doubled directly. If the previous Strong Kick was put on the market, it could be sold for tens of thousands of federal coins. So now, Broken Bones are still being snatched up even if the price is 1 million. This is how scarce gold-level skill books are. Jo Jun's face showed satisfaction, and he finally chose to study this time. I saw bursts of brilliant light flashing across my body. Then, a lot of martial arts knowledge appeared in his mind. A pair of strong and powerful long legs are as flexible as if they have practiced kicking skills for many years. Acquired the skill, bone-crushing LV 1 inch. A system prompt appeared in front of his eyes, and Jo Jun's eyes flashed with joy. This time he is also someone with skills. By the way, there are still attribute points that have not been allocated. After learning the skills, Jo Jun also remembered that he had just been promoted to LV4, and the upper limit of his attributes had increased a lot. So without saying a word, he directly opened the personal panel and activated the plus sign behind each attribute again. After a while, an extremely luxurious personal panel is displayed in front of you. Name: Jo Jun. Level LV4 2%. Power 700. Agility 700 plus 66. Spirit 700 plus 102. Physique 700. Skill bone crushing LV1. Equipment falling star pendant epic. Talent SSS level redistribution, SSS level unlimited sublimation only. After the upgrade, the upper limit of each 4-dimensional attribute has been increased by 400 points. Jo Jun, who has realized the freedom of attribute points, is rich and wealthy, so he naturally fills them up. Among them, agility and spirit are even more important because of the blessing of the epic equipment Starfall. If this panel data were displayed, it would probably shock everyone in the Federation. After all, it is only LV4, but its total 4-dimensional attributes are as high as nearly 3,000 points. I dare not say that it is unprecedented, but it is definitely unprecedented. As we stepped into the core area of the Dark Forest, the aura of danger became more intense. Level 5 monsters can be seen everywhere, and Jo Jun has killed many of them along the way. The experience value has also increased by 20%, which is like riding a rocket. In his previous life, he would never have dared to think of this. After using the skill Bone Crushing again to kill a lion-like monster, a dark cold pool appeared in front of Jo Jun. This is the territory of the leader-level monster, the bloodthirsty crocodile. Jo Jun, who has rich experience, recognized the place in front of him at a glance. Because Mirkwood is a relatively popular secret land for beginners, Jo Jun spent a long time in the novice stage in his previous life, so he knows the environment and monster information very well. The bloodthirsty crocodile is a LV8 level monster, and it is a leader level, with rough skin and thick flesh, and high attribute values. Among monsters, the grades are divided into. There are 7 levels: Ordinary, Elite, Leader, Lord, King, Supreme, and Demon. The higher the grade, the stronger the monster is. And in the secret realm of the Dark Forest, the highest level monster is the Lord level boss, the multi-eyed demon lizard, which resides in the center of the core. The bloodthirsty crocodile is the only leader level monster besides the many-eyed demon lizard. Compared to most newcomers, LV5 elite monsters are already difficult to deal with. To rashly look for a leader level bloodthirsty crocodile is simply to risk death. Because in addition to its own strength, the bloodthirsty crocodile also has many lower level monsters for it to drive in the cold pool where it lives. This means that if you want to take down the bloodthirsty crocodile, you must be prepared to deal with a group of monsters. The 5th middle school opened a secret realm this time, and those who entered it were all high school seniors who had just completed their awakening a few days ago. They have to form a team to spawn monsters on the periphery, let alone come to this core area. So almost an hour after the secret realm was opened, there was still silence around the cold pool, with no one coming at all. Jo Jun stretched his muscles on the spot and thought about whether to challenge his limit. Take this cold pool alone. With his powerful attributes, even without any equipment blessing, I am also confident that I can fight against this LV8 leader level monster. But after the first battle, his condition will drop a lot. It is not conducive to continue exploring the core center. Unless the experience points provided by this bloodthirsty crocodile can allow him to reach LV5 level in one go and refresh his own status. And just when Jo Jun was thinking about whether to be reckless, the whole person suddenly seemed to sense something, and he ducked 5 or 6 meters away. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the place where he had just stood. I just saw there. A little girl with a pair of black ponytails, a black hoodie on her upper body, and knee-length denim shorts on her lower body, with a lollipop in her mouth, appeared out of nowhere. He was looking at him calmly with his hands in his pockets. Wei Duer. Jo Jun recognized the other party's identity at a glance. At the same time, I was secretly surprised. because before Wei Duoer appeared beside him, he didn't sense her aura at all. Eat candy. Wei Duoer spoke calmly, took out a bunch of lollipops from his pocket and threw them over. Quote. Zhou Jun took it with some surprise, and then slowly stuffed one into his mouth while hesitating. Pooh, it's strawberry flavored and really tastes bad. Zhou Jun curled his lips and was about to ask what the other party meant when he heard Wei Duoer speak first. You and I team up and wipe out the cold pool. You get the majority of the experience points, and if loot breaks out, you choose first. Nod in agreement, sisters, I will rush to you directly. Wei Duoer twirled her lollipop and spoke calmly. On the contrary, it directly made Zhou Jun unable to deal with it. He hesitated for a moment and asked, I am only AD level talent. Are you sure you want to team up with me? As soon as this statement came out. But Wei Duoer laughed and said, will AD level talent reach this point? You are at least an SS level talent, maybe even an SSS level talent. Don't play tricks with me, sisters, be smart. While speaking, Wei Duoer raised her white chin and her eyes were stern, as if proudly displaying his wit. But unfortunately, Wei Duoer, who is only 1.6 meters tall, is like a small potato. Even if he raises his head to the sky, he cannot see the top of Zhou Jun's head. In addition, the reason why Wei Duoer is so sure that Zhou Jun is talented, has nothing to do with her so-called wit. The main reason is that her awakening talent, Shadow, has a passive ability, Danger Perception. Danger Sense. You can detect the aura of a target that is more powerful than yourself. As early as when registering in the gymnasium, Wei Duoer could faintly feel a ferocious aura in the crowd, like a savage beast. And after Zhou Jun came to power, Wei Duoer finally identified the source of that palpitating aura. When she looked at the word on the divine connection bead that said it only had D-level talents, she felt unbelievable in her heart. They are all high school seniors who have just awakened. She has an S-level shadow talent, far ahead of everyone else. But even if she is as strong as she is, when facing Zhou Jun, she will be unable to suppress her sense of danger. Obviously the opponent's talent will only be higher. That's why the current scene happened. Zhou Jun said nothing. He looked at the girl with twin tails in front of him with a strange look. Think about this proposal quietly. After a moment, the other party nodded with an expectant look. Okay, I promise to team up with you. Wei Duoer is not low in strength and is indeed a good helper. Although Zhou Jun did not have a close relationship with Wei Duoer in his previous life, he had vaguely heard of her name. It seems that after the college entrance examination, I went to a very great university. In addition, there is another reason why Zhou Jun is willing to be with Wei Duoer. He wanted to clear this secret realm. As we all know, in any dungeon and secret realm, the most generous reward is always the final clearance reward. As for a limited time secret realm like the Merc Forest, if the level cannot be cleared within the stipulated 3 hours, everyone will be automatically kicked out as the secret realm is closed. In Zhou Jun's opinion, this is simply a waste of natural resources and a wasted opportunity to open the secret realm. So when Zhou Jun entered the secret realm from the beginning, he had the idea of clearing the level. Otherwise, we would not have made an agreement with Yi Changshan to rendezvous. As for why Zhou Jun doesn't just do it alone, that's because, with Zhou Jun's current strength, the risk of doing it alone is too great, and there is a certain possibility of overturning. Although Zhou Jun's full-level attributes make his body look like a Superman, he has no equipment at all, and his magic resistance is almost zero. This is extremely fatal in the secret realm of the dungeon where monsters are rampant. In addition, it is only LV4, which is also a big flaw. The final boss of the Merc Forest, the multi-eyed lizard, is a Lord-level monster up to level 10. His subordinates didn't even know how many level 9 or 10 ordinary monsters they could control. The overall strength is very different. Even if dual SSS level talents can bridge the gap to a certain extent, they are still risky. Zhou Jun, who had been struggling in major dungeons for many years in his previous life, understood a truth deeply. That is, anything can happen in a copy. Until the strength cannot be completely crushed, only by being more careful can you survive smoothly. Don't wait until the moment of death to understand how heavy the price of arrogance is. It was too late to regret it at that time. The core area of Mirkwood. In the grass about 100 meters near Hanton. Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer were hiding among them, their 4 eyes staring like bells as they kept scanning the cold pool ahead. 1 2 3 4. With the lollipop in her mouth, Wei Duoer counted the numbers with her fingers, and after a while she exclaimed. A total of 16 level 5 demon pythons. This bloodthirsty crocodile has such good tricks and has gathered so many elite level demons to work for him. 16. Then if you kill them all, wouldn't the experience points be enough to reach LV5? After Zhou Jun heard this, his focus was completely diverted. Wei Duoer was stunned when he heard this, and then his beautiful eyebrows furrowed deeply. Hey, you want to kill all the magic pythons? Or you really or not? We can just go and fight the bloodthirsty crocodiles. Once the leader dies, these demonic pythons will disperse. There is no need to fight them desperately. While speaking, Wei Duoer's eyes looked like she was mentally retarded. Hasn't this guy ever played a game? How can anyone download a dungeon and fight the mobs first? If you want to speed pass, you must kill the lord first. Wei Duoer didn't understand. She even stood on tiptoe, trying to lift Zhou Jun's Tianling cover to see how the brain circuits inside were growing. How could anyone be so greedy for experience? Don't want to die. However, Zhou Jun seemed not to notice the problem and said to himself, these magic pythons are not strong. 1 punch at a time, 16 punches at a time, what's the problem? Quote. Wei Duoer was so shocked when he heard this that the lollipop fell from his mouth. Can you stop bragging? She had a look of disgust on her face, and her tone was mixed with disbelief. Even if you have an SSS level talent, I won't believe it if the attributes of the monsters in the secret realm haven't doubled. But now the health of these demonic creatures is as if they have been patched. Are you telling me to punch them one by one? Although this is Wei Duoer's first time in the secret realm, he has learned it in culture class before and knows how much blood each monster has. But when she came in today, she realized something was wrong. Regardless of whether it is level 3 or 4, the blood volume of any monster encountered will be doubled. Other attributes are also the same. What attack power, resistance. Each and every one of them was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they were ridiculously high. If her shadow talent wasn't powerful enough, she might not even be able to enter the core area of the secret realm. But at this moment, the man in front of him actually said that he would punch one person at a time. Did we enter the same secret realm? Wei Duoer couldn't believe it at all. But she didn't know that Zhou Jun's heart was messier than hers at this time. Monster attributes doubled. I do not know how. Zhou Jun picked up a piece of gravel under his feet and secretly flicked it toward the magic python closest to him. The latter was attacked and immediately showed his health bar. Only then did Zhou Jun discover that the elite level demon python, which was supposed to have only over 1,700 drops of blood, now indeed had 3,400 drops of blood. The monster's attributes have really doubled. He only knew such important information now. But you can't blame him. After all the monsters encountered before were easily defeated by Zhou Jun. Look at the blood bar. The health bar just disappears on the spot. Thinking of this, Zhou Jun didn't know whether to cry or laugh. All attributes of the monsters have been doubled. Doesn't that mean that the final boss is stronger than imagined? It's a bit difficult. We have to find Lao Yi quickly. Even though Yi Chengshan only has an A-level talent, his ability is extremely powerful, so much so that many people say Angry Eyes Foluo is an S-level talent. Especially in the dungeon secret realm, that ability is indispensable in the team. Just as Zhou Jun was thinking about these things in his mind, Wei Duoer couldn't hold it any longer. When she saw Zhou Jun didn't speak, she thought she had revealed the bragging thing, which made her a little embarrassed. Dang even carelessly patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, buddy. No one will laugh at you if you brag a little bit." While talking, as if passing cigarettes between good brothers, he took out a lollipop from his pocket and stuffed it into Zhou Jun's hand. Then he peeled one off and picked it up. Haochi Qianyan commanded, "You will be responsible for attracting monsters later, attracting those demonic pythons that are in the way, and creating a 1v1 situation for me with the bloodthirsty crocodile. I am sure to win within 10 rounds. Although Wei Duoer was squatting in the grass, her waist was straight and majestic. But Zhou Jun simply shook his head. "No, later, you will be responsible for attracting the monsters and attracting all the magic pythons to me." After I kill them all with a flying kick, we will go and behead the bloodthirsty crocodiles together. As long as you help me deceive its magic skills, I'm sure to win it within 5 rounds. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Duoer turned around as if his brain had shut down, and a question mark slowly appeared on his little head. What kind of spiral thunder fart are you farting? Zhou Jun's words were like speaking from heaven, which made everyone in Wei Duoer feel numb. She really wanted Zhou Jun to curb his bragging. However, before he could say anything, he heard the words, "Come on." Twin tails, coming from his ears, and then his little body was pushed out of the grass like a cannonball. She stood by the cold pool with a confused look on her face, and in front of her were the magic pythons that were spitting out letters and staring at her. Obviously, the many magic pythons were not very welcoming to the uninvited guests who suddenly broke in before them. Jun Zhou, I'll knock you uncle. Wei Duoer's hair exploded when he reacted, his danger sense alerted frantically, and he turned around and ran away without hesitation. As she moved, a dozen pythons as thick as water tanks in the cold pool seemed to have received the signal, and they all twisted their bodies and crawled quickly. Then a strange scene appeared. A petite girl ran around the cold pool with a lollipop in her mouth and her black twin tails flying in the air. And behind her, there were terrifying basilisks like prehistoric pythons, chasing after her like crazy. The girl ran and cursed, and dark shadows gradually appeared on her body, pulling the old man along as she ran. Obviously, he was so angry that he accidentally activated his awakening ability. Come on, twin tails. Zhou Jun was still squatting in the grass and cheering enthusiastically. At this moment, Wei Duoer had already run around the cold pool for the second time, successfully attracting all the magic pythons behind him. Jun Zhou, if you don't take action, you're going to burn your sister's heads for 7 weeks. Wei Duoer, who was panting, had gradually slowed down and his face was red. Behind her, the fastest chasing demon python had almost bitten the corner of her clothes. Fortunately, at this time, the hiding place in the grass was getting closer and closer. Zhou Jun no longer hesitated at this moment and rushed out with a single stride. With his left hand, Wei Duoer, who was flying towards him, was thrown around the waist and thrown behind him to protect him, and his right leg was violently kicked forward. The majestic and heavy mountain-like force exploded in an instant. Broken bones. Click. The skull of the first demon python that collided head-on with Zhou Jun's sidekick was shattered into pieces. A powerful force of up to 700 points of power burst out from the monster's body. With the gold-level skills, the blood bar of this demon python disappeared visibly to the naked eye. But it's not over yet. As a gold-level skill, Bone Broken has multiple bursts. I saw that the moment the attack hit the first magic python, there were layers of powerful shock waves spreading violently in all directions. It actually directly enveloped all the dozens of magic pythons gathered together. Next moment, boom, the violent impact and roar resounded through the woods, and the demon pythons turned into blood mist under the powerful attack. Only a few survived, but only a trace of bloody skin remained. At this time, a black shadow suddenly shot out from behind Zhou Jun. She is like an assassin from the netherworld, and also like the god of death walking in the world. In just the blink of an eye, the surviving demon pythons passed by. Dark shadows lingered, and black fog filled the sky. Those demonic pythons were attacked by unknown objects, and they let out shrill screams and fell heavily to the ground, no longer alive. Zhou Jun's expression condensed when he saw this scene. With his eyesight, he could vaguely see how Wei Duoer attacked. Dagger. She held a dagger as black as ink in her hand, which looked quite extraordinary and seemed to be a piece of equipment of great significance. And every time she swung her dagger, the dark shadow wrapped around her body would attack. That's Shadow Ghost, the passive of the shadow ability. It will perform a slash simultaneously with each attack of the master. The power is about 130% of the damage I caused. As if she saw Zhou Jun's doubts, Wei Duoer shook the loose hair in front of her forehead and said proudly. Then, he suddenly lowered his face and looked at him fiercely against the black shadow. Don't throw me out like a bowling ball again. I know, I will definitely do it next time. Zhou Jun nodded perfunctorily, but his sharp eyes suddenly passed over the python corpses and landed on the cold pool. There, a giant crocodile with an astonishing size appeared out of nowhere and was silently approaching the two of them. It is the LV 8-liter level monster, the bloodthirsty crocodile. Without Zhou Jun's reminder, Wei Duoer, who has a sense of danger, has already discovered the other party's existence. The dark shadow on his body became thicker and thicker, and the dagger in his hand was tightly clenched. Both of them were LV4 skybreakers, even though they had just killed a dozen demonic pythons in one go. But after sharing the huge amount of experience points between the two, they still fell short of reaching level 5. Zhou Jun is the most pity, although according to the agreement, the experience of killing monsters is worth his taking the lion's share. But in the end it was still a little bit worse. Otherwise, Mr. Zhou, who has reached LV5, will have an extremely easy time dealing with this bloodthirsty crocodile. Now, Bone Broken is on cooldown. I can only rely on Wei Duoer to pull it. And Wei Duoer didn't waste any time. He chewed the lollipop in his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. As soon as he threw the candy stick, his eyes suddenly became sharp. The black shadow wrapped around him, like a bolt of lightning, and he arrived in front of the bloodthirsty crocodile in the blink of an eye. Shuangyiang chaotic killing. Without any hesitation, Wei Duoer directly activated the Shadow Ability Awakening skill. In an instant, countless shadow clones appeared around her, all attacking the giant crocodile. Swish, brush, brush. The sword light shines one after another, like the death god coming to the world. Roar. The bloodthirsty crocodile roared to the sky, biting wildly with its bloody mouth, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Wei Duoer's clothes. At the same time, its dense health bar was directly reduced by 1/3. Zhou Jun watched the battle from the sidelines, unable to help but feel a hint of envy in his heart. This is a high-level combat talent, born purely for fighting. No skill is redundant. Play instant shadow chaotic kill 2 more times, and Wei Duoer can defeat this giant crocodile alone. Anyway, after 2 lifetimes of killing monsters, it's time to enjoy the benefits. Just when Zhou Jun was about to mess it up, but he saw Wei Duoer flying back in a flash, with drops of sweat rolling down her pretty face, and the black mist on her body had also faded a lot. I can't do it anymore, come on. Wei Duoer panted heavily and squatted down on the spot to start resting. Zhou Jun suddenly had questions in his mind. It was so fierce just now, he thought Wei Duoer was going to do it alone. The result is just a comment. As if feeling the silent chanting from Zhou Jun, Wei Duoer said angrily, "That was my awakening skill just now. It takes a lot of energy to use it once. Now I've cut off 1/3 of his health. You're so fierce. Why don't you just hit the rest casually?" Zhou Jun glanced at the broken bone that was about to cool down and sighed. It's useless just to cut its blood. Mainly, you have to trick it out of its secrets. Leader-level monsters have already entered the threshold of high-level monsters and possess mystical skills. And this bloodthirsty crocodile is very fierce in secret and deals magical damage. Because Zhou Jun was not wearing any equipment, his magic resistance was almost 0. The blood volume and resistance provided by the body's constitution alone cannot absorb the mystery of the bloodthirsty crocodile. It is difficult to escape, because the secret of the bloodthirsty crocodile is a laser breath that is as fast as lightning, emitted from its mouth. So Zhou Jun needs someone to deceive him. After deceiving the secret, you can engage in close combat. Of course, he didn't mean to die by letting Wei Duoer cheat. Although he didn't have a close relationship with Wei Duoer in his previous life, he had heard of the reputation of Shadow. I know that among this talent, there is the ability to fake death. That's why I say this. After Wei Duoer heard this, he showed a troubled expression and snapped his fingers. I saw the black mist on my body spread, and a wisp of black shadow fell on Zhou Jun's shoulder. Go. When you encounter a fatal blow, my substitute will teleport you to me, and it will bear the blow. Zhou Jun couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. Shadow's stand-in fake death skill can actually be used by others. Really convenient. Immediately, there was no longer any hesitation, and the whole person was like a sharp arrow coming off the string, fighting fiercely with the ferocious giant crocodile. The giant crocodile's attack was nothing more than a bite, but it was too big to keep up with Zhou Jun's speed. And with Zhou Jun's strong strength and agility, every punch carries earth-shaking power. He managed to suppress the bloodthirsty crocodile's health to 1/3 in just 2 rounds. Roar. With a shrill roar, the mad crocodile finally couldn't withstand the attack and entered a state of madness. At the same time, when he opened his mouth, the breath like a laser cannon burst out. Zhou Jun only felt his eyes light up, and before he could recover, he appeared next to Wei Duer the next moment. Above the cold pool, the power of the laser cannon dissipated, and the black shadow of the substitute given to him by Wei Duer was annihilated in it, and an eye-catching damage appeared. 2,700. Zhou Jun felt a chill in his heart. His 700 constitution, according to the calculation given by federal scholars, is only 1,400 health. Without wearing resistance equipment, it is absolutely impossible to withstand this blow. Sure enough, once the monster race rises to the leader level, it will undergo a qualitative change. With this emotion in his heart, Zhou Jun's movements were not slow, and he directly kicked him in the air. Broken bones. When the gold level skill was activated, the bloodthirsty crocodile without its secrets was like a lamb to be slaughtered, and he let out a painful wail in an instant. Above its head, a broken shield logo appeared. This is exactly the special effect of breaking defense. The bloodthirsty crocodile, which entered the defense-breaking state, was cleared of its health bar by the scattered shock waves without Zhou Jun taking any action. Wei Duer's beautiful eyes lit up from behind. This guy really has two skills. The damage of one skill is as high as my awakening skill. When I was sighing in my heart, the reward for killing the boss-level monster has arrived. I saw white light flashing on the two people one after another. Apparently both of them have been promoted to LV5. Kill the LV8 leader monster bloodthirsty crocodile. Drop loot x2. Experience value plus 219. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 5. A series of prompts appeared in front of the two people. I saw white light surging all over Zhou Jun's body, and his various states returned to their peak due to the improvement in level. Suddenly, he looked at the corpse of the monster at his feet with a bright look on his face. The bright trophy light group is very eye-catching. Behind him, Wei Duer hummed a little tune and jumped up to him. Although after the two teamed up, she could only get a small portion of the experience points according to the agreement. But he has the mythical equipment Dragon's Shining Belt given to him by the old principal. The feature of gaining double experience made her not far behind Zhou Jun in terms of level. In addition, they had killed more than a dozen demon pythons before, and with the accumulation of massive experience points, the two of them were able to level up together. Both stepped into LV5. Twin ponytails, how lucky are you? Zhou Jun was not surprised by Wei Duer's upgrade. He was staring at the trophy and asked without looking back. But he saw the girl flicking her black hair, slowly stuffing a chocolate-flavored lollipop into her mouth, her plump little face full of pride. Of course it's a good hit. Let me describe it to you this way, ladies, 9 out of 10 scratch tickets will win. Real or fake? Zhou Jun was a little suspicious, but his body still moved away obediently. He pursed his lips at the glowing white trophy. Come and touch it. If you don't find something good, I will laugh at you forever. Cut. Wei Duer looked disapproving and walked up to the trophy light ball frankly. I can touch it if I want. As he said that, he stretched out his white little palm. In an instant, the dazzling white light faded, and two pieces of equipment emitting a cold light appeared in front of them. Zhou Jun's eyes narrowed and he looked over quickly. Name, Dark Victory short boots. Grade, silver. Type, leather armor, shoes. Restrictions, LV5 LV20. Agility, plus 32. Strength, plus 27. Physical defense, plus 329. Explanation: the trophies of conquering the bloodthirsty crocodile mean that you have set foot in the core area of the dark forest. After equipping it, the damage of awakening skills will increase by 1%. The first trophy is a piece of leather armor. In this world, all armor equipment is divided into 3 types: heavy armor, leather armor, and light armor. The most intuitive experience of the difference between the 3 types of equipment is in the distribution of attributes. For example, heavy armor has the highest proportion of attributes in all aspects, but its shortcoming is also obvious, that is, it is extremely heavy. After wearing it, there will be an obvious sense of weight, which will greatly affect your body posture. They are usually assembled by strong men with higher physical attributes. Leather armor has no effect on the weight, but its defense is correspondingly inferior to that of heavy armor. However, the bonus to agility and strength is considerable. Suitable for sky breakers who want to deal with high injury bursts. As for the final light armor, it is somewhere in the middle between the two, with a delicate balance. There are neither obvious shortcomings nor noticeable advantages. After Wade Duoer saw the properties of these boots, he couldn't move his eyes away, and his tears almost dripped to the ground. If we describe it according to the parlance of online games, Wade Duoer, who has the shadow talent, is indeed more like an assassin who takes a high explosion route. Jo Jun is not interested in these boots. All his attribute values are filled up at every level, and his future development path will be like becoming a saint in the flesh. If I had to choose an equipment category, it would definitely be heavy armor. After all, if you only look at the attribute bonus, heavy armor is the best among the three types of armor. As for the shortcomings of carrying weight, it may be a headache for ordinary people. But in front of Jo Jun, who has all the attributes at full value, it is dispensable. Collecting armor is still too far away for Jo Jun, and his attention is now attracted by the second piece of equipment. That was a pitch-black horizontal knife. Named Refined Crocodile Tooth Horizontal Knife. Grade, Silver. Type, Knife Weapon. Restrictions, LV5 LV20. Agility, +3-1. Strength, +4-7. Physical attack power, +211. Description: a horizontal knife made from the teeth of the leader-level monster, the bloodthirsty crocodile. It cuts iron like mud. Each attack has a 5% chance of causing a chain lightning, which can paralyze up to 3 units and cause a certain amount of damage. Looking at the seemingly ordinary attribute introduction, Jo Jun's eyes were flashing with excitement that could not be concealed. This refined crocodile tooth horizontal knife is a really good thing. When he was a novice in his previous life, he heard people discuss this weapon more than once. It's not that the damage of this weapon is high, but its characteristic, the paralysis effect of chain lightning, is very overbearing. Belongs to strong control. Once triggered, it can be controlled for at least 3 seconds. This can be called a divine help for novices who are extremely lacking in early attack and life-saving means. On the black market, the price once reached 300,000 federal coins. That's it, it's still priceless. In Jo Jun's previous life, he had been in the novice stage for a long time, and he was very eager to possess such a weapon. It's a pity that the explosion rate of this horizontal sword is notoriously low. Some strong men furiously swipe the cold pool 100 times before barely breaking out one. In the end, Jo Jun never saw this horizontal sword with his own eyes until he left the novice stage. This incident became a regret for him for many years to come. But he didn't expect that after his rebirth, he would get the white moonlight weapon that he had used as a novice so easily during his first visit to Hanton. For a moment, I didn't know whether to lament that it was fate that played a trick on people, or that Wade Duoer was just lucky. Ahem, little gentleman, I'm in a good mood, sister, so I'll let you choose first. Just as Jo Jun was staring at the dark hangdao, Wade Duoer's pretentious voice came to his ears. Jo Jun's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, obviously feeling deeply speechless at the phrase, little gentleman, in his words. He glanced at Wade Duoer, who only looked at his chest and the 2 ponytails on his head. I really can't figure out how the other party dares to call herself sister. First of all, I have reserved this horizontal sword. Secondly, according to the agreement of the team, I should choose all the trophies first. Jo Jun spoke calmly and pointed out the other party's clumsy act of selling favors. Wade Duoer was exposed on the spot and couldn't help but blush. After snorting in embarrassment, he picked up the shiny short boots and found an open place to study them happily. Seeing this, Jo Jun also picked up the black horizontal knife in his hand. The eyes sparkled with brilliance. Talent, infinite sublimation activated. Instantly, the familiar feeling of emptiness washed over me. But the black horizontal sword in front of him was also wrapped in a strange divine light, and its appearance changed drastically. In addition to being completely black, there are also dark purple lines on the blade. It was as if a peerless strong man had embedded the thunder and lightning from the sky into it. Congratulations, your refined crocodile fang hangdao has been perfectly sublimated into Extreme Blade Thunder Tribulation. Name: Extreme Blade Thunder Tribulation. Grade: Myth. Type: Knife Weapon. Restrictions: LV5 LV20. Agility +69. Strength +101. Physical attack power plus 498. Explanation: a mythical equipment sublimated from a refined crocodile tooth horizontal sword. It retains the characteristics of thunder and lightning. Now each attack has a 30% chance of causing a chain of divine thunder, which can paralyze up to 8 units and cause the attack power of this attack. Equal damage. When the brand new panel appeared, Jo Jun's eyes lit up like never before. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would trigger perfect sublimation again. Beside the cold pool, Jo Jun stepped upright on top of the corpses of the monsters and raised the black horizontal knife wrapped with purple electricity in his hand in front of him. His eyes were full of light and he looked carefully. After being perfectly sublimated, the appearance of the ancient Hangdao is greatly different from before. Those purple lightning and thunder patterns are very domineering and extraordinary, all showing the honor of being a mythical weapon. Not only has each attribute value been greatly enhanced, but the effect is completely different from the original one. The probability of causing chain lightning has been increased to 30%, and the number of paralyzed units has also increased to a full 8. It can even trigger an equal amount of damage. If the original refined crocodile tooth cross knife was just a plastic toy, then the sublimated Extreme Blade Thunder Tribulation is completely refined steel that has been tempered for thousands of times. Anyone who sees it will admire it. Jo Jun took a deep breath, his face also full of joy. With a thought, he equipped it on his body. Then, according to the usual practice, all the upper limit of attributes increased after upgrading will be filled up. What surprised Jo Jun was, after reaching LV5, his upper limit of attribute values will be increased by 500 accordingly. He seems to have found the pattern of the upper limit of attribute value for each level. Of course, this is only for now. Whether this will still be the case after level 10 or 20 remains to be seen. After a while, Jo Jun's personal panel has been beautifully upgraded again. Name: Jo Jun. Level LV5 10%. Strength: 1247. Agility 1200 plus 97. Spirit 1200 plus 102. Physique 1200. Skill: Bone Crushing LV1. Equipment: Falling Star Epic Extreme Blade Thunder Tribulation Mythical. Talent: SSS level redistribution, SSS level unlimited sublimation only. Although it is only level 5, Jo Jun's panel is not comparable to that of a level 10 Skybreaker. The fourth dimensional attributes are so outstanding that they have undoubtedly surpassed all the geniuses of the past and present. No one can compete with him at the same level, and the powerful strength attribute means that his attack power is extremely amazing. Even if you don't master sword skills, just by brutal slashing, you can still make the thunder calamity of mythical quality in your hand produce incredible effects. At this moment, Jo Jun was truly confident of fighting the final boss at the core of the secret realm. Even if all attributes of the boss are doubled, he is not afraid at all. It can be said that everything is ready, except for the manpower required to start a group. Double tail. Thinking of this, Jo Jun put Jinglei Jia into his backpack, turned to Wei Duer who was studying his new shoes and shouted, "Are you interested in clearing the secret realm?" The loud voice carried indescribable confidence, reaching the girl's ears. The latter was startled for a moment, then raised his round little head. His expression was a little surprised. "Young gentleman, are you playing this big? Why, the majestic S-level Shadow doesn't even dare to attack the secret realm boss in the novice stage." Jo Jun looked at her with a faint contempt. Facts have proved that although the provocation method is clumsy, it is effective. Wei Duer's pretty face turned red immediately. She pinched her waist and retorted, "Who said sisters don't dare? Let me tell you first, sisters are not afraid. It's just that the two of us are a bit overwhelming. As a conqueror of the sky, we should act more cautiously." Listening to Wei Duer's pretentious tone, Jo Jun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Don't worry, I also made an appointment with Yi Changshan. His awakening is an A-level talent. You should know that, right?" Yi Changshan. Wei Duer was slightly startled, and the man as tall as an iron tower could not help but appear in his mind. Although she had never interacted with Yi Changshan at all, Yi Changshan was right in front of her when registering his talent, and he was the only A-level awakener in the entire 5th school, so she was naturally impressed. The most important thing is that Yi Changshan's talent, Angry Eyes Foluo, is extremely resistant to injuries. According to online games, it is a top-level tank and has certain station characteristics. If you have Yi Changshan, you can indeed challenge the final boss of the Dark Forest. Thinking of this, Wei Duoer made up his mind and said, since you can get Yi Changshan to form a team, then the sisters will come with you. After finishing his words, he paused and took out another lollipop from his pocket as if by magic, then tilted his head. But you have to wait a moment, I have to do something first. What's the matter? Zhou Jun asked subconsciously. Just ask me, sister, isn't she very shameless? But Wei Duoer suddenly smiled slyly and squinted his eyes like a little fox deliberately provoking people's hearts. Zhou Jun was immediately speechless, and then shook his head helplessly. No matter what you want to do, you want it to be done quickly. The secret realm will be closed in 1.5 hours at most. Quote. You're really boring. Wei Duoer, who thought she could have some fun, curled her lips in disgust at Zhou Jun's bland reaction. Immediately he folded his arms and groaned. Actually, it doesn't hurt to tell you. The main goal of my sister's entering the secret realm this time is not only to upgrade, but also to get some secret medicine to improve agility. And this secret medicine has a chance of being released only by killing the LV6 monster, thousand-legged demonic centipede, in the Dark Forest. So sisters are going to try their luck. But don't worry, I will look for you within an hour at most, whether I have got the secret medicine or not. Zhou Jun looked at Wei Duoer strangely. He didn't ask, but the other party took the initiative to answer. Human nature is really interesting. At this moment, he nodded with understanding and said nothing more. It is not easy to open the secret realm once. If you have the ability, you must try your best to maximize your combat power. Zhou Jun has all his attributes at full level and has no needs, so he just wants to upgrade. But others are different. In order to lay a good foundation in the novice stage, they have to rack their brains and do their best every time they improve their basic attributes. Wei Duoer's talent, Shadow, is very consistent with the agility attribute. Therefore, after Wei Duoer entered the secret realm, it was understandable that he wanted to look for opportunities to improve his agility. After lowering his head to estimate the time, Zhou Jun immediately stopped hesitating. Okay, then we will divide our troops into 2 groups. I will go find Yi Changshan, and you will go hunt monsters. We will meet in the center of the core area in an hour. Okay. Wei Duoer gestured heroically, and in the next second his whole body seemed to blend into the black shadow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He is truly a born assassin. Zhou Jun muttered, a little surprised at the other party's stealth skills. Then there was no further delay. After identifying the direction, he quickly moved towards the depths of the dense forest. Compared with the periphery, the scope of activities in the core area has become smaller and smaller. It stands to reason that as long as Yi Changshan also enters the core area, the 2 of them will meet soon. However, the reality is that Zhou Jun walked along for almost half an hour and still did not feel Yi Changshan's breath. What happened? Zhou Jun frowned, vaguely worried. Just when he was thinking about whether to return to the outer area to take a look, there was suddenly an earth-shattering loud noise in his ears. He followed the source of the sound with his eyes and saw that about 200 to 300 meters away, with a bang-bang vibration, the towering giant trees fell one after another. It was as if some terrible battle broke out there. When Zhou Jun saw this, his expression changed. He immediately thought of something and rushed there quickly. The distance of 200 to 300 meters can be reached in no more than zoomy space at Zhou Jun's speed. However, before others arrived, a ferocious laugh reached his ears in advance. Yi Changshan, aren't you going to kill me? Why are you forced to transform now? But it's useless even if you transform. I tell you clearly that today I will not only kill you, but also your elder brother. The arrogant voice resounded in the woods, startling the birds. Zhou Jun also looked past the heavy leaves to see clearly the situation in front of him. Just saw a relatively wide flat land. Peng Yu and Wang Tong stood proudly, with a strong look of amusement on their faces, and looked forward with a sarcastic look on their lips. Opposite them, confronting them, was a giant with an astonishing appearance. About 5 or 6 meters tall, his skin is dark red, he has 6 arms on his back, his eyes are like copper bells, his chest is covered with golden lines, and a string of beads made of skulls hangs around his neck. It's like the evil Buddha from the West comes to the world, and it's like the evil monk from hell coming out of his cage. One look at it is intimidating. If his eyes weren't full of human wisdom, no ordinary person would dare to stand in front of him without feeling scared. Jo Jun is no stranger to this giant Buddha, and is even very close to him. Because this is his good brother Yi Changshan. Angry Eyes Foluo, an A-level transformation talent. After activation, it will transform into an ancient evil Buddha 3 times its size. At the same time, you get up to 60% damage reduction, twice the total resistance of your own attributes, and an unparalleled strength bonus. It is precisely because of this amazing transformation characteristic that Angry Eyes Foluo has the title of the most fleshy tank. Ranked among the best among A-level talents, even comparable to S-level talents to a certain extent. After all, for the skybreakers who often play dungeons, a tank with excellent damage resistance is definitely extremely popular. When Yi Changshan awakened to Angry Eyes Foluo, he was destined to never be mediocre in this life. Even if you can't reach the top level, your life will definitely be more nourishing than 99% of people in Blue Star. In his previous life, Yi Changshan gave up such a luxurious life. With his passionate loyalty, he always stayed by Jo Jun's side and never gave up on the brother he regarded in his heart. Yi Changshan is indispensable to Jo Jun's promotion to level 54. Many times, without Yi Changshan's sacrifice to protect him in the dungeon, Jo Jun would have been dead. This kind of kindness was not something Jo Jun could repay in his previous life, nor did he have the ability to repay it. But in this life, he will never let Yi Changshan suffer any injustice again. Just when memories were lingering in Jo Jun's mind, the situation of the battle in front of us changed again. Tell me, where is Jo Jun? A dark blue flame the size of a basketball burned in Peng Yu's hand. With a fierce look on his face, he swung it hard at Yi Changshan's huge body. The blazing fireball quickly streaked across the sky and hit the latter's huge body heavily. Wah! There was a sound like barbecue, and after Yi Changshan's chest was visibly scorched black by Peng Yu's fire attack, bursts of smoke were emitted. If you say it, I'll give you a treat. If you don't say anything, I will shoot arrow after arrow at your bones and hurt you to death. His eyes flashed with light, and Wang Tong, who was holding a bronze-level longbow, tightened the bowstring and aimed at Yi Changshan's cruel smile. The two of them were like hunters who were sure of victory, constantly playing with their prey. At the same time, in front of them, Yi Changshan, who had transformed into the ancient evil Buddha, had blood-red eyes and was furious. How dare you even try to kill me? What a shameless statement. If it weren't for the sneak attack, you would have been dead bodies the moment you approached me. Yi Changshan's voice was like thunder, exploding in the dense forest. 10 minutes ago, he was fighting an elite monster up to level 55-7. But just when he was about to win, he was sneak attacked by a hidden arrow shot by Wang Tong. As a result, he was unable to escape the monster's dying counterattack, and his condition was severely damaged. Peng Yu and Wang Tong took turns advancing in a wheel battle, constantly consuming Yi Changshan's physical strength. That's how the current scene happened. Otherwise, with Yi Changshan's A-level talent, even if his level is not as high as that of Peng Yu and Wang Tong, he would never be forced into such a situation. HMPH. Sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Succeed as king and lose as bandit. How can there be so many what-ifs in this world? Tell me where Mr. Zhou is, maybe I'll be in a good mood and spare your life. Peng Yu snorted heavily, as if his patience had been exhausted, a fire snake condensed in his hand, pressing towards Yi Changshan step by step. However, Yi Changshan looked up to the sky and smiled without any fear. If you want me to betray my brother, you are not worthy. If you want to kill Brother Jun, you are even less worthy. Brother Jun is an unparalleled genius, and he will surely become famous all over the world in the future. How can he be defeated by Xiao Xiao like you? If you two are brave enough, take action and see if I dare to kill one of you before I die. As Yi Changshan spoke, the 6 arms behind his back slowly opened up. His body was obviously seriously injured, but it still had an indescribable pressure of blood, like a god or demon looking down on the world. The expressions of Peng Yu and Wang Tong changed, and they were frightened for a moment and did not dare to move forward. Seeing this scene, Yi Changshan sneered undisguisedly, and his laughter became louder and louder. After realizing that they had been tricked, the two people's expressions instantly turned pale. If I don't kill you today, I won't call you Peng Yu. But he saw that Peng Yu's face was extremely cold. This time he threw out the fire snake in his hand without hesitation, and it turned into a rainbow of light in midair and went straight to Yi Changshan's heart. Come, Yi Changshan shouted and was ready to fight. Whoosh! However, at the moment when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, the air suddenly exploded, and an indescribable force came first, hitting the blue fire snake hard and annihilating it in midair. The sudden scene made everyone stunned. Suddenly, he heard a sullen and domineering voice coming from the dense forest. Changshan, go and have a rest. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you today. Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Changshan's solemn expression immediately softened, and bursts of joy appeared. At the same moment, Peng Yu and Wang Tong perked up and stared at the direction of the sound. There, a figure that was not very strong but was walking leisurely was walking towards him step by step. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and held a long black knife in the other hand. With deep and calm eyes, he stood still in front of Yi Changshan. Brother Jun. Yi Changshan's unyielding aura disappeared instantly. He breathed a sigh of relief. His huge body disappeared instantly and turned into a human form again. Then with a muffled sound of bang, he fell to the ground sprawled out, looking at the sky with a simple smile on his lips. He doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Because his big brother is here. His big brother with SSS level talent. Jun Zhou, you finally showed up. Peng Yu and Wang Tong looked at each other, with uncontrollable ecstasy on each other's faces. I have never hidden, so why show up? Zhou Jun's eyes were as cold as ice, and he looked at the two of them carefully. These two clowns have been provoking all kinds of provocations since he transferred to number 5 middle school. The past life and the present life have been together for 3 years, and now it's time to pay back the interest for this quick talk. Thinking of this, Zhou Jun's expression became even colder. But Peng Yu and Wang Tong obviously haven't noticed all this, and they are insulting him as always. You have AD level talent, and you're still pretending. I originally wanted to give you a pleasure, but now I have changed my mind. I want to cut you into pieces of meat one by one and feed it to the monsters. Peng Yu's eyes were sinister, and with a shake of his hand, he condensed another fire snake, ready to teach Zhou Jun a lesson. Wang Tong even took out his mobile phone at the side, clicked on the recording mode, and took the video with relish. This was not a bad idea on his part, but an explanation to Zhou Wang. Otherwise, it would be empty talk, and even if the two of them had followed Zhou Wang for many years, the other party would probably deny it. After all, getting 2 pieces of silver-level equipment as reward is not a small amount. The two people, each with their own thoughts, were already imagining how majestic it would be to get the promised equipment from Zhou Wang after killing Lord Zhou. But he completely forgot who just defeated the fierce fire snake with one strike. Only Yi Changshan, who was lying on the ground, showed a happy smile at this time. Since you want me to die so much, then let's try. In the dense forest, Zhou Jun stood calmly in the center of the field, his eyebrows lowered, completely ignoring Peng Yu and Wang Tong, 2 masters with B-level talents. Opposite him, Peng Yu's condensed fire snake snaked around his wrist, and the scorching heat caused waves of fluctuations in the surrounding air. His eyes were cold and he was staring at Zhou Jun. Boy, I really don't know where you get your confidence. If you were still the young master of the Zhou family, I would turn around and leave. But now you are just a sinner, a lost dog, and your talent is only D-level. Why do you dare to compete with me? The Peng family is a second-rate family in Linyuan City, and although he, Peng Yu, is not a direct descendant of the clan, he has awakened the B-level talent Blue Ghost Fire, ranking among the best among the younger generations in the clan, and his status is no less than that of his direct descendants. In addition, he awakened early and was already at level 5 before entering the secret realm. And now along the way, he and Wang Tong have cooperated exquisitely, winning consecutive battles, and have successfully reached level 7. So he really couldn't figure out how Zhou Jun, who only had D-level strength, dared to be so confident with his level that was superior to the students of the 5th middle school, and his B-level talent Blue Ghost Fire, which was famous for its fierce killing. He talked. Isn't this kid so frightened by Brother Yu that he still thinks he is the young master of the Zhou family? It's a pity that he doesn't understand how scary Brother Yu is. Wang Tong witnessed this scene from behind and also sneered again and again. Being able to play with Peng Yu, Wang Tong obviously understands him better. Many people think that Peng Yu is just a simple playboy, but few people know that Peng Yu is actually thoughtful and ruthless. In order to successfully complete the task assigned by Zhou Wang this time, he deliberately obtained a bottle of silver-level secret medicine before entering the secret realm. This secret medicine is called Devil Attracting Incense, and its effect is not on humans, but on monsters. As long as the potion is sprinkled on the ground, all monsters within a 2-kilometer radius will be triggered into a violent state, thus triggering a tide of beasts. The original function of this secret medicine is to attract monsters for high-level skybreakers when they download dungeons. But Peng Yu was worried that Zhou Jun was being protected by Yi Changshan, an A-level master, which would cause his actions to go awry, so he ruthlessly used him as a backup. Trying to use this to drive the monsters in the secret area to kill people with a borrowed knife. But Brother Yu is still worried too much. There is no need to use the magic-inducing incense to deal with that stupid big guy Yi Changshan. Wang Tong cast a sarcastic glance at Yi Changshan, who was paralyzed on the ground, and shook his head secretly. Fortunately, he and Peng Yu had prepared for this for a long time, and even put the secret medicine in the backpack of him, a shooter. As a result, Yi Changshan was so unfavorable that things progressed beyond imagination. And now the biggest obstacle, Yi Changshan, has been seriously injured and exhausted. If he wants to kill Zhou Jun, a waste with only D-level talent, he will naturally be able to do so. Not to mention the most powerful Peng Yu, even Wang Tong could kill him with one arrow. Brother Yu, I've already started. Thinking of this, Wang Tong felt bored and simply pressed the record button, wanting to quickly complete this boring task. As the phone started recording, Peng Yu's grin became even more sinister in the camera. He said no more, looked at Zhou Jun as if looking at a dead person, and released the thick fire snake in his hand. Although the blue will-o'-the-wisp is only B-level, it is a rare natural combat talent. This type of talent has the highest bonus to damage. Any attack can have huge destructive power. Although Peng Yu is only at LV7, this fire snake attack is enough to kill an ordinary monster at LV9 in an instant. In his opinion, Zhou Jun only has a D-level talent. Even if he is lucky enough to be promoted a few levels after entering the secret realm, how much combat power will he have? Being hit by his attack is already a fatal outcome. It's over. Wang Tong curled his lips from behind, the boredom in his eyes becoming more and more obvious. Now I just hope that after killing Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan, I can find some valuable trophies from their bodies. After all, he was the former young master of the Zhou family. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, so there should always be something precious about him. Brother Jun, seeing the fiery snake dancing wildly, Yi Changshan, who was paralyzed on the ground behind him, couldn't help but become nervous. Although he was very confident in Zhou Jun's strength, after all, he had never seen the opponent take action since his awakening. He didn't even know what Zhou Jun's SSS level talent was, so he inevitably felt a little worried. This all sounds long-lasting, but actually happens very quickly. Just when the thoughts of the three of them came to their minds, the thick fire snake had already arrived less than half a meter away from Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jun, who had been standing calmly with his hands behind his back, finally moved. He took a step forward as if no one was there. At the same time, the dark horizontal knife in his hand seemed to turn into a thunder in the dark forest, slashing forward without hesitation. Brush. The extremely violent sword light, wrapped in thunder, set off waves of strong wind, whizzing down in the air. He wants to kill my fire with a knife. The moment Zhou Jun made this action, this thought flashed through Peng Yu's mind. This is a ridiculous idea. How is it possible to cut fire with a sword? If the fire is really extinguished, how much strength and speed will it take? Even those 500-level god kings in their youth would find it difficult to carry out attacks of this level, right? And Zhou Jun, an abandoned son of the Zhou family with a D-level talent, why would he dare to cut fire with a sword? Just when Peng Yu was about to speak, he laughed at Zhou Jun for not overestimating his abilities. But the next moment, the corners of his mouth could no longer raise. Because he saw a scene he would never forget. I saw my all-conquering blue ghost fire intersecting with the ordinary black sword, and the flame as thick as a snake was annihilated in midair like a candle blown out in one breath. He really managed to cut the fire with his sword. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? After Peng Yu reacted, he took a few steps back, his face turned pale with shock. Although the attack just now was still in the form of a fire snake, he had already used his true strength, which was considered the strongest attack. After he was released, there was not much mental energy left. But he was casually killed by Zhou Jun while strolling in the courtyard. Even his face remained the same, without any change. It seemed as if the amazing sword strike just now was just an ordinary slash in his hand. Nothing is impossible. Zhou Jun walked toward him step by step without feeling happy or sad. Although his body was not considered strong, Peng Yu was so shocked that he stepped back again, and finally fell to the ground. As for the rear area, Wang Tong, who originally felt bored, was completely sluggish. The phone with the recording turned on fell to the ground with a bang, without even noticing it. Is this really the Zhou Jun who only awakened D-level talents? Wang Tong couldn't believe it. But the reality forced him to believe it. Now if anyone dares to tell him that Zhou Jun is a D-level talent, he will just slap him in the face. Error. There must be something wrong with the divine bead. Jun Zhou, he is a talent above S level. Wang Tong only felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness coming over him, and his whole body was filled with chills. What made him even more desperate was that just a few meters in front of him, Mr. Zhou, whom they had once regarded as a joke, had come to Peng Yu with a long knife in his hand. The sword's light is cold and intimidating. Peng Yu fell to the ground. As death approached, he realized everything. The whole person couldn't help but his eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and yelled. You are obviously so strong, but you still hold back. You are simply scarier than Zhou Wang. Now you are proud, you can finally kill two powerful enemies that you have been unhappy with for a long time, but I tell you, Master Zhou Wang will avenge us. He was unwilling and humiliated. However, faced with Peng Yu's hysteria, Zhou Jun still looked calm. He just shook his head slightly. You think too much. From the beginning to the end, you and Wang Tong are just clowns in my eyes. Their only role is to add a bit of fun to my ordinary life. Strong enemy, you are not worthy yet. If I really want to kill you, it will be no different than killing a wild dog on the roadside. The plain words fell, but they were like a sharp sword, piercing through Peng Yu's self-righteous dignity. He smiled miserably, looking at the sword light that was getting closer and closer, until his vision was spinning and his consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. Peng Yu, die. Peng Yu is dead. In the dark forest, Peng Yu's corpse was separated, and the huge head rolled down to Wang Tong's feet. His blood-red eyes did not close until he died, staring straight ahead. Although everyone in the secret realm is immune to death once, but in the face of the huge power gap, even 10 times will not work. For Zhou Jun, it was nothing more than one more chop. Seeing that Peng Yu, who was strong in his heart, died immediately, Wang Tong was so frightened that he trembled like a sieve on the spot. There is no trace of the unruly behavior when bullying others on campus. Especially when he saw the man in front of him holding a knife like a demon walking towards him, he was completely broken. Jun Zhou, Brother Jun. I beg you, sir, don't remember the faults of villains and spare my life. I will listen to you in everything from now on. My family is rich and I can give you a lot of money. Look, I also have a bronze level bow and arrow here. If you want it, I'll give it to you now. I beg you, please let me go. I don't want to die. Shrouded in huge fear, he knelt straight on the ground and began to beg for mercy. All dignity and pride were forgotten by him at this moment. You want me to spare your life? Okay, you learn how to bark a dog twice and I listen to it. Zhou Jun's mouth suddenly raised a hint of amusement. After Wang Tong heard this, he actually started barking without saying a word. Good, it's a pity that I don't like dogs. Zhou Jun smiled and praised, then changed the subject and slashed at him faster with the horizontal knife in his hand. Jun Zhou, you forced me. Realizing that he had been tricked, Wang Tong's face suddenly turned ferocious. He roared suddenly and sprinkled all the secret medicine, devil-attracting incense he had prepared on the ground. Ha ha ha, you won't even think about living if I die. Wang Tong, who looked like a madman, followed in Peng Yu's footsteps after doing all this, and was killed by Zhou Jun with 2 swords. At the same time, the smell of the magic-inducing incense also spread out in all directions through the air. Zhou Jun frowned. With his rich experience in downloading dungeons in his previous life, he immediately recognized the origin of this object and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He obviously didn't expect that Peng Yu and Wang Tong were so insidious, and even reserved such despicable means despite their apparent superiority in strength. It is extremely dangerous to trigger a beast tide in a dungeon. Without preparation in advance, an ordinary Skybreaker team would not be able to withstand it. Wang Tong's move indeed created a lot of trouble for Zhou Jun. After all, this place is already located in the core and central area of the dark jungle. The monsters attracted by the magic incense are at least 6 or 7 level elites, and there are even some 8 or 9 level ones. A tide of monsters composed of monsters of this level can be said to be devastating, and few people in the novice stage can resist it alone. Zhou Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he had been a conqueror of heaven for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. However, he was not panicked. Instead, he felt a strange excitement in his heart and was eager to try. Although the beast tide is a crisis, it is also an opportunity. The locations of monsters in the secret realm are usually relatively scattered. For top experts, the trouble is often not hunting monsters, but how to find them. The beast tide can force the monsters within a certain radius to gather together, so from some perspective, is this not a rare level-up feast? The beast tide that others avoid, in Zhou Jun's eyes, is a walking experience bag. Boom boom boom. Just when Zhou Jun was looking forward to it, the ground beneath his feet began to shake, and small gravels kept being bounced up. In the dense jungle ahead, giant trees swayed, and countless birds were frightened away. All these scenes were like precursors of a world-ending natural disaster. Roar. Along with the terrifying sight, violent beasts' roars echoed all around. Immediately afterwards, countless monsters of all kinds appeared in all directions where Zhou Jun was, all running in this direction. The sound is huge and the scene is horrifying. The scene of the beasts rioting is enough to scare an ordinary person to the point of trembling and losing all ability to move. However, Zhou Jun's face did not change. He slowly raised the horizontal sword Thunder Tribulation in his hand, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Well done, he shouted loudly, and instead of retreating, he advanced, running towards the tide of beasts alone. At the same moment, Yi Chengshan, who was paralyzed on the ground, suddenly sat up. An invitation to form a team from Zhou Jun appeared in front of his eyes. Brother Jun, Yi Chengshan murmured hoarsely, and he understood Zhou Jun's intention in an instant. He is now seriously injured and exhausted. If he wants to recover quickly, the only way is to upgrade. Zhou Jun sent an invitation to form a team at this time, obviously wanting to share some of his experience with him and help him heal. As soon as he thought about this, the man who looked like an iron tower burst into tears at this moment. And ahead, the two sides were already fighting together. Kill. With a thundering roar, Zhou Jun's blood surged all over his body, and his body with a total attribute of over 5,000 was like a meat grinder, fighting around the tide of beasts. He kicked out, released the bone-crushing skill, and kicked the LV8 demon-horned rhino in front of him back. The additional shock wave effect even rolled up a large number of other monsters around, and most of the health bars were dropped. Zhou Jun, however, did not give these residual blooded monsters a chance to go berserk. He immediately bullied them, waving the sword in his hand, causing blood and flesh to fly in an instant. Roar. The miserable screams of the monsters resounded through the dark sky. The Thunder Tribulation of mythical quality was simply not something they could compete with. Every slash was a real dimension-reducing blow. Especially the special effect of Chain Divine Thunder, which can be triggered once every 3 swords on average. Not only does it cause extremely high damage, but it also has a stiff effect. A total of 8 units were attacked, which caused the surging beast tide to come to a strange stagnation. Kill the LV5 Elite Monster Dark Demon Python. Experience value plus 58. Kill the LV7 Demon Horned Rhinoceros. Experience value plus 71. Kill the LV8 Elite Monster Venomous Bee Beast. Experience value plus 99. Drop loot X1. Countless prompt panels jumped in front of my eyes, directly swiping the screen. Yi Chengshan sat in the back and stared at all this with his mouth agape. From his perspective, Zhou Jun at this moment was like a god of war with the power of thunder, alone in the beast tide, invincible. Every time the knife slashes, a dark blue grid will be formed around it, and no monster can withstand it. As this brother Jun's strength, Yi Changshan was shocked to the extreme. For the first time, he had a clear understanding of what a genius is. At this moment, Mr. Zhou was indeed incredibly strong. As long as the leader-level monsters don't appear, the remaining monsters, whether they are LV5 or LV10, are all a matter of one blow in his eyes. Even in just a short time, a lot of trophy-light groups gathered at his feet. However, Zhou Jun had no intention of paying attention to this at all, he only focused on killing monsters. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 6. Suddenly, a white light appeared on itself. Zhou Jun has been upgraded. The tired state disappeared without a trace, and at the same time, the upper limit of attribute points was expanded again. He didn't hesitate and just multitasked, killing monsters while using his mind to summon his personal panel to add points. Each 4-dimensional attribute skyrocketed by 600 points again, reaching an astonishing 1800. The total attributes are approaching 7,000. This caused Zhou Jun to become more and more courageous as he fought, becoming completely invincible in the beast tide. Behind him, not long after Zhou Jun had just upgraded, another white light lit up. Apparently Yi Changshan has also been upgraded. He stood up like a carp, his huge body stepped heavily on the ground, and his whole body condition had returned to its peak. Notice, Yi Changshan has withdrawn from the team. On Zhou Jun's side, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. He glanced behind him in surprise, only to see the Iron Tower-like man showing a simple and honest smile. Brother Jun, you kill enemies too quickly. I can't take advantage of your experience points and affect your upgrade speed. And now that I have recovered, I want to farm monsters and upgrade myself. Hearing this, Zhou Jun felt a little warm in his heart. No matter in his past life or this life, this man will always be so stupid and treat others with sincerity. He nodded and didn't say much, but his attacks became more ferocious. Every swing of the knife takes away the lives of several monsters. Young gentlemen, the monsters are rioting. Let's hurry. Just when Zhou Jun was killing everyone, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw a ghost-like black ghost passing quickly in the dense forest not far away, and finally revealed Wei Duer's figure. But when the other party rushed to the scene and saw the situation clearly, he swallowed back half of what he had not finished. "Why have you become stronger again?" she exclaimed in disbelief. At the same moment, a rainbow light falling from the sky attracted her attention. She looked subconsciously and saw a 5 to 6 meter tall giant Buddha appearing out of thin air, with 6 arms stretched out, charging into the beast tide. That's angry eyes floor. Wei Duer blinked and saw that Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan not only did not run away when they saw the beast tide, but took the initiative to fight into it. Their pleasure escalated and they felt itchy for a while. The whole person's face was flushed with excitement. "You can clear the way, but that sister is afraid of a hammer." She raised the corner of her mouth and held a chocolate lollipop in her mouth. When she turned her palm, a dagger appeared, and the next second it turned into a shadow and rushed into the beast crowd. Unknowingly, 2.5 hours have passed since the secret realm opened. In the room of the principal of No. 5 Middle School, the old principal sat in the main seat, smiling and making tea, while the middle-aged man sat on the sofa below. In front of them, there was a pretty woman standing there with a look of astonishment on her face. "Principal, you said, we have an SSS level talent in our class." The woman's tone was very surprised, as if she had never expected that such a talented person could be born in a small place like No. 5 Middle School, and that he was still in her class. The old principal smiled at this moment and took the initiative to make a cup of tea and handed it to the female teacher in front of him. Xiao Chu, to be precise, is a dual talent holder. However, Zhou Jun's first talent is not very good, so it can be ignored. The woman who was called to the principal's office turned out to be Chu Shuyan, Zhou Jun's teacher in grade 8, grade 3. She took the tea made by the old principal himself, her eyes still full of disbelief. "Jun Zhou, it was Jun Zhou who awakened the SSS level talent." Chu Shuyan murmured, feeling even more surprised. Zhou Jun was transferred to her class in the second year of high school. In her impression, this classmate usually spoke very little and was like a stuffy person. Only Yi Changshan in the whole class was close to him. In terms of learning, he is at a mediocre level. To sum up, he neither impresses the teacher like a top student, nor is he as memorable as a naughty and mischievous classmate in the back row. It can be said that such students are the most easily ignored throughout their high school careers. The teachers can't remember it, and neither can the students. Therefore, Chu Shuyan never expected that in the end, he would be the most talented student in the entire class. Congratulations, Teacher Xiao Chu, you are the outstanding teacher this year. The old principal stroked his beard and laughed, and told another piece of bombshell news. Now Chu Shuyan completely believed it. Because normally, even if Class 8 of Grade 3 is a key class, she will not be awarded the Outstanding Teacher Award because she is too young and has no qualifications. However, Chu Shuyan didn't attach much importance to the selection of so-called outstanding teachers. She is not from Linyuan City, and her appointment as a teacher in number 5 middle school is just a pretense. She actually has other important matters. But Zhou Jun's surprise at awakening his SSS level talent was genuine. Vaguely, she always felt that because of Zhou Jun's appearance in number 5 middle school, the last few days of this semester would become extremely exciting. I just don't know what type of SSS level talent Mr. Xiao Zhou has. If it's combat type, then I'm afraid our human race will have another supreme being in the future. The old principal took a sip of tea and couldn't help but sigh. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was also envious. There is no weak SSS class with unique attributes. Even if Brother Xiao Zhou does not have combat ability, he will definitely become famous in the future. From the opening of the secret realm this time, you should be able to tell something. After the words fell, the 3 people in the room fell into deep thought. This time in the secret realm of the Dark Forest, it can be regarded as Zhou Jun's debut. As for Zhou Jun's ability, we can see the clues from his level after the secret realm ends. After all, no matter how high the talent is, it still depends on the courage, means, and character of the owner. In the 1,000-year history of the Federation, there have been people with extremely high levels of awakened talent but extremely weak personalities. The result was that his transcendent talent was wasted, his level could not even reach level 100, and he was lost in the vast sea of people. Normally speaking, an SSS level prodigy who has passed the test in terms of character, temperament, and ability will be considered qualified if he can raise his level by about 5 levels when entering the dungeon for the first time. After all, they are all seniors in high school. It is their first time to hunt monsters. It is really good to be able to achieve this level. Zhou Jun looks much calmer than his peers. I think it shouldn't be difficult for him to advance to level 5. Chu Shuyan sat elegantly on the other side of the sofa, holding tea in her bare hands, and expressed her opinion at this moment. I agree with what Teacher Chu said. Except for the final boss and the giant crocodile in Hanton, the other monsters in the Dark Forest are not very strong. As long as Brother Xiao Zhou doesn't take the initiative to provoke them, it's easy to reach level 5. The middle-aged man echoed. However, when the old principal heard this, he shook his head and said firmly, level 3. Xiao Zhou will be considered qualified if he can advance to level 3. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. The middle-aged man frowned even more. Principal's son, are you looking down on Brother Xiao Zhou too much? I'm not looking down on him. On the contrary, I have high expectations for him. The old principal chuckled, poured himself another cup of tea, and then explained, have you forgotten that other SSS level geniuses entered the dungeon for the first time, but Xiao Zhou went to the secret realm this time? Blue Star rules. If an SSS level talent enters the secret realm, the attributes of monsters will automatically double. Xiao Zhou is indeed a genius, but for the first time a genius encounters a monster with twice the attributes of his first blood. To be able to raise 3 levels in such a situation is already a gift from heaven in my opinion. I heard the old principal's explanation. Everyone in the room just came to their senses. The middle-aged man stopped questioning now, and Chu Shuyan smiled. Then as his class teacher, I will give him more high hopes and bet that he can advance to 4 levels in a row. Don't be anxious. The secret realm ends in half an hour. You will know for yourself whether Zhou Jun will be promoted to 3 levels or 4 levels. The old principal laughed, put his hands behind his hands and looked out the window at the playground, where the cracks in the secret realm were constantly rotating, with a look of anticipation on his face. At the same time, in the core area of the secret realm, boiling murderous auras soared into the sky. 3 figures crisscrossed each other, harvesting the lives of monsters in the endless tide of beasts. Even if he fights to the point of exhaustion, he has no fear. Because as you level up again and again, all your fatigue and injuries will be healed, and you can return to fighting. It can be said that war feeds war, and the more you fight, the braver you become. The result was that the woods were filled with corpses of monsters, which were almost piled high into a mountain. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 10. As the bright sword light streaked across the sky, Jo-jun was covered in blood, and there was finally no monster within 100 meters. And his own level has naturally been raised to LV10. He casually inserted the horizontal knife into the ground in front of him, and opened his personal panel with a flick of his hand in the void. Add a bit, top up all the 4-dimensional attributes for me. As the thoughts surged, the 4-dimensional attributes on his panel began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body in reality also undergoes changes. The originally 1.8 meter tall man became taller, and his seemingly thin body became strong again. His arms are becoming more powerful, his abdominal muscles are sharp and angular, and his muscle lines are very eye-catching. After a moment, he took a deep breath and his body stopped changing. A pair of deep eyes fell on the panel in front of him. Name: Jo-jun. Level LV10, 3%. Strength: 5247. Agility: 5200 plus 97. Spirit: 5200 plus 102. Physique: 5200. Skill: Bone Crushing LV1. Equipment: Falling Star Epic, Extreme Blade, Thunder Tribulation Mythical. Talent: SSS level redistribution, SSS level unlimited sublimation only. Looking at the panel in front of me, Jo-jun only felt his blood boiling. Although he had long expected that the redistribution that had been upgraded to the SSS level would become more powerful in the later stages, when he actually saw the value on the panel at this moment, he still couldn't restrain his excitement. A single attribute exceeds 5,000. The total of all attributes is 20,800. What an astonishing statistic. Even when those god kings were young, they were far inferior to him at the same level. Chapter 21. Boom. Just when Jo-jun was savoring his own power that had soared to the extreme, a huge shock came from his ears. Turning around, he saw Yi Chengshan's huge body turning into a giant Buddha and walking towards this side heavily. There was not a single surviving monster behind him. Young gentleman, I have reached level 9. The void shook, and Wei Duer's body that melted into the shadow also appeared in front of Jo-jun, her pretty face full of excitement. A terrifying beast tide that would kill many people if not handled properly, turned into a feast for gaining experience points in the hands of the 3 of them. Not only did the 3 of them quell the entire beast tide, but everyone gained a lot. Wei Duer was very happy. The gains from entering the secret realm had far exceeded his initial expectations. She swung her black twin ponytails, and her leering eyes fell on Jo-jun's face, but they froze slightly the next moment. You. Daughter, you level 10. An involuntary exclamation rang out, as if he had seen something incredible. Then Beiki bit her pink-red lips and looked at Jo-jun as if looking at a monster. She was able to reach level 9 because she had a dragon shining belt, awarded by the old principal in her equipment slot, which could double her experience points. But what about Jo-jun? He doesn't have this kind of treasure that speeds up the experience gain, but his level is far ahead of everyone else. This can only show that in the massacre just now, Jo-jun killed the most monsters among the 3. You must be an SSS level talent, Wei Duer said with absolute certainty. Previously, it was still doubtful whether Jo-jun was an SSS level talent. But now Wei Duer can pat her flat chest and be sure, this kid is definitely it. This heaven-defying combat power has far exceeded the scope of ordinary geniuses. Classmate Wei, my eldest brother has a blood feud. His talent requires you not to talk nonsense when you get out. At this time, Yi Chengshan's dull voice sounded from above. Wei Duer raised his head and glanced at the ferocious ancient Buddha, snorted coldly, "That's natural, I'm not someone who likes to gossip." Speaking of Chengshan, how many levels have you been promoted to? Jo-jun asked at this moment. Yi Chengshan shook his big head and grinned, "Brother Jun, I'm level 7. After his transformation, he already had a ferocious appearance, but it was better if he didn't smile. With this smile, all the fangs on his green mouth were exposed, and with the ring of human-headed Buddhist beads around his neck, he looked like an evil monk from the hell of eternity, which made Wei Duo tremble. Zhou Jun nodded with satisfaction. Entering the secret realm this time, the three of them gained quite a lot, and they also took advantage of the opportunity to deal with Peng Yu and Wang Tong, which was perfect. Now only the Lord-level boss in the center of the core is left. Before the beast wave broke out, the three of them had to do some tricks if they wanted to conquer the final boss. And now, the boss would be brave even if he didn't run away when he saw them. In the following time, the three of them took a short rest and distributed the loot all over the floor. Then he walked towards the center of the core. While on the road, they teamed up with each other. If you don't form a team, whoever takes the last hit will get all the experience points of the boss. After forming a team, they will be distributed according to the agreement. This time, Zhou Jun didn't get much. The three of them shared 33.3% of the experience equally. Perhaps because of the tide of beasts, Zhou Jun and the other two chatted and laughed along the way, barely encountering a single monster. The journey was smooth and we soon arrived at the activity area of Lord Boss. This place is located in the center of the entire secret realm, dark and quiet, with a strange atmosphere everywhere. Yi Changshan and Wei Duo were both attacking the secret realm lord for the first time, and their expressions couldn't help but become a little solemn. Zhou Jun looked normal and took the lead to clear the way ahead. Walking along the dense jungle to the end, the view suddenly opened up. An open space the size of a football field appeared in front of us, with the ground so flat that there was no obstacle at all. In the center of the open space, an amazing building was built. That's a throne. Just like the dragon chair in the ancient Jinluan palace, guarded by steps from all directions, a dark jade-colored chair sits high above, overlooking the surroundings. Brother Jun, why is there someone sitting on that chair? Yi Changshan pointed to the royal chair in the distance and exclaimed. Wei Duo knocked him on the head and curled his lips and said, "You are yelling, that is obviously a stone statue, what do you think of it?" Ah, Yi Changshan was stunned and looked carefully. Sure enough, it was discovered that the person sitting on the High King's chair was indeed not a real person, but a finely carved stone statue. He is a male, elegant like an ancient Western noble, sitting there calmly, holding a simple sword in his left hand and a black chain in his right hand. At the end of the chain was a creature that looked like a Western dragon. That creature was real. It was lying at the feet of the stone statue with its eyes closed and resting. It wasn't until Zhou Jun and the other three came within 50 meters of the throne that they shook themselves and stood up impatiently. A pair of cold vertical pupils stared at the three people under the steps, which was very scary. Is this a dragon? Yi Changshan was stunned. No. Zhou Jun shook his head and slowly drew out the dark horizontal sword. This is the Lord-level boss, the multi-eyed demon lizard. In his previous life, Zhou Jun followed many teams of skybreakers to this secret realm. I couldn't be more familiar with this final boss. Perhaps because this secret realm has some kind of peculiar backstory, every time you enter, you will see this multi-eyed demon lizard resting at the feet of the stone statue, or in other words, protecting it. Only when the challenger reaches 50 meters near the stone statue will he wake up. Hiss. As Zhou Jun and the others got closer and closer, the multi-eyed demon lizard stood up like a warning, revealing its belly full of eyes. Those eyes were all vertical pupils, densely packed, and looked very uncomfortable. Wei Duo's petite body shivered involuntarily, forcing herself not to look into the other person's eyes. Yi Changshan and Zhou Jun didn't think anything of it, and were even a little eager to try. Brother, let me deal with this evil beast first. I saw Yi Changshan take the first step and directly activate his awakening ability. In a blaze of glory, his whole person instantly became giant. The ancient evil Buddha came out of thin air, and the many-eyed demon lizard couldn't help but take a step back in shock. As a lord-level monster, the many-eyed demon lizard is not small in size, about the same size as an excavator. But compared with the angry-eyed Foluo, he was like a toy in the hands of a child. Thousand hell Arhat hands. Yi Changshan heard a long roar, but saw the huge body of the ancient evil Buddha roaring, with 6 arms stretched out behind it, carrying a terrifying power, and turned into a phantom at this moment, bombarding towards the multi-eyed demon lizard. This move is clearly the awakening technique of Angry Eyes Foluo. Just like Wei Duor's awakening skill, Instant Shadow Chaotic Killing. Growing Eyes Floor. Although it is a top tank talent, its strength bonus is also unparalleled. Its awakening skill, Thousand Hell Arhat Hands, takes the power advantage of the ancient giant Buddha to the extreme, and is a famous skill that can defeat all laws with one force. Once activated at this moment, the power was astonishing. The 6 arms drew afterimages in the air, carrying a harsh sound of breaking wind, and hit the multi-eyed demon lizard like raindrops in the roar. 722, 691, 778. Thousand Hell Arhat's hands cause continuous damage, so prompts appear one after another on the head of the multi-eyed demon lizard. After a few breaths, this wave of offensive dissipated. Yi Chengshan's chest heaved violently, and he stopped and stood still. In front of his huge body, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing the body of the multi-eyed demon lizard. It was howling in pain, and a quarter of its total blood volume of 20,000 was lost. Big guys can do it. Wei Duor's eyes lit up, and he was no longer afraid of the dense vertical pupils on the multi-eyed lizard. With an excited look on his face, he took out a chocolate-flavored lollipop from his sweater pocket and was about to stuff it into his mouth. Zhou Jun was a little surprised when he saw this. Why do the lollipops you eat have different flavors every time? Does this mean anything? Wei Duor paused when he heard the action, then raised his pretty face and said sternly, "Of course. Just watch her pull out a series of lollipops of different colors from her pocket like a magic trick, pinch her waist with one hand and introduce. If you're in a good mood, eat the strawberry flavor. If you're in a bad mood, eat the grape flavor. If you're in a bad mood, eat the lemon flavor. As for the chocolate flavor, it means that the sisters are excited and ready to enter battle mode." Looking at Wei Duor's proud expression and the chocolate-flavored lollipop he was about to put in his mouth, Zhou Jun was speechless. If there are levels in eating sweets, then Wei Duor must be at the full level. And now, just as she said, the moment the chocolate-flavored lollipop was put into her mouth, her eyes became firm. Behind him, there was a raging black mist rolling in, with shadow ghosts floating in it. At this moment, Wei Duor was like a cold god of death. He stopped laughing and joking, clenched the dagger in his hand, turned into an afterimage, and rushed towards the multi-eyed demon lizard. Shuangyiang Chaotic Killing. The attack was an awakening skill, without any temptation. The black shadows in the sky surrounded the multi-eyed demon lizard, and every attack went straight to the weak point. 5600. An eye-catching red number appeared. Shadow was indeed a talent born for fighting, and the damage it caused in an instant was ridiculously high. The multi-eyed demon lizard's health was directly reduced to 1/2. It can be said that as a LV10 Lord-level monster, it has never been so aggrieved. It lost more than 10,000 blood in just 2 rounds. At this moment, the pair of cold vertical eyes turned, and he probably saw the amazing combat power of the team of sky defenders in front of him. When he screamed in the sky, he entered a state of madness, and decided to fight hard. I saw the many-eyed lizard man standing up, all the eyes on his abdomen staring at the 3 people angrily, so densely packed that it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. This boss is going to reveal secrets. Zhou Jun, who has rich experience, saw the intention of the multi-eyed demon lizard at a glance. He immediately pulled out the thunder knife and slashed the body into an afterimage. Although the 3 of them are of high levels and have extraordinary combat power, they will definitely pay the price if they underestimate the Lord-level boss's madness. You know, Hanton's LV 8-liter level monster, the bloodthirsty crocodile, can deal 2,400 damage in a profound way. Not to mention this multi-eyed demon lizard who is superior in both level and racial class. Its secret 1,000 eyes of demonic light is notoriously difficult to deal with among novice monsters. Not only does it have a large range, high damage, but also a fast release speed. If it were really released, everyone present would be able to eat a pot. Therefore, the best way is to predict the moment when the opponent is going to release the secret. At this time, either rely on high burst damage for an instant, or use strong control methods to interrupt. Although Zhou Jun has amazing attributes, his attack methods are still weak. The only skill, Bone Crushing, is only gold level, which is fine for clearing mobs, but not enough for dealing with Lord level bosses. Therefore, Jun could only rely on the second way to break the situation, using strong control to interrupt the multi-eyed demon lizard's spellcasting. The 30% paralysis effect of Thunder Tribulation is no joke. Coupled with the attack speed brought by Jun's 5,200 agility, it is enough to kill 3 swords in a short time. Clang! The knife struck the belly of the many-eyed demon lizard, making a dull sound, as if it had been struck on heavy iron armor. But at the same time, bursts of thunder with frightening power also surged out from the blade, and it was obviously lucky to trigger the chain divine thunder. The roaring body of the multi-eyed demon lizard suddenly froze in place, and endless electric light enveloped every inch of its body. The paralysis takes effect. Jun's eyes lit up, and he slashed out the second sword without hesitation. While you are sick, I will kill you. With this cut, with the blessing of 5,200 points of strength attributes, a huge gap appeared directly in the belly of the multi-eyed demon lizard, and bright red blood gushes out like a fountain. 6,100. Terrifying damage data appeared above the monster's head. Wei Duer behind him grinded his teeth angrily when he saw this. The Shadow Talent Awakening skill, which has always been known for its high damage, was incomparable to Jun's casual normal attack. Who can believe this? Are SSS level talents really so domineering? The stubborn Wei Duer was very dissatisfied, thinking that one day he would catch up with Jun. Seeing how fierce Jun was, Yi Chengshan just kept giggling, and his whole body changed from the giant Buddha state back to human size. The outcome has been decided. The many-eyed demon lizard, who was held in place and unable to even release its secrets, was simply a lamb to be slaughtered. Not surprisingly, he was easily solved by Jun. Kill the Lord-level monster multi-eyed demon lizard. Experience value plus 201. Drop loot x2. The same reminder appeared in front of the 3 people's eyes. As a Lord-level boss, the experience value of killing the multi-eyed demon lizard alone is as high as 600. Even if it is divided equally due to teaming up, each person can get 201. I have to say it's quite generous. Yi Chengshan, who was almost on the verge of an experience upgrade, rushed directly to LV8 because of this. Wei Duer sighed with emotion. I thought it would take some effort to clear this secret realm, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Jun leaned over to pick up the trophies, but he knew as clearly as a mirror that the reason why it was so simple was because of the great contribution made by the wave of beasts. The experience points gained from quelling a beast tide were so much that almost all the monsters in the core area of Merc Forest were killed. For a strong person like Jun, this is simply a top-notch opportunity. Why haven't you gone out yet? While the 3 of them were talking and waiting for the rewards to be cleared, Yi Chengshan discovered something was wrong. Normally, for a secret realm or a dungeon, the rewards will be settled simultaneously after clearing the level. But now, the entire Dark Forest is quiet, and there is no movement at all that should be expected after clearing the level. Jun also frowned, feeling vaguely having a bad premonition. His eyes moved to the towering throne, and there was an unexplained coldness behind him. At a certain moment, he felt that the stone statue's eyes moved. Young gentleman, there is a problem here. Wei Duer, who has always been carefree, also became rarely serious. She was also staring at the stone statue and said, I feel, that stone statue seems to be alive. Hearing this, Jun's heart sank, knowing that it was not an illusion. Although Yi Chengshan, who has a strong sense of insensitivity, didn't notice anything unusual, he still felt chills running down his spine when he heard Wei Duer's words. He couldn't help but fold his arms and rub the goosebumps on them. Boss, don't scare me. Isn't the boss of the Dark Forest dead? In such a strange situation, no matter how strong a man is, he will feel scared. Neither Jun nor Wei Duer spoke, their expressions were extremely heavy. Suddenly, both of them took a step forward and took a defensive posture. At this moment, the stone statue that had been sitting on the throne on the high platform slowly lowered its head. The gray face seemed to have energy, and the pupils were quickly covered with a strange golden color. The corners of his mouth, which originally had no curvature, turned to the sides in an exaggerated grin, revealing a creepy smile. God controls heavenly punishment and judges sinners. If you want to atone for your sins, you can only complete God's test. The stone statue opened its mouth and made a distorted and sharp sound, which was extremely weird. The center of the secret realm. As the stone statue finished speaking, the entire jungle was shrouded in white mist that emerged from nowhere. The fog spread extremely quickly, covering everything around it in the blink of an eye. Zhou Jun and the others felt their eyes blurred. When they looked again, they found that they were in a vast white space. Except for the three of them and the stone statue in front of them, there are no flowers, plants or trees in this space, and even the sky has disappeared, as if they have been separated from the original world. Despair. Yi Changshan took a step back in panic. The sound of his feet hitting the ground instantly echoed far away in the vast white space, and no echo could be heard. What's going on? Yi Changshan was dumbfounded. Zhou Jun still didn't speak, looking around silently. But the strange stone statue in front has returned to calm. The golden color of his pupils faded quickly, and all the exaggerated corners of his mouth were restrained. Only the ancient giant sword in his hand was raised levelly and pointed at the three of them from a distance. Boom boom boom. Just when Zhou Jun and others were confused, the surrounding space began to roar. Then, in front of the three people, 7 circular patterns appeared out of thin air on the ground. Each one had a different color and shape and looked like a totem. Yi Changshan was a little confused. He squatted on the ground and observed the patterns, and found that they were just big enough for a person to step on them. Wei Duoer, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly said, "It seems that we have triggered the hidden mechanism of this secret realm." The stone statue just said it had completed some test. It must be this one. I just don't know what these patterns mean. In some dungeons and secret areas, if the Skybreaker team meets certain conditions, the hidden boss will indeed be summoned. It's just that the secret realm of the Dark Forest has been explored countless times in thousands of years, but I have never heard of the existence of a hidden boss. In other words, Zhou Jun and the others are likely to be the first ones on Blue Star to trigger the hidden mechanism of the Dark Forest. This also leads to the fact that there is no reference guide for clearing the level, and you can only rely on yourself to explore. Zhou Jun is also observing at the moment. The carvings within those patterns are exquisite, and they are all animals. There were bears, goats, pigs, foxes, lions, snakes, and a unicorn. These 7 animals appeared together in an order, which was very strange. Zhou Jun felt a vague feeling of familiarity in his heart. I always feel like I've seen the meaning behind these animals before. And just when Zhou Jun was racking his brains to think about what the hidden mechanism of the secret realm was, something different suddenly happened on Yi Changshan's side. Above his head, a green beam of light appeared at some point and enveloped him. Sinners, make your choice. The stone statue on the throne pointed the giant sword at Yi Changshan, and a cold voice sounded, echoing in the white space. Choose. What to choose? Yi Changshan looked confused and scratched his head as he looked at the pile of strange totems in front of him. Sinners, make your choice. On the other side of the stone statue, the cold voice sounded again, and the tone was a little more stern, as if urging. Yi Changshan was annoyed by the noise, and his face showed sullenness. He randomly picked a goat totem and walked over. Choose, 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 isn't it okay for your grandpa to choose? Wrong. The moment Yi Changshan stepped on the totem, an idea flashed in Zhou Jun's mind. He seemed to have thought of something and spoke quickly. However, it was a step too late after all, and Yi Changshan was already standing on the goat pattern. Boom! A dull voice sounded, but the green light above Yi Changshan suddenly turned red, shrouding him. Seeing that he was not hurt, he stood in it and scratched his head. Still a little confused about the situation, he asked, "Brother Jun, did you find something?" Zhou Jun frowned and nodded with a heavy expression. "If I guess correctly, these 7 patterns represent the 7 deadly sins. The so-called trial is for us to choose our own crimes." As his eyes passed over the totems, Wei Duoer also had a look of surprise. "That's it. The bear represents sloth, the pig represents gluttony, the fox represents greed, the lion represents pride, the snake represents envy, the unicorn represents anger, and the goat represents lust. Big guy, you must have made the wrong choice by standing on the goat pattern." The 7 deadly sins are famous, and as soon as Zhou Jun reminded them, Wei Duoer immediately reacted. The meaning of each animal is also easy to identify. Yi Changshan has an irritable temperament, so choosing a unicorn is the most suitable, but goats are obviously not compatible with him. The green light beam above his head turned red, which indirectly confirmed that Yi Changshan had indeed made the wrong choice, but it was still unclear what the punishment would be. Sinners, make your choice. Another cold scolding sounded, but the giant sword in the stone statue's hand slowly turned, this time pointing at Wei Duer. At the same time, a green beam of light that landed from nowhere also enveloped Wei Duer. Is it my turn this time? She blinked and looked at the 7 totems one by one, and finally reluctantly walked to the pig pattern with her little hands behind her back. This represents gluttony among the 7 deadly sins. Both Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan looked a little confused. Because Wei Duer's petite figure really has nothing to do with gluttony. But the green light above the head really didn't change after Wei Duer made his choice. Student Wei actually made the right choice. Yi Changshan's eyes widened. He looked at the red light above his head, and then looked at the green light on Wei Duer's body. He almost scratched his head. At the same time, my heart was filled with curiosity, wanting to know the difference between making the right choice and choosing the wrong one. However, before he could see anything, a huge beep sounded suddenly in the white space. All attributes of the fallen Holt are reduced by 1/7. As soon as this reminder came out, Yi Changshan was still stunned, but Zhou Jun and Wei Duer suddenly realized it. I immediately understood what the so-called hidden mechanism of this secret realm was. Choose a crime that matches your own desires, and you can reduce the strength of the boss. That's it. Wei Duer took a deep breath. She didn't expect that the hidden levels in this secret realm seemed to be mysterious, but in fact they were so simple. If it is a 7-person team crusade, then there is no need to take action, as long as everyone makes the correct answer when choosing the crime. After waiting 7 times, all attributes of the boss will be cleared, and you can pass the level without any damage, and take down the boss without any bloodshed. Unfortunately, this rule was understood too late. After all, they are only a 3-person team. Even if they choose all 7 deadly sins correctly, they can only reduce the boss's attributes by 3/7. Not to mention that Yi Changshan has already made a mistake once. Zhou Jun sighed, knowing that it would be his turn soon. Sure enough, the green light fell on him the next second. Sinners, make your choice. The stone statue is still repeating the same words. Wei Duer and Yi Changshan, who was belatedly aware of the situation, also looked at him, wanting to know what he would choose. No one is perfect, and it is inevitable to have the 7 deadly sins. I just don't know what crime Zhou Jun will be guilty of. The proud lion, greedy fox, the jealous snake. Surrounded by totems, Zhou Jun was also thinking about his sins. Then he discovered that he seemed to have a little bit of everything. Zhou Jun never considered himself a saint. On the contrary, he possesses all the bad qualities of human nature. He is greedy, otherwise he would not risk killing the beasts. He is arrogant. Under his seemingly ordinary appearance, he has never looked down upon all his peers. He is arrogant and considers himself invincible. He was jealous and complained more than once in his previous life that God did not give him a strong talent. He was irritable, and when he learned of his parents' unfounded charges, he wanted to kill everyone who framed his parents. His sins are too many. So, when a person has all 7 deadly sins, how should he choose? Zhou Jun stood with his hands tied, his brain running at the speed of light. Sinners, make your choice. The same voice came from the stone statue above again, with an obvious urge. Zhou Jun, however, seemed not to have heard anything and stood outside the 7 Tengtu, calm and self-reliant. Sinners, make your choice quickly. This time, the stone statue was even more anxious, and even its lines changed. Brother Jun, why don't you choose? Yi Changshan was also very anxious at the side. Wei Duer glanced at him and made a silence gesture, signaling him not to talk too much. Time passed slowly like this, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. The tone of the stone statue became more and more urgent and severe. Sinners, make your choice quickly. Sinners, make your choice quickly. Zhou Jun turned a deaf ear to all this, and after the stone statue repeated it several times to no avail, the sound suddenly disappeared, and the entire white space fell into an unprecedented calm. In the audience, the corners of Zhou Jun's mouth were slightly raised. Because the green light that enveloped him did not turn red. It seems he made the right bet. When a person has all 7 sins, choosing nothing is equivalent to choosing everything. All attributes of the fallen Holt are reduced by 2/7. A new tip appeared unexpectedly. As the fight about to begin, Yi Changshan turned his head and looked. Because there are only 3 people in their team, even if all the hidden tests are completed, there will still be 5 vacancies on the surrounding totems. It is impossible to pass the level easily. I just don't know how powerful this hidden boss is. When Zhou Jun heard Yi Changshan's words, his heart moved and he looked at the throne on the stone steps. As soon as he saw it, the tall stone statue seemed to be alive at this moment, with a new expression once again. The golden pupils were like some kind of activation signal. As they gradually lit up, the corners of the stone statue's mouth opened again. He showed a scary and weird smile. God walks the world and judges all living beings. The depraved deserve death. Evil people, welcome the judgment of the Holy Sword. The lines with a strong sense of justice came from the mouth of the stone statue. If you only listened to the voice, you would really think that an angel has come to the world. It's a pity that everyone present has good eyesight. The stone statue has a weird smile on it, and it doesn't look like a positive character. As the words came out, he slowly stood up from the throne, dragging his giant sword nearly 2 meters high on the ground, and walked towards everyone step by step. What a bullshit hidden mechanism. The final result is not all about a fight. Seeing the stone statue moving, Yi Changshan, who was shrouded in red light, couldn't sit still for the first time. He curled his lips and complained while activating his awakening ability. The next second, the ancient giant Buddha descended out of thin air and stared at the stone statue fiercely. Hey, you false god over there, don't you want to judge evil people? I am the greatest evil in the world. I want to see how you judge me. Yi Changshan looked up to the sky and roared, his energy and blood soaring to the sky, and he rushed towards the stone statue unstoppably. Wei Duer felt a lot more relaxed after seeing Yi Changshan's transformation. She was eating a strawberry lollipop and watching the show. The hidden boss is definitely more powerful than the many-eyed demon lizard, but the intensity will not be much higher. After all, this is only a level 10 secret realm. Therefore, Wei Duer did not take the mysterious stone statue in front of him to heart. With Yi Changshan's frankness, even if he couldn't defeat him, he would definitely be able to escape unscathed. Those who disobey will not be forgiven. The stone statue faced the giant Buddha rushing toward him, and its strange expression actually showed a bit of human excitement. Then, while continuing to recite the righteous and awe-inspiring lines, he raised the giant sword in his hand and slashed towards Yi Changshan's neck. Wrong. Zhou Jun's eyelids twitched. The moment the stone statue waved the giant sword, an indescribable feeling of heart palpitations surged throughout his body. Wei Duer also had the same reaction. Her original relaxed look disappeared instantly, the hairs all over her body stood up, and her danger sense gave a crazy warning. A thought flashed through both of their minds simultaneously. Yi Changshan is going to be killed. The moment this thought emerged, an indescribable sword energy passed over Yi Changshan's huge body, and a striking number appeared above his head. 30,390. At this moment, everything in the entire white space seemed to freeze. White light appeared on Yi Changshan's huge body, and his first death immunity was directly triggered. Before he could react, the transformation state was automatically released in the next second, and he knelt on the ground weakly. Death immunity can only protect against fatal damage, but cannot eliminate negative effects. The stone statue's sword directly cleared Yi Changshan's entire body. If the Skybreaker also has a health bar display, then you will find that Yi Changshan only has 1 point of blood left at this moment, and he is barely breathing. What kind of harm is this? Yi Changshan was breathing heavily, with cold sweat rolling down his forehead. For the first time, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness against the Lord Boss. Can't even take a move from a big guy. Wei Duer's pupils widened a bit, her tone filled with extreme disbelief. You know, that is the angry-eyed Foluo who is famous for his high level of openness. With damage reduction of up to 60% and resistance twice the sum of its own attributes, this kind of body is enough to run sideways in any dungeon. But when facing this nameless stone statue, he could only be killed instantly. The damage of 30,390 is really disappointing. The most important thing is that this is after completing 2 tests and the opponent's all attributes have been reduced by 2/7. It's hard to imagine how powerful this stone statue was in its heyday. Young gentlemen, it seems we are going to be in trouble this time. Wei Duer gave a bitter smile. The gap between the stone statues and them was really too big. This was no longer something that a novice heaven defender could deal with. Zhou Jun was silent when he heard the words, but his heart was also filled with deep unwillingness. Will he die here? But he had just been reborn, and his path to becoming an invincible genius had just begun. He has not yet returned to the Zhou family to take back everything he lost, and the truth behind his parents' disappearance has not yet been investigated. He is not willing to give in. He is really unwilling. Strong emotions filled his heart, and Zhou Jun felt as if there were some shackles on his body, which were faintly loosened at this moment. In the vast white space, an atmosphere of despair enveloped everyone. He was obviously relaxed and at ease just a moment ago and didn't take the stone statue seriously. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the opponent showed absolute crushing strength. This was completely beyond the scope of novice-level monsters. Compared with the multi-eyed demon lizard and this stone statue, there was simply a gap between heaven and earth. Brother Jun, it seems we are unlucky and can only live in the next life. Yi Changshan smiled bitterly, his strong body curled up on the ground, extremely weak, and his anger seemed to be wandering when he spoke. Zhou Jun frowned and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? I will take you out. I promise. The young man's tone was decisive. Thunder tribulation appeared in his hand, and a pair of sharp eyes met the golden pupils of the stone statue. Although there is a huge gap in strength between the two sides, even though he may not be able to sustain a single move. But he still had to try. Otherwise, he would not be reconciled and would not settle his eyes until death. Let me go first. Suddenly, a pair of black twin ponytails appeared in his field of vision, but it was Wei Duoer who stood up. You move the big guy to a safe area. I still have a useless death immunity. I should be able to block it for a while. Wei Duoer turned her head and smiled at him. Her teeth were red and her dimples were exposed. Zhou Jun had never noticed that this girl could smile so beautifully. He was stunned and said, "You don't have to risk your life for us." Stop it. Wei Duoer raised his hand, rolled his eyes and said, "Don't act like you're all dead, and I can live on my own." As he spoke, he took out a chocolate lollipop from his pocket, with uncontrollable sadness on his face. Oh, this may be the last candy that sisters will eat in their lives. Now I can only bet that you can only attack this stone statue twice like that. In this way, as the strongest among us, you should still have a chance to take him down. As Wei Duoer spoke, he carefully put the lollipop into his mouth, then stopped being needlessly sentimental and rushed out freely. In an instant, black shadows shrouded the sky, and black fog filled the sky. The girl with twin tails in a black hoodie was like a moth flying into the flames at this moment, and the dagger in her hand slashed towards the stone statue without hesitation. Shuangyiang chaotic killing. A heroic and crisp scream spread throughout the white space. Wei Duoer had transformed into countless shadows and started attacking around the stone statue. Zhou Jun saw this and no longer thought about it. He moved in front of Yi Changshan, carried him on his back, and jumped back 3 times to leave the battlefield and reach the relatively safe rear. Yi Changshan is no longer immune to death. In his current state, even a little bit of the aftermath of the battlefield may lead to permanent death. Therefore, the top priority is to ensure his personal safety first. As for this stone statue, he didn't believe that a mere novice stage secret realm could really trap them all to death. The more desperate the situation, the clearer Zhou Jun's mind became, and he already had some ideas. Boom! Ahead, Wei Duoer had already launched a fierce charge. She relied on the speed advantage of her shadow talent to launch lightning-fast combos around the stone statue. Although the latter's damage was astonishing, it seemed that because he was holding a giant sword, he was not very fast and was constantly being beaten passively. At this moment, after being hit several times in a row, a series of damage numbers appeared above the head, and at the same time, the health bar and basic attributes also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Name: Fallen Holt. HP: 124,000. Grade: Class: Comma. As soon as the panel appeared, Wei Duoer and Zhou Jun's pupils shrank. A whopping 120,000 HP. Unexplorable levels and classes. This is still a novice-level monster. Even if it is placed in a dungeon above level 20, it is at least a lord-level existence. But the problem is that Merc Forest is just a secret realm where the upper limit of monsters is level 10. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene became more solemn, full of powerlessness and despair. Especially when Wei Duoer discovered that each of his combos could only do over 1,000 damage, his heart immediately sank to the bottom. The resistance of this stone statue is ridiculously high. There are almost no disadvantages except that it is slower. As the only way to conquer it is to rely on speed to kill it. After dodging, Wei Duoer appeared in a relatively safe position, the collar of his hoodie wet with sweat. Obviously, releasing awakening skills continuously like just now is a big burden for her. Gluttonous eaters shall be burned with fire. The emotionless voice of the stone statue came again. He raised the giant sword high, and there was a flame condensing at the tip of the sword. The scorching temperature directly caused ripples in the air, and the aura that seemed to destroy the world spread on it. Does he also have magic skills? Wei Duoer exclaimed in surprise. She thought she could defeat the boss with her speed advantage, but it turned out that the opponent had more than one attack method. Not far away, Zhou Jun saw the opponent's flaming sword. He ignored Wei Duoer's instructions just now and rushed towards him like a strong wind. With a thought, a blue slash flew out from the pendant on his chest. It's the active skill of Falling Star. Consume 5% of mental power, release a sure hit slash, and have a 1% chance of permanently reducing the opponent's racial class. Zhou Jun has never used its active skills since he owned the Falling Star pendant. The main reason is that there is no need. All the opponents you encounter can be defeated easily, so there is no need to waste mental energy on betting on the 1% probability. But this time, things are obviously different. The stone statue is stronger than expected. At this critical moment of life and death, Zhou Jun can only use all means to fight against it. 103. The blue slash landed on the stone statue accurately. The damage was not high, but it successfully prevented the opponent from casting spells. His golden pupils shifted to Zhou Jun, with some anger in his eyes. It seemed that they did not expect that the Skybreaker team in front of them also had long-range attack methods. Zhou Jun was not surprised at all that his first release of the Starfalling Blade failed to reduce the opponent's level. After all, the probability is only 1%. If it succeeds directly, how much luck will it take? Without saying a word, he activated his mental power again, this time throwing out a series of Starfalling Blades. Congratulations, the Starfall Blade was successfully triggered. The target's corrupted Holt racial class is reduced by 1 level. Zhou Jun was lucky. He successfully triggered the special effect before his energy was almost exhausted. The attribute panel of the stone statue also changed instantly. Name: Fallen Holt. HP: 88,000. Level: 21. Class: King. All data is displayed. However, Zhou Jun was shocked again. After being cut down once, the racial class of this stone statue is still the king. Doesn't that mean that before it was reduced, this stone statue was a supreme monster? No wonder it's so powerful that it's suffocating. The demon god level has not yet emerged, and the supreme level monster is already at the pinnacle of the dungeon. Invincible at the same level, even if the SS level human genius comes, he will be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan also felt chilled after seeing the stone statue's panel again. The king level words made their hearts despair. This time, a more desperate atmosphere is spreading. When the stone statue in front of him realized that his class had suddenly dropped a level, extremely human anger appeared on his face. Those who have committed all 7 sins cannot be forgiven and must be punished for their crimes. He raised his giant sword high, and the deep orange firelight gathered on it, and he immediately slashed with it. This time the release was so fast and accurate that there was no time to interrupt it again. It was obvious that he had entered the mad mode. Not good. Zhou Jun's face changed drastically. The stone statue's attack was definitely of a secret level. How to block the mysteries of king-level monsters. As the sword blade in the stone statue's hand was swung, a blazing flame emerged from it, sweeping through it with a power that destroyed the world and spread rapidly in all directions. Zhou Jun didn't have time to think too much. He ducked and flew towards Yi Changshan, trying to block the blow with his body. As long as it was not a penetrating injury, he could save Yi Changshan. Boom! The next second, the blazing flame swept across the entire white space at a height of 1 meter above the ground. 98,701. White light flashed on Zhou Jun and Wei Duer's bodies one after another, and their death immunity was directly triggered. But Yi Changshan was not hurt by the sweeping flames because Zhou Jun was in front of him. But that rough face was filled with tears at this moment. Because although Zhou Jun was not dead, the damage from the blazing flame attack was deeply left on his back. The skin was burnt black. The same goes for Wei Duer. Most of her hoodie was ruined, exposing her flat and smooth belly. She was holding her dagger on the ground, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. The secret of the king level is still the king level with a level as high as 21. It's really not something newbies like them can bear. If it hadn't been for one more death immunity, he would have been dead. What to do? Wei Duer looked at the stone boss who was entering madness and walking step by step with despair on his face. In this life and death crisis, her eyes suddenly glanced at Zhou Jun subconsciously, and a sense of absurd expectation arose in her heart. Looking forward to seeing if this man has any unused trump cards. Stab la la. The stone statue dragged the giant sword with one hand and walked towards Lord Zhou step by step with heavy steps. Because the special effects of the falling star blade were triggered, the stone statue's eyes exuded unprecedented murderous intent. Obviously, Zhou Jun's move had completely angered him. The rage of a level 21 king boss can only be felt by facing it in person. Every time the stone statue took a step, there was an indescribable terrifying pressure sweeping over it, almost condensing into substance, causing Zhou Jun's clothes to dance wildly, and the hair on his forehead to fly around. But Zhou Jun was not afraid. He tore off the torn school uniform on his body, revealing his muscular upper body, and stared at the oncoming stone statue with bright eyes. The Hengdao Jing Lei Jia in his hand was held tighter and tighter. Indeed, the atmosphere of despair is spreading uncontrollably. But Zhou Jun still didn't want to give up resistance. This is the dignity and integrity of a peerless genius. Even if you face a strong enemy, you will never move forward. Besides, Zhou Jun is not at the end of his rope. Twin ponytails with S-level talent, and the awakening skill instant shadow chaotic killing. Lao Yi, who has A-level talent, has the awakening skill raging eyes foluo. I've been thinking, what about my awakening skills? What is the awakening skill of SSS level talent? Zhou Jun murmured in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible in this empty white space. Wei Duer and Yi Changshan were both stunned. Zhou Jun's awakening skill. It seemed that this was the first time they realized this problem, and neither of them reacted. Awakening skills are different from skill books exploded from monsters. That is the ability that comes with the depth of the soul when the talent is awakened. It is the strongest trump card of every Sky Defender. Awakening skills are either strong or weak, depending on the talent level. In addition, awakening skills are not mastered from the beginning. Generally speaking, the stronger the talent, the more difficult it is to develop awakening skills. Especially starting from SS level talents. If you want to awaken your own awakening skills, you need a great opportunity. The requirements for personal understanding, mentality, circumstances, etc. are extremely high. In the history of the Federation, there have been cases where someone awakened a powerful talent above the SS level, but failed to awaken his awakening skill until his death. Zhou Jun possesses 2 SSS level talents. Among them, Redistribution is sublimated from D-level talents and does not have awakening skills. But Infinite Sublimation is a talent that is actually awakened by himself, and it fully meets the conditions for awakening skills. However, the awakening skills of SSS level talents are too difficult to awaken. Moreover, Infinite Sublimation is a talent with only one attribute, so Zhou Jun doesn't even have any seniors to learn from. No one knows what the awakening skill of this talent is, so they can only figure it out on their own. After Zhou Jun entered the secret realm, he tried to develop his own awakening skills along the way of spawning monsters and upgrading. Unfortunately, nothing was found, no clue at all. Until now, faced with the irresistible absolute strength of the stone statue, the unprecedented terror between life and death, Zhou Jun felt as if some shackles on his body were being loosened. And every time he releases the infinite sublimation, the mysterious feeling flows continuously in his body like a swimming dragon. At a certain moment, Zhou Jun understood. This is also the reason why he dares to fight against the stone statue now. The characteristic of infinite sublimation is to sublimate all things. And its awakening skill, if I feel it correctly, is actually a sublimation of myself. Zhou Jun closed his eyes. At this moment, his heart felt calm, but the power of sublimation in his body became more and more surging. Boom boom boom. Finally, all the sublimation power boiled like a sea and poured into every inch of Zhou Jun's flesh and blood. And his body seemed to be transformed into a furnace at this moment, with endless blood swirling around, and a mysterious bell ringing from his body, resounding throughout the white world. The extremely dazzling 9-color divine light suddenly fell from the sky, broke through the blockade of the white world, and landed on top of his head, making Mr. Zhou look like a god at this moment. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer were both stunned and stunned. He awakened his own awakening technique. An incredible voice came from Wei Duoer's mouth, and Yi Changshan couldn't even speak. The scene in front of me is so astonishing. The SSS-level prodigy awakens his own awakening skills. Even the secret realm cannot block the vision of heaven and earth. The 9-color brilliance blooms in the heaven and earth, overwhelming the world. Even the stone statue was frightened and did not dare to move forward. It was staring at Mr. Zhou humanely with its golden eyes, unable to hide the horror in its heart. Extremely sublimated, is this what I am capable of? Zhou Jun, shrouded in infinite brilliance, understood everything the moment he awakened his awakening technique. Extreme Sublimation LV1 SSS level awakening skill. During the release period, the whole body attributes and combat power increase tenfold, lasts for 10 seconds, and cools down for 3 days. The skill description came into his mind, and Zhou Jun suddenly clenched his fists. Too strong. The attributes and combat power of the whole body are increased tenfold. How incredible this is. There is no other person in the entire Federation with such an exaggerated ability to benefit oneself. Although it only lasts for 10 seconds, don't forget that the ultimate level is only LV1. And as the level increases in the future and the development of awakening skills deepens, he believes that this time will become longer and longer. It turns out that this is my real trump card, and it is also the capital to make a comeback from desperate situations and reach the top. Zhou Jun took a deep breath, and all the pressure was gone. He suddenly stared at the stone statue, and his invincible aura swept over him. At this moment, the king-level monster was shocked and took half a step back. Extremely sublimated, open. When Zhou Jun saw this, he couldn't help laughing, and infinite power surged from his body. In an instant, Zhou Jun's whole body attributes increased explosively. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit all increased from the original 5,200 to 52,000. The billowing energy and blood were like thunder, and his brute strength seemed to be able to break mountains apart. Zhou Jun, who experienced the ultimate sublimation for the first time, couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. This feeling of soaring combat power was really wonderful. His eyes fell on the stone statue, as if staring at a prey. The latter was shocked and fell back again. Ever since this vast white space enveloped everyone, the stone statue has been treating itself as a god, aloof, teasing the three of them. He even caused 5-digit damage with one casual blow, forcing everyone to despair. But at this moment, all this has changed offensively and defensively. After Zhou Jun activated the ultimate sublimation, he turned into an afterimage and flew up without saying a word. Boom! A simple, bone-crushing kick, with an agility and strength of 50,000, left the stone statue with no time to dodge, let alone withstand it. 21,008. A striking injury appeared above its head. Zhou Jun raised his eyebrows slightly. It is indeed a supreme-level monster. Even if it is downgraded to a king level, it is still thick-skinned and extremely resistant. Otherwise, with Zhou Jun's sublimated attributes, this kick could cause at least more than 100,000 damage to an ordinary monster. A shattered bone caused the stone statue great pain, and at the same time the skill effect break defense was triggered. The symbol of the shattered shield appears above its head. Seeing this, Zhou Jun added another punch without hesitation. 43,012. Zhou Jun used all his strength in this punch. The stone statue obviously suffered more damage in the broken defense state. He could hardly hold the big sword in his hand and retreated continuously. 2 attacks forced the nearly 90,000 HP down to less than 30,000. And at this moment, Zhou Jun still has 5 seconds before the sublimation time ends. There was silence. After the ultimate sublimation, Zhou Jun was really a god descending to earth, and every strike carried unstoppable power. With just one punch and one kick, he was able to kill the king-level monster to its remaining health. Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan were all stunned. They had never thought that Zhou Jun's awakening skills would be very powerful, but the scene before them still far exceeded their expectations. In other words, this is no longer in their cognition. It's only level 10. Once the awakening skill is activated, it can directly defeat the king-level boss of level 21. This is simply terrifying. Brother Jun is really invincible. Yi Changshan swallowed his saliva. In his eyes, he vaguely seemed to see a majestic world in the future, with geniuses emerging in large numbers and heroes gathering together. And Zhou Jun was standing at the top, overlooking all living beings. Wei Duoer's thoughts were not so fast. She just breathed a sigh of relief and was glad in her heart that the sisters were so awesome and lived one more day. Chang. In the center of the battlefield, Zhou Jun took action again. This time he drew out a horizontal sword that was as black as ink. As a mythical weapon that can be used up to level 20, Thunder Tribulation is still Zhou Jun's strongest offensive method. Especially after he was sublimated at this time, his combat power increased tenfold, and the power of the Thunder Tribulation was even more extraordinary. It can be clearly seen that when the cold light of the Thunder Tribulation shone in midair, the stone statue's movements were completely panicked. He couldn't figure out how the ant-like human in front of him suddenly transformed into a being that even he was afraid of. He could only watch helplessly as the cold sword light reflected in his eyes grew larger and larger until it completely split him in two. 51,023. Kill Holt, the fallen LV-21 Supreme Monster. Experience value plus 1,190. Drop loot x2. Congratulations, you have cleared LV-10 Secret Realm Dark Jungle, rating, SSS. Pass-through reward. Select mythical equipment parts 10-3. Full Secret Realm announcement. The team of Wei Duoer, Yi Changshan, and Zhou Jun have successfully cleared the level and are rated SSS. The Secret Realm will automatically close after 5 minutes. Full Secret Realm announcement. The team of Wei Duoer, Yi Changshan, and Zhou Jun have successfully cleared the level and are rated SSS. The Secret Realm will automatically close after 5 minutes. A series of kill prompts appeared before his eyes. However, Zhou Jun no longer had the energy to look, because the 10 seconds of ultimate sublimation had passed. He only felt an infinite sense of weakness surrounding him like a tide. He could not even stand. The thunder calamity in his hand it also fell to the ground with a clang. Young gentleman. Just when his body was swaying and about to fall down, a pleasant body fragrance suddenly appeared next to him. Zhou Jun felt that his body that was about to fall was being held up by someone. Turning his head, he saw a pair of familiar ponytails dangling in front of his eyes. At this moment, Wei Duoer, with a look of loyalty on his face, carelessly carried Zhou Jun's thick left arm with his petite body, putting most of his weight on her. Seeing Mr. Zhou looking over, he raised his eyebrows. But at this moment, Zhou Jun was really unable to speak. He held on and looked at the prompts in front of him. The first thing that can be confirmed is that this time it is really past. The stone statue is really the last boss, and the reward for killing it is very rich, and it is settled according to the original supreme racial class. Levels cut off by the Starfall Blade are not counted. Therefore, even if the 3 people share it equally, the experience value will still be 1190 points, which will bring Zhou Jun to level 11. In addition, 2 trophies were generously exploded. Seeing this, Zhou Jun turned his head and gave Wei Duoer a wink. The latter understood it and directly reached out to pick up the 2 trophy light balls. The light dissipated and 2 skill books emerged. Brother Jun, Sister Duo. Why are you 2 hugging each other? Just when he was about to see what skill book it was, an inappropriate voice suddenly came out, but he saw Yi Changshan, who had already rested, walking over in a sly manner. Originally, he was so angry that he was not far from death. But the experience points allocated for killing the stone statue just now were too much, and the result was that Yi Changshan was directly pushed to LV9, and all his injuries were healed instantly. That's how the current scene happened. What nonsense. Zhou Jun glared at him, and his voice, which originally had no strength to speak, managed to endure the discomfort and managed to squeeze out a sentence. Wei Duoer also blushed, and then coughed twice, pretending to be calm. Zhang, the children of Jonggu don't stick to trivial matters. Now that you have recovered, let me give you your big brother back. As he spoke, Wei Duoer was like a nimble cat, floating out of Zhou Jun's arms in a flash, causing the latter to be caught off guard and almost fall down. Fortunately, Yi Chengshan had quick eyes and quick hands and helped him. You two really want to kill me? Zhou Jun opened his hoarse voice and squeezed out another sentence. At the same time, I felt deeply helpless about the side effects of extreme sublimation. It's hard enough for him when it comes to upgrading props and equipment. This time I sublimated myself, it almost amplified this discomfort 10 times. I felt so weak from the inside out, as if my waist had been squeezed for 10 days and 10 nights. It's simply not something humans can bear. Zhou Jun now envies Yi Chengshan for being able to level up directly after gaining enough experience, and no discomfort will be felt as soon as the status is refreshed. And looking at the relaxed look on Wei Duoer's face, she must have just been promoted to a level. Only Zhou Jun's injured world has been achieved. Sighing silently, Zhou Jun greeted the two of them and inspected the loot together. The first is the 2 skill books revealed by the hidden boss stone statue. Name, Chapter of the Raging Sword. Grade, Excellent. Type, Sword Skill Book. Effect, when equipped with a sword weapon, gain 5% critical hit. Cooling, None. The first skill book that came into view turned out to be a rare sword type, which relied on passive triggering. And the effect is good, you can get the critical hit attribute. You know, although the human race has an upgrade panel, it is a real creature after all, and it is still very different from the characters in online games. For example, the basic attributes are only 4-dimensional and so on. If you want to unlock the critical strike entry in the personal interface, you can only equip it with relevant props, equipment or skills. Therefore, things that can get critical hits are often extremely valuable. Sword-type skills seem to be more advantageous to you, young gentleman. Wei Duoer glanced at it and couldn't help but curled his lips. Among the 3 of them, only Zhou Jun uses sword weapons, so it is obvious how to distribute them. Yi Chengshan naturally had no objection, and the 3 of them turned their attention to the second skill book. Name, Atonement Blade. Grade, Myth. Type, Sword Skill Book. Effect, gather your own sins and slash forward, causing magic damage equal to 500% of your own attack. Cooling, 1500s. Seeing another sword skill book, Yi Chengshan directly moved his eyes away. Wei Duoer made a pop sound, picked up a lemon-flavored lollipop, waved her little hands and said, I'm really giving you an advantage. All the hidden boss rewards are for your kids' use. That's all. Sisters are big-hearted, so I'll leave everything to you. Big-hearted. After hearing this, Zhou Jun subconsciously glanced at the other person's flat chest, and immediately there was a flash of disdain in his eyes. Wei Duoer didn't notice this scene, otherwise she would have taken out a dagger and told Zhou Jun what Sister Duoer's rules of the world are. After some bickering, the 3 of them took out the trophies from killing the first boss, the multi-eyed demon lizard. There are still 2 light groups, and Wei Duoer unboxes them. This time I didn't pull out another skill book, but 2 excellent items. After all, it is the reward for killing the Lord level boss, which is quite good at this level. But Zhou Jun had already taken all the rewards of the stone statue, so he gave it to Yi Chengshan and Wei Duoer for distribution. Then, there were the trophies that accidentally broke out when killing the beast tide, and they were also counted at this time. There are a total of 12 pieces, and each person is divided into 4 pieces according to their needs. The final highlight is the level clearance reward after killing the hidden boss, 3 pieces of mythical equipment of your choice. Naturally, each person is assigned 1 piece. Wei Duoer chose a nice-looking leather breastplate, and Yi Chengshan chose a pair of heavy armored bottoms. As for Zhou Jun, after a brief thought, he chose the ring among the accessories. The level of the equipment is fixed as mythical, but other entries are all random. Zhou Jun took a look and found that the attributes of this ring were not too strong and could only be said to be quite satisfactory. But it doesn't matter. After he returns home and recovers, he will use the power of sublimation to improve it. Even if the ring is mediocre, it will instantly become a rare treasure. Just when Zhou Jun and others were counting the harvest, the outside of the secret realm has exploded. All the senior high school students who were working hard to level up had their eyes widened, wondering if they had heard it wrong. But the reminder that was played 3 or 4 times in a loop reminded everyone that this was not an auditory hallucination. Ever since, after a brief silence, the sky-high discussion resounded from the periphery. Oh my God, we are still leveling on the outside, but someone has already reached the core and successfully cleared the level. Wei Duer, could she be the girl who registered the S-level talent just now? That's her. I'm in the same class as her. I didn't expect that while I was still working hard to clear monsters on the periphery, she had already defeated the Lord Boss. They are a team of 3, I'm afraid the other 2 are not ordinary. Of course, Yi Changshan is the only A-level talent in the school, and the top tank is Angry Eyes Foluo. No wonder, the S-class Shadow, known for its high damage, paired with the A-class Angry Eye Floor, can indeed conquer the final boss. Huh, who is this Mr. Zhou? He must be a genius to be able to play with the 2 geniuses in front of him, right? Many students lamented the gap between themselves and geniuses. Suddenly, someone who had not visited the talent registration at noon raised questions at this time. Just because everyone chatted back and forth, the center of the topic always revolved around Wei Duer and Yi Changshan, but no one mentioned Zhou Jun. After hearing this, the people around him immediately sneered. Then Mr. Zhou is just a D-level talent. How can he be worthy of our discussion? Yes, in a boss battle of this level, do you still expect a person with D-level strength to be useful? He just took advantage of his good relationship with Yi Changshan and just gained experience this time. After hearing these disdainful and jealous words from everyone, that person finally understood the reason why no one was willing to mention Zhou Jun before. While he suddenly understood, he also felt a little envious. He is obviously only D-level, but he has a brother with a level talent. Now I have even gotten a reward for completing the game. If I am smarter, I might be able to get into the lap of Wei Duer, the S-level genius. This situation is already a pretty good opportunity for countless low-level talents. Alas, now that this secret realm has been cleared, we can no longer continue leveling up. It's a pity that I'm still a little short of experience level 4. It would be great if the secret realm could always exist. What are you thinking about? Even if Senior Sister Wei and the others don't clear the level, this secret realm will only last for another 10 minutes at most. It is estimated that after they get out, Senior Sister Wei and Senior Yi's clearance of the secret realm will cause a sensation in the school. Maybe even the old principal will come forward to reward them in person. Who said he was a genius? He cleared the secret realm immediately after entering the secret realm for the first time. This kind of talent is rare even in number 1 middle school. The senior students of number 5 middle school chatted with each other, admiring and envying the supreme grace of the 2 geniuses. In their eyes, both Yi Changshan and Wei Duer will be people they can only look up to from now on, and are not on the same level as them. Therefore, even when addressing her, even though she was in the same class, she still couldn't help but add the suffix, senior and senior, to show respect. Being able to study with such a genius for 3 years may be the luckiest thing in their lives. At least many years later, when chatting with friends around the wine table, there will be something to brag about. A few minutes later, with a loud noise in the secret space, everyone's eyes were dazzled, and the scene in front of them had turned into the playground of number 5 middle school. Where's Senior Sister Wei? After coming back to their senses, many people's first reaction was to look for Wei Duer. There, Senior Yi is also with her. Someone with sharp eyes pointed to a corner in the crowd and exclaimed. It was passed from one to another, and soon all the eyes of the entire playground were focused there. I saw 3 distinct figures, talking and laughing with each other, walking towards the direction of the teaching building. Is that Senior Yi who has awakened Angry Eyes? He's so strong. Oh my God, Senior Sister Wei's appearance is much cuter than I imagined. Such a girl is actually an S-level shadow talent holder. I can't believe it. The appearance of the 3 people immediately attracted the attention of countless 5th middle school students. Suddenly, someone sounded surprised and said, why is it that the one in the middle is not Senior Wei, the most talented person, nor Senior Yi, but Mr. Zhou, who is only D-level? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and when they came to their senses, they realized that this was indeed the case. The meaningful position in the middle was occupied by Zhou Jun, while Wei Duer and Yi Changshan were talking and laughing beside them, and no one seemed to think there was a problem. This directly confused everyone. How do you feel? As if Jo Jun is the core of this team. Isn't he a fool just paddling for the sake of his experience? Just when everyone was wondering, several figures suddenly walked out of the door of the teaching building. The leader was the old principal with white hair, followed by the middle-aged man in charge of registration from the Federation and a group of teachers from the 5th middle school. The principal has come forward. It seems that the news about Senior Wei and the others' clearance of the secret realm has been spread. I really didn't expect to see the old principal twice in one day. Senior Sister Wei and Senior Yi are so proud. Haha, the old principal has come out, but Mr. Zhou still dares to walk in the middle. You really don't understand the world at all. That's right, the principal is here to meet the genius. Why are you, a D-level person, walking up front to join in the fun? When the 5th middle school students saw the principal coming forward, they couldn't help but whisper. Some people even expressed dissatisfaction with Jo Jun's behavior. After all, D-level talents are at the bottom, whether in the 5th middle school or in the entire Federation. I don't mean to despise those with low-level talents, but you should have some awareness and know your position clearly, right? This kind of reckless behavior is really annoying. Many of them immediately sneered and planned to watch the fun. Although the old principal may seem amiable, he is a level 80 expert after all. But for a mere D-level talent to dare to act like this on such an occasion, he will inevitably have to bear some accountability. Under the gazes of gloating eyes, the old principal put his hands behind his back, walking like a dragon and a tiger, and finally walked in front of the 3-person team. However, the scene that happened next made everyone stare blankly and stood on the spot. I saw that the old principal was not angry at all as expected. Instead, he had a kind smile on his face and took the initiative to extend his palm. And the person he shook hands with and exchanged pleasantries with was surprisingly Jo Jun. He almost completely ignored Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer next to him, only Jo Jun was in his eyes. That caring look made it seem as if Mr. Zhou was the real genius. What's going on? Jun Zhou is such a sluggish person that he dares to stand in the C position of the team. Why is it that even the principal looks up to him? Who can tell me what happened? Everyone was stunned, looking at the scene in a daze, their minds in confusion. Those who had planned to see Jo Jun's joke were stunned by the shock and could not say a word. Until the old principal led Jo Jun's team out of the playground and into the teaching building, the students who were watching did not recover. They looked at each other, unable to understand the scene before them. But without exception, Jo Jun's image in their eyes suddenly no longer looked so insignificant. Instead, there is an extra layer of mystery that makes people dare not underestimate it. At the same time, spacious principal's interior. At this moment, there are only 4 people: Jo Jun, the old principal, the middle-aged man and the head teacher Chu Shuyan. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer were only verbally praised by the old principal after entering the teaching building, and they were not even able to enter the principal's office door. In front of SSS-level geniuses, even the most outstanding students are reduced to background. Seeing such a huge difference in treatment, Jo Jun, no matter how dull he was, came to his senses at this moment. He felt like a mirror in his heart, knowing that the old principal must have learned about his second talent. Therefore, after Jo Jun entered the principal's office, he looked calm and accepted the old principal making tea for him with peace of mind. With this kind of character, he is worthy of being a talented young man, the young master of the Zhou family. As everyone knows, Jo Jun's casual behavior changed into something else in the eyes of the old principal and the middle-aged man. What they saw was a young talent who remained calm and confident when facing people no matter how big they were. That calmness and courage have surpassed many of his peers. Classmate Zhou, I already know about your second talent. The old principal smiled kindly at this time. Seeing Jo Jun drink the bilawachan he had brewed in one gulp, he immediately added another cup. His fawning appearance did not have the slightest bit of dignity that a principal should possess. This is the privilege of genius. In the face of SSS-level talents, no matter how much you are the leader of a school, you must keep your head down. There was a delay in the response to the divine bead, but the 5th middle school will not let any SSS-level talent fall into disgrace. Your matter, Xu Yuan, has been reported to the top federal officials. The old principal said after considering his words. Shu Yuan is the middle-aged man next to him. He looked a little ashamed at this time, lowered his head towards Zhou Jun, and said sincerely, "Brother Xiao Zhou, I am solely responsible for the registration. The top federal officials made compensation as soon as possible after learning about it. Besides, this is my personal business card and some of my thoughts. I am quite popular in Linyuan City. If you don't mind, you can come to me if you encounter difficulties. Please don't refuse." As the middle-aged man spoke, he flicked his palm, and a bunch of valuable secret medicine and a business card were taken out of his backpack, and then presented to Mr. Zhou respectfully, with an extremely humble attitude. He was completely different from the indifferent look he had when registering Zhou Jun at the gymnasium. Zhou Jun glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. He didn't speak, and everyone in the principal's room looked at each other, not knowing how to speak. Tens of seconds later, when the middle-aged man's forehead was gradually dripping with cold sweat, he just put those things away casually without even looking at them. This time, it's for the sake of the old principal. Zhou Jun's face remained as usual and his voice was calm. The middle-aged man felt like he had been granted amnesty and was thanked again and again. After all, if you were really hated by an SSS-level genius, you would be so scared that you would sleep uneasily. When the old principal saw this, he also smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Haha, old Shu, I have long said that Mr. Zhou is not that kind of stingy person." As he spoke, he gave Zhou Jun another cup of tea. Then he slowly took out an ancient bronze key from his pocket. "Student Zhou, it is our Federation's fortune that you have awakened an SSS-level talent. You are the light of the 5th middle school. Naturally, our school cannot chill the heart of a genius. This LV-20 secret realm key is my personal reward, old man. I hope that Mr. Zhou will not forget his original intention, forge ahead, and promote the reputation of my human race." As the words of the old principal came out, Zhou Jun's always calm expression showed surprise for the first time. He obviously didn't expect that the reward given to him by the 5th middle school would be a key to the secret realm. Secret realms are hard to find, and the higher the level, the more so. This LV-20 secret realm is far better than the dark forest just now. The most important thing is that this secret realm belongs to him alone, and all the resources in it belong to him. I have to say that the old principal is really good at it. This time Zhou Jun owed the old principal a favor. Zhou Jun quietly put the key to the secret realm into his bag, and for the first time, Zhou Jun took the initiative to look at the middle-aged man named Shu. Because he knows that the next step is the highlight. Sure enough, after fulfilling their selfish ambitions, the two finally got down to business. Shu Yuan's face turned serious and he took out 3 cards from his space backpack. They are available in 3 colors: silver, gold, and red. Each one has a luxurious shape. It is engraved with a dragon totem and a symbol of the Federation, which is eye-catching. Brother Xiao Zhou, this is the Federation's reward for SSS-level geniuses. When you entered the secret realm, it was airlifted over thousands of miles from the capital of Great Sha. The middle-aged man named Shu looked solemn. At this time, he represented the Federation to commend Zhou Jun, so his performance was very formal. After unfolding the 3 cards respectively, he introduced to Zhou Jun, "These cards are all Federal General cards. They can be used in any city on Blue Star. The silver card is a money card. There are 50 million federal coins in the card, which can be distributed as you wish. The gold card is a resource card. In any official trading house, with this card, you can apply for any resources of excellent level and below for free, whether it is equipment, props or skill books, and things above excellent level, you can enjoy a 30% discount. As for the last red card, it is a special reward from the Federation to you, and it can also be regarded as compensation for the registration error." At this point, the middle-aged man surnamed Shu paused for a moment, and then continued with some envy. "With this card, Brother Xiaozhou can redeem a set of mythical quality suits that are common to novices at the official agency. Obviously, this is the real big reward. After all, mythical equipment has always been precious, and suit sets are hard to find, and the entire Federation doesn't have many of them. This is a set given away directly, which is not a small gesture." The old principal and the middle-aged man named Shu knew about this in advance, but when they saw the precious red card, they were still filled with emotion. Chu Shuyan, who had not understood everything in advance, now had her beautiful eyes widened with surprise on her face. She never expected that Jo Jun's talent would attract such huge attention among the top leaders of the Federation. What kind of monster has appeared in my class? At this moment, Chu Shuyan felt complicated and couldn't help but marvel. Only the person involved, Jo Jun, remained calm. Even after hearing the purpose of the red card, there was no excessive excitement on his face. In his past and present lives, he has experienced the ups and downs of the world and the changes in the world, and his state of mind is far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, after awakening the infinite sublimation talent, mythical equipment is no longer unattainable in his eyes. Putting the 3 cards into his pocket, Jo Jun stood up and said in a neither humble nor condescending manner, "Old principal, if nothing happens, I will go back first." This, Jo Jun's mentality of remaining calm despite the collapse of the mountain made the 3 people present look at each other with deep admiration. If another young man were here and suddenly received such a generous reward, he would probably jump for joy, right? But what about Jo Jun? Ever since he entered the principal's office, he had always been calm, as if nothing was worth making him lose his composure. Seeing that Jo Jun was about to leave, the old principal pondered and asked the last question. "Classmate Joe, I heard that you cleared the secret realm. I wonder how many levels you have upgraded." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. They had been guessing how Jo Jun would behave when he entered the secret realm for the first time. After all, in this secret realm, all monsters have double attributes. The old principal was sure that level 3 would be the limit, while Chu Shuyan joked about level 4. It was not until the secret realm was broken in advance that they realized that Jo Jun and others had cleared the level directly. Although it relied on team formation, it was still a pretty good result. I just don't know how many levels Jo Jun has been promoted to. The old principal secretly guessed that he felt that there was really a 4th level this time, or maybe a 5th level. This is not to blame for the old principal and others being conservative in their assumptions. After all, from an ordinary person's point of view, to clear a secret realm, you must go directly to the core center to attack the boss. The amount of experience points that can be gained during this period is enough to reach 4 or 5 levels. However, they didn't know that because of the beast tide, Jo Jun and others directly slaughtered all the high-level monsters in the entire core area. So at this moment, Jo Jun faced everyone's curiosity and directly showed the level panel without saying anything. Name: Jo Jun. Level LV10, 98%. As the level bar above your head appears. At this moment, the entire principal's room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Jo Jun left the principal's office gracefully. But the shock in the hearts of the 3 people in the room still could not be calmed down. The old principal had lost his entire body, and he sat there thinking hard, sometimes sighing. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette with trembling hands, his face full of incomprehension. When he entered the secret realm for the first time, he entered at level 3 and came out at level 10. How did he do it? What happened in the secret realm? No matter how much he thought about it, he would never have imagined that Jo Jun and others actually calmed down a beast tide and cleared out all the monsters in the core area. Chu Shuyan's pretty face was also full of surprise. She looked at the figure outside the principal's room who gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Brother Jun. Back at the entrance of the teaching building, Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan were waiting for him. They were surrounded by a large number of students, but they all watched from a distance and did not dare to come forward. Seeing Jo Jun's figure appear at this moment, the 2 of them came forward to greet him, and the onlookers also dispersed with cheers. Yi Changshan was a little helpless about this. Today, he first registered an A-level talent, and then became famous after a battle in the dark forest. This made him directly become a famous figure in the school, attracting attention wherever he goes. This feeling is very uncomfortable for Yi Changshan. After all, in the 3 years of high school, he has always been an alien in the eyes of his classmates because of his burly body. He was used to being solitary, and he never thought that one day he would become such a popular being. This made him very uncomfortable. The feeling of being noticed all the time, as if all the secrets in his body were exposed, and he was very uncomfortable. So after seeing Jo Jun, it was like seeing a life-saving straw, and he rushed to greet him. Wei Duoer, on the other hand, was much calmer. She still looked carefree, with her hands folded behind her head, a lollipop in her mouth, and she was walking behind. Some daring students around them shouted slogans of, "Goddess Wei," but without exception, they all withdrew their voices angrily after being scanned by Wei Duoer's cold dead fish eyes. "Brother Jun, is the matter done?" Yi Changshan stepped forward and asked. The old principal invited Zhou Jun into the office with a happy face. After thinking for a while, he could think of a reward that should be given to Zhou Jun to compensate for the talent registration. "It's all done." Then Zhou Jun nodded and said, "Changshan, I don't plan to come to school in the next few days. I'm going to go to the wild to brush dungeons and sprint for levels to prepare for the college entrance examination." Yi Changshan was not surprised when he heard Zhou Jun's words. There is only half a month left before the college entrance examination. It is impossible to make further progress in liberal arts in such a short time. What's more, on Blue Star, liberal arts scores have always accounted for only a small part of the college entrance examination scores. What really determines the scores is the martial arts assessment. Therefore, candidates from major universities in Blue Star, after awakening, as long as their level exceeds LV5 and they have a certain ability to protect themselves in the wild dungeon, they can apply to the school, no longer come to school, and directly go to the dungeon to level up. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer were also discussing this matter just now. After hearing Zhou Jun's words, the three of them thought of it together. After all, with the strength and levels of the three of them, an ordinary novice copy can completely go sideways. "Brother Jun, I don't plan to come to school anymore. My father's team of Skybreakers is going to explore a level 30 secret realm tomorrow. He wants to take me with him to practice. Maybe by the time of the college entrance examination, my level will catch up with you." Yi Changshan grinned at this moment and said with confidence. When Zhou Jun heard this, he nodded at him expectantly and joked, "Then come on, I'll call you brother when the day comes." "Hee, I don't dare." Yi Changshan scratched his head and smiled. In his eyes, Zhou Jun is his eldest brother for one day, and he will be his eldest brother forever. Even if one day he is no longer as powerful as him, he must still be respected. Zhou Jun smiled when he saw this, and after the two brothers chatted for a while, Yi Changshan left the school first and went home to prepare for the secret realm tomorrow. The sun is setting now, the first and second grade students are out of school, and the corridors and playground are crowded with people. Only Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer were left in the trio. After the two looked at each other, they both walked slowly towards the school gate in a tacit understanding. When passing by the playground track, Wei Duoer bit the lollipop in her mouth and turned her bright eyes to look at Zhou Jun. "Young gentleman, after passing the college entrance examination, do you want to come to the same university as me?" She pouted her lips and sent out a sincere and ardent invitation to the boy in front of her whom she had known for a long time but only really got to know today. "I already have my favorite university." Zhou Jun paused, a little distracted by the other party's shining eyes, but he still shook his head after a moment. Wei Duoer's beautiful eyebrows suddenly knitted together. "You haven't asked me which university I want to go to. What if we want to go to the same one?" "No way. How is it impossible? You want to go to Yaoqi University, but my goal from beginning to end is Kunming University." Zhou Jun showed a bright smile on his face and spoke briskly. But this time it was Wei Duoer who was stunned. She blinked her beautiful big eyes again, full of curiosity. "Little gentleman, how did you know that I want to get into Yaoqi University?" Zhou Jun chuckled and said nothing. Of course he heard about it in his previous life. On that day when the results of the number 5 middle school were released, everyone around them was talking about the whereabouts of Wei Duoer, the number 1 genius in the number 5 middle school. So Zhou Jun was deeply impressed. After all, Yaoqi University is not an ordinary place. On the vast Blue Star, there are countless colleges and universities, but only 4 universities dare to claim to be top-notch. Coincidentally, these 4 schools are all from Daxia. They are Kunlun University, Yaoqi University, Nantianmen College, and Taichu Academy. These 4 universities, proud of Blue Star, have trained countless outstanding people for the human race. Among them, only Kunming University ranks first without any doubt, while the remaining 3 are neck and neck. For Zhou Jun, he must go to Kunming University in this life. This is not only because of the unparalleled strength of Kunming University, but also for a hidden reason. He once heard an elder from the Zhou family say that his father, Zhou Shanrong, was also a student at Kunming University. Zhou Shanrong disappeared that year, and there were many doubts. Zhou Jun wanted to walk the path his father took and find the truth on the road left by his father. Therefore, Zhou Jun must go to Kunming University no matter what. When Wei Duoer saw Zhou Jun was silent and looked at his expression, he already got the answer in his heart. So he fell into silence. The afterglow of the setting sun spreads, dragging the figures of young and girls farther and farther. Walking slowly along the green field, when they arrived at the school gate, Wei Duoer threw a strawberry-flavored lollipop into his mouth, raised his head and said, "Young gentlemen, since you have your own goals, work hard to achieve them. The future is still long. People like us will eventually set foot on the battlefield in the stars, so." Having said this, Wei Duoer raised his finger and pointed at the sky, smiling. "Let's meet at the top. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more."